in here. How you doing, Trav?
And I didn't know what was going on, so I came back in the
Trav?
house. Keys was in there.
Trav, my man,
Travis, are you wicked?
did you
Blah.
did you request on purpose?
I'm live in North Charlotte.
Trav, hello. I think he requested on accident, is what I think happened.
Probably.
All right, we'll drop you down, Trav. Don't worry. All right, we got what's most likely going to be someone voting with us, but we got somebody in our queue here. Hopefully we'll get an algorithm push, and then we'll.
Howdy. I'm trickling for Trump.
Star, damn it.
Yeah. So it was the fries. It was him at the McDonald's serving them fries that got me.
That's what it took. I understand now. Okay.
Down
Fantastic.
to earth, a man's man. Getting his hands dirty. Other people. The song. The chosen one, right?
Oh God. Yes, I know he has his own worship
He
song.
is the chosen one.
I still can't believe that
Star,
happened.
the fact that you even know that song is what bothers me.
It actually has a pretty good beat to it.
No!
Well, all right, so we're not doing. We can't tonight. I'm not.
All right,
Stars.
have fun. I'm running.
Good to hear from you, buddy.
He ran from the debate. We win.
That's right. We'll take the concession. He ran.
Yo,
Anthony, welcome in.
hey man, my tooth fairy god told me to vote for Trump, bro.
Well, first of all, praise the Holy Tooth Fairy. So
Hey, bro, you got to.
I mean, you got one out of the two correct. Now, you're claiming that you're going to vote for Trump. I'm sorry, Trump. I mean, drunk. I'm sorry. I mean, you're trickling for Trump.
My tooth fairy god told me to tell you that is very foul, my brother, man.
Well, my question is, why would you want to cast a ballot for a guy like Trump?
Hey, I have to listen to the tooth fairy, bro.
Well, listen, I know that is hard logic to fight. I get that. If the Holy Tooth Fairy tells you to do something, I can understand why that divine command theory would be compelling. Who just sent like 10 ghosts, by the way? Who was that? I just got a whole bunch of them. Dugald. Thank you so much,
Dugald,
Dugald.
yes. And also, Conductor, thank you for the $5 on Cash App. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Big W, we appreciate that. So, Anthony, are there any reasons other than divine command theory that would lead you to vote for Trump?
Shit. To be honest,
Thank you, Carrie.
I'm be real with you. I can't even vote. I'm a felon. I just wanted to tell you that my tooth fairy god told me to vote for Trump.
All right, so
I think that's fucked. That they cannot vote if they're felons, but you have a felon running. Let me shut up. Let me.
Hey, whoa. He's a good felon, though. The tooth fairy said so.
Yo, I was literally drinking Dr. Pepper. You never let someone spill the nectar of the gods, my guy.
I don't.
Nah, I just came out here to troll with you, man. I'm gonna be honest with
I
you.
kind of figured it much. Don't worry. But hey, listen, I would advise, now that we have the revelation of Doug, I think it would only be wise if we make sure we're praying to the Tooth Fairy and to Doug, because I think they work together. They're co-redemptrix.
I think Doug is the Antichrist, brother.
Oh my!
I'm just playing with you, man. Nah, thank you for having me on your live, man. Have a good one.
Good to see you, Anthony.
You too, Anthony. I love how Joshua Bowen chimes in going, Deconstruction zone, always run from debating me. Don't blame you. Can't even ground instantation?
Instantiation.
Thank
Listen,
you.
I already told that that atheist Josh Bowen that Doug grounds the reality of all things intelligible. He is the grounding for the laws of logic and all matters of intelligibility. So I don't know what else to tell him. If he had the spirit of Doug living in him, he would know.
Nice to meet you, Josh Bowen. I am a friendly. Don't worry. I just love to pick at people here.
The Hebrew scriptures said that there would be scoffers in the last days.
So much scoffing.
Lots of
Not
scoffing.
enough coming.
Lots of scoffing. And he already knows that God is the rock of our salvation. Obviously, we know the Bible was talking about Doug. This is just a clear reference. This is clear prophecy. You know what I mean?
Yes. Oh, thank you, Soren, for the powers of Zeus. Thank you.
We haven't got an actual algorithm push. We're still sitting at like the first 150 people that got here when we opened the live. I don't know if we're gonna have
Baby,
to do a
you are
restart.
battling with like 5 different live streams right now that are literally touching base on politics.
There's gonna be a lot of them, yeah.
Yeah.
But we should get somebody. Jeff is about to pop in here. I think I just seen him come through the guest queue for a half a second before the Lord took him. But he'll be back in a second. There's a lot of people that yeah, we're doing some politics, Tribula. I want to know why people are voting for a felon, a racist, and a misogynist. That's what I want to know. These are questions that I have. In fact, I want to specifically know why Christians are voting for this person. That's the part that baffles me.
Don't forget a grapist.
Right, yeah.
Heavy on that.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, like if you're just a Republican, dyed in the wool Republican, and that's the only reason why you're voting for Trump, like we can work with that. We can go over like the actual statistical data and demonstrate why like voting Republican just isn't in your best interests. But if you're voting for Trump because you like the guy and you think he's going to save the world, you, my friend, are in a cult. And there's not much I could do to help you, but we're going to try our hardest. Welcome in, Maddie.
Hello.
Maddie, are you coming for Kamala or trickling for Trump?
I'm a Kamala supporter 100%. I am not voting for Trump.
Oh, hell yeah.
Absolutely not.
Well,
that was embarrassing.
Well, since we're waiting on, because the Trump supporters can't muster up the courage to get in the guest box just yet, since we got you here, let me ask you one question. What is your top reason for voting for Kamala? The most convincing, compelling reason for you?
I think for me, I mean, I could go on like American Rescue Plan, that type of stuff, a lot of the stuff that she's passed. But for me, healthcare is probably one of the biggest. I grew up in a family, my sister's a third generation vet. And the passing of capping insulin at $30 has really helped my family.
Hell yeah.
Socializing
mine
medicine is
too.
incredibly important. So if we could get, with Kamala Harris's policies, push towards more research and lower pharmaceutical drug prices and any monopolization in big pharma, a lot of my family members that suffer from neurodegenerative disorders would actually get a lot more help. Whereas, excuse my French, Trump doesn't give a flying shit what happens to people like me or veterans for that matter.
No,
so my father, who's a disabled infantry vet, who was an attorney as well, he would be able to get the help that he needed. And based off of her record, I do trust that she will be able to reach those goals by the beginning or at least end of her term.
Right. Yeah, I actually agree with that. And not only those points, but she's got a lot of stuff that she's proposing that a lot of people aren't talking about yet. Maybe we'll get into some of those tonight. But I really agree a lot with your first point. I think healthcare is a huge issue in the United States. And so like the company I work for, we've got branches throughout the world. And the number one complaint when people go and they work for other branches for a period of time, they come back and they say, I cannot believe our healthcare system is so broken compared to every other country. But Maddie, I think we got a Trump supporter in the box. I'm going to drop you down, but thank you so much for being here. And hopefully you'll make it to the polls on the 5th to cast your vote for Kamala Harris.
I already did. You have a good night.
All right, cheers. Look at that early voting. I love it.
Also, just a heads up, unrelated to the topic, but Dulag said if we needed more help whenever you sort through your moderators, he would like to be one, if that's okay with you.
Oh, yeah. I think we might. We'll see if I have headroom anyways. We probably have headroom for one or two more. Welcome in, Hoodlum.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, how you doing? Are you at least 18?
Yeah, I'm 49.
Fantastic. And are you coming for Kamala or trickling for Trump?
Well, I don't know about trickling for Trump, but I'm a Trump supporter.
Sure. And why would you want to vote for Trump?
Well, it's very clear he's the only leader that is capable of taking this country back to where it needs to be. I don't really think that Kamala is somebody that has shown the ability to do much of anything other than spew out party rhetoric.
So that didn't say a whole lot. That was like kind of a platitude. Like, what about Trump specifically makes him a good leader, and what could we expect from him as president?
Sure. So let's look at the fact that he deals with NATO countries and, calls out our allies for taking advantage of us for decades. I think that we can have friends and be in an ally relationship and still hold people accountable. And it appears that the leaders in the past allowed our EU friends not to meet their obligations. I think that says a lot about a person's leadership to not only build on the alliance, but to hold our friends accountable, right?
So, how many members of the NATO alliance joined us in the foolish Afghan-Iraqi war for a greater part of 15 years?
What does that have to do with them contributing what the allotted GDP contributions should be? What does that have to do with that? Yeah, that's why they're our allies.
Well,
Yes, they were there.
So there
correct?
are allies. The question is whether or not we're paying like a disproportionate amount of money to have them as allies, and I don't think that we are. In fact, per capita, we have the lion's share of the resources to fund NATO. So the fact that countries like Turkey are going to be contributing less to NATO is just an obvious thing.
I'm glad that we're still discussing accountability, because I just got word that you said someone
Wait,
who's.
who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Hoodlum. I'm going to hold him accountable on something. So why did you decide to say that someone whose child was a victim of Uvalde deserved it?
Well, first of all, you should form that in a question and ask me if it happened.
I think it was very clear.
Well, I'm going to tell you right now that Brett and I had already have a conversation on Havoc's live, and he didn't even know who I was, and he didn't even know what everyone was talking about. What you're referring to is called hearsay and rumors, just so you know.
Hold on, because I know Brett.
Yeah.
Did you say something about Brett's son or not?
I was on a live talking about 2A
That wasn't.
rights.
Look, I don't want extra stuff. Did you say something about Brett's son Uzi or not?
No, I did not.
Okay.
Not at all.
If I reach out to Brett right now, he's going to tell me that.
Yeah.
Okay. While I do that, I want you to tell me what is the agreed upon GDP contribution
I've got the data, by the way.
in NATO.
I believe it's like 3.1% or something like that.
Did you read the NATO treaty, or is it something that somebody told you?
Do I need to read the treaty to know that they weren't contributing?
Yes.
Okay.
You would need to read the treaty, because otherwise you remember not even 30 seconds ago, you objected to hearsay. Remember? That was you, right?
Yeah, I defended
Cool.
myself.
So then, yes. So then by your standard, yes, you would have to read the treaty.
So,
Did you read the treaty or not?
Well, I know that they weren't contributing to
Did
the
you read
treaty
the
agreement.
I don't understand why it's difficult to answer my question. Did you read the treaty?
No, I haven't read the whole fucking treaty. No.
The whole treaty
That doesn't
is
change the point.
the whole treaty is 14 articles. It's not like a whole fucking treaty that it's hard to read. It's very short. It's shorter to read than my last journal entry.
Okay, so what countries weren't or were contributing their correct portion of GDP?
So I've got it on the screen. These are the country expenditures over GDP. And so what we see is some of the Eastern European countries even pay more than we do, like Poland and Estonia. So it's not...
Poland's at like 4.1%.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. It's not like the USA is just like holding things together and aren't getting any benefit for it. We've got a lot of big members in NATO that are helping to keep things together, and they've been excellent allies for us.
So you're confirming that what I'm saying is correct.
I'm
No.
not.
I'm actually ask me how many countries missed their agreed upon compulsory target.
Yeah, pre-Trump NATO
Ask me how
summits.
many prior to 2016. How many were missing their compulsory target?
Yes, that's the question.
0.
You
know why?
know,
Well, look,
this is
you're
why you
gonna
guys are
laugh.
gonna lose the election.
Hold on. Before you get triggered,
I'm not triggered.
you
It's
are. The
laughable.
laugh is a trigger. If you were engaging honestly, you would say, "Why do you say that, Jeff?" That's your line. The cue card in
Okay,
front of you
here we
says,
go.
"Why do you say that, Jeff?"
Here we go. Why do you say that, Jeff?
Because according to the treaty, the 2% contribution, not 3%, 2% contribution is a suggestion. It's a goal. You would know that
I got a phone
if
call
you
real
read the
quick.
treaty.
Could you repeat that real quick? I got a call.
Okay, I'll say it again. Because
Thank you.
according to the agreement, the 2%, not 3% contribution is a goal and a suggestion, not an agreement. You would know that if you read the treaty.
I see. So when Trump goes into the NATO summit and calls out Germany and the EU countries for wanting protection from Russia and not contributing the suggested GDP percentage, and then gets over 85% of their energy from Russia, that's something that we shouldn't do
No,
as
Correct.
the United
Correct.
States.
You know why we shouldn't do that? You know why we shouldn't do that?
Because it causes conflict.
Nope.
And
It doesn't cause conflict at all.
causes
Just
unrest
look,
in the
look, because
energy
since you're guessing,
environment.
hoodlum, since you're guessing, I'm going to
Oh, no,
tell
I'm
you
not
why.
guessing.
No, it doesn't cause conflict at all. We're not at war with the
Oh.
European Union.
Okay. So
The
let me
reason-
ask you.
Stop
right
talking.
now.
The question, it's my question that we're answering right now.
Oh,
The
okay.
reason we shouldn't do that, and look, all the extra comments are your fear talking. Your fear keeps me young. So here's what I'm going to tell you. The reason we shouldn't do that is because it
Fear
starts
keeps
a
me young is
trade war.
crazy.
And when you start a trade war, what ends up happening is we put tariffs on the European Union. They have a larger customer block than we do. They put tariffs on us. And then Harley Davidson, the all American company, leaves the country.
So are you pivoting to tariffs? Is that
No,
what
I'm not
hearing?
pivoting to tariff. I don't care about tariffs. I'm telling you why we should not cause any kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Unniceties. Why we shouldn't be assholes to our allies. That's why.
Yeah,
Okay, so,
but to the
let-
point
let me-
though,
let me just-
Hoodlum, hold on just
yeah.
a second, because I think we've now lost the forest for the trees here, because Jeff brought it up earlier, and I'd like to stick on the actual point. Which countries weren't making the payment,
Germany would be one of them.
and what were they paying?
They weren't paying. I don't know the statistics. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Because
But I know
according
it
to
was
the data
below
I
the
have
suggested.
here, because according to the current data, they're paying over the 2%, and they're like one of our greatest allies in Europe. So
But now they are, and they are now because of Donald Trump, and that's the whole
well,
point.
what were they paying before? What's your resource? I want to know what they were paying before and why that was the case.
Well, here's what I know. Donald Trump is not going to go in there and make it an issue if it's not an issue.
Hoodlum,
And-
you're running away from the point. You're making
No,
a
I'm
claim.
being honest.
You're making a claim that Germany wasn't paying their fair share. I want to know what they were paying and whether or not they ever made a statement as to why that was the case. And I'd like to see the source of your data.
So I think that it's below suggested target GDP. I don't have the exact number in front of me, so it's not going to be this I gotcha moment, but I know it's below. And then here's the issue is our allies then turn around and get cheap energy from the boogeyman.
That wasn't my question. I want to know what were they paying? When you said that they didn't get the 2%, was it 1.8%? Was it what was it?
I believe it was somewhere between 0.7% and just below 1%.
Okay, and where is this data coming from? Where can I find it so we can check you?
I would say maybe Google NATO contributions of European countries prior to Trump NATO summit. That would be a good search for you to do.
Well, that search doesn't come up with anything close. So what you're telling me is that your sources trust me, bro.
No, actually, it's based in real world instead of upside down world, which the Democrats want to argue.
I'm asking you for a source. I'm asking you for the source.
So, do you guys know? Have you guys ever heard of Volkswagen?
I'm quite familiar with Volkswagen. Yeah.
Okay, great. So, are you aware that they filed bankruptcy?
Oh yeah, I mean, but that's irrelevant to NATO.
Well, no. Actually, it's very relevant to this conversation because
It's actually not relevant at all.
No, it does. It has to do with energy. Do you know why energy is gone up like substantially since that NATO summit and the cut off of the the pipeline?
No, the pipeline has nothing to do with energy.
And the sanctions and the sanctions.
The pipeline doesn't have anything to do with the cost of energy. The Keystone XL didn't deliver a single drop of oil to the USA. That being said,
who said anything about? Whoa.
He's talking about the pipeline in Ukraine. But listen, I have a much easier question for you, Hoodlum.
You guys are getting schooled right now.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
Hold on, Jeff. We have to actually answer his question, or else he's going to cry all night. Okay. So the reason why energy went up is a couple reasons. One, because they're at war. Obviously, when you're at war, the resources that naturally would be going into your actual GDP and into the rest of the economy and then onto the mercantile exchange are going to be limited. You're going to need those resources for the war. Number two, China and Russia before the war were in kind of a pricing war for oil where they were trying to undercut and underbid each other to get market share. That stopped. That whole price undercutting nonsense was put to an end when Russia invaded Ukraine. So that had a big issue or a big effect on the prices.
Yeah, so the Joe Biden administration basically brought two of our enemies together, which would be China and Russia. And China bought all of the contract for all of the Russian oil that wasn't being allowed to be sold because of sanctions. And now they got a sweetheart deal on that oil, and they're building a pipeline
but
straight
Russia
into
and China have always been out.
Good job, Joe Biden.
They've been
Good
allies. Job. They've been allies since the Cold War. This is nothing new.
You guys need to recertify your TikTok economic degrees.
Hoodlum. While you're doing the Fred Astaire pivot, let's go back to GDP since you just ran away from that completely. In what year of the Trump presidency did Germany contribute 2% of their GDP to NATO?
2019.
In 2019, they contributed 1.36%. Is that more or less than 2?
That was pre-COVID.
Is 1.36 more or less than 2?
It's less. And
okay, So in 2019, they contributed 1.36%.
I would urge you
Try
to
again. No. We're staying on this point, Hoodlum. You brought the point up. You said that Donald Trump got them to pay 2%. What year of his presidency did they pay 2% of GDP to NATO?
I don't know the year, but during his
I'm going to give you all 4 years. Are you ready?
Sure.
2017 was 1.21%. 2018 was 1.23%. 2019 was 1.36%. 2020 was 1.38%. Do you know when they're going to pay 2%?
I don't know. I guess we should ask Germany that question.
The estimate is for this year, and they're probably not going to hit it. They haven't hit 2%, or whether or not they hit 2% is irrelevant because it's a suggestion. But they didn't hit 2% while Trump was in office.
That's what you say.
No, that's just counting.
What's your source?
The World Bank, that's number one. NATO itself, that's number two.
Okay.
What more do you want?
Wait, you mean it's not just trust me, bro?
Look up.
Hoodlum, listen, we're not
NATO
doing Hoodlum, we're not doing your homework for you. Either you have a source or you don't. We're not Googling your nonsense talking points. Just give us the source that gives us the data, and we'll be happy to put it on the screen.
How about this? I'll just sure, I'll go get it.
So that being
Go ahead and
said,
get that for us.
yeah. So that being said, this whole nonsense about one country missing some payments or not paying as much as we think that they should pay is nonsense, because Trump's handling of it was crazy. To make a public statement chastising a NATO member, one of our greatest allies, saying that we're not going to protect you in a time of war because you're not paying as much as we want you to pay, is asinine. The NATO alliance is the greatest ally we have in the modern world.
While he's looking that up,
Only a child would do this publicly. An actual leader would have went behind closed doors and had an actual conversation with Germany and said, hey, Germany, let's have a discussion about how much you're paying into it. What they wouldn't do is make childish comments publicly, most likely via Twitter.
and for the chat, yes, my babies, we are switching it up tonight. We are doing a political debate. Just for tonight only, we will be back to regular scheduled programming on Friday, I'm sure. So in the meantime, just continue to tap, share, show love to host and panel. We appreciate you guys for being here, even though it is something that you are not used to. The fact that you guys still support us and still show up means a lot to us. Thank you.
Yeah, just so you know, I'm looking it up now.
We believe you.
Yeah, I have it and my screenshots here.
Thanks, Kendra.
There's so many. Jeez. Come on. So basically what I'm looking for here is it's a headline. It says NATO Secretary General thanks Trump, and then it goes on. I believe it might be like AP News or something.
Thank you so much, Dr. Joe. Thank you so much for being here with us as well. And Justin, my love, can you go ahead and change your live goal, please? Because you have...
oh, shoot. I didn't even see that. Thanks, guys. I appreciate that. I'm surprised they don't have any election... Well, they're not an American company, but I'm surprised they don't have any like election-based gifts, like an I voted sticker or something in the gift queue. But we'll keep on rolling here, guys. Hoodlum, I don't know what data you're looking for, but if you need time, I can drop you and get somebody else and you can come back. Andy's teacup.
Here's the thing about that.
About what?
About this data. Is it your suggestion that Trump did not call out our allies for not paying their fair share of NATO?
No, I never said that. I said that Trump handled it in a completely childish manner because the deficit that was there was minute to begin with, and he could have been an actual adult and not called them out and threatened not to protect them like the child that he is. What he should have done is when he actually held meetings with them or sent representatives to have meetings with them is to have like actual one-on-one dialogue with them and try to rectify the situation rather than calling out our greatest allies in the public.
So do you know that he didn't do what you just suggested?
Yeah, he quite literally did, which is why we have quotations of him, and we've got him in in YouTube videos talking about it.
No, what I'm asking you is, do you have information privy to the closed door conversations that he had prior to coming out public? Do you have any privy to that non-public information?
Well, as it turns out, I wasn't in any of those conversations rooms, but even if those conversations happened, you still don't get to be a child and go blab your mouth on Twitter and make threats that you're not going to protect our allies.
Okay, so the result of what has taken place is the fact that energy is the most expensive it's ever been in Europe, and it's completely crippled their manufacturing industry. Hence the reason why Volkswagen is filing for bankruptcy, because they can't afford to be competitive within the market because of what it costs them in energy to produce the vehicles.
Well, that's not completely true.
Right.
Do you know why energy is more expensive?
Yeah, because the EU and the United States decided to sanction half of the world, and then we wonder why the dollar is under demise. Yeah.
The reason that energy is more expensive is because Trump made a deal with OPEC and Russia
Well, that was part
in
of it.
2020 to tell them to produce and refine less oil for 2 years. So from 2020 in April to 2022 in April, OPEC was refining 10% less oil. You couple that with the loss of refineries that we had here, including the sale of the Port Arthur refinery, the biggest refinery in the country, to the Saudis. We had a lower capacity to refine oil. So the global supply was lowered by close to 10 million barrels a day from 2020 to 2022. Once those OPEC countries realized we're going to buy gas anyway when it's more expensive and they can just squeeze the supply down because the United States is at refining capacity, they just have to refine less and they'll make more money. They had zero interest in doing anything more for refining oil, and they just artificially inflated the prices. Joe Biden took our oil reserves and sold them on the market at $96 a barrel, and he bought them back for $67 a barrel. As far as I know, that's good business.
Thanks, Cowboy.
That is why energy is expensive. Now, if the fact that there was a war that caused it to go even more expensive, that's all good and well. But the reason that it started getting expensive, since that war didn't start until later in the timeline, is because of that OPEC Plus deal.
So let me ask you a question. It's a real simple one, too.
Hoodlum, are you going to respond to anything that we've said, or do you just have endless pivots?
I'm going with the pivots.
No, we're not pivoting. We're continuing the
right
conversation.
Now we were talking about why Volkswagen filed for bankruptcy. And energy cost is only one of those reasons. And the energy cost is quite multifaceted. It has nothing to do with who's the U.S. president.
So I was talking about EU, and you just talked about United States.
Is the U.S. president in charge of the EU?
Tell me exactly.
Hoodlum,
no, hold on. Tell me
Hoodlum,
exactly who pivoted.
Is the U.S. president in charge of the EU?
No.
Oh, so why are we talking about energy costs in the EU?
Because you guys decided to sanction half of the world.
It's a talking point that you brought up without any context. It had nothing to do with what we were talking about.
I just gave you the context.
It had nothing to do with what we were talking about. You just randomly went there. Now, as it turns out, we don't set energy costs in the EU. We didn't bankrupt Volkswagen.
No, but the fact that they no longer are receiving oil from Russia has led to the demise of the industrial strength of Germany,
That's
which is the
incorrect.
largest economy in the EU.
So that is not a correct analogy or analysis of what happened to Volkswagen. Have you actually listened to what Volkswagen said about their bankruptcy? Because a lot of this has to do with the prior near bankruptcy that they had in 2015 over Dieselgate. That was a huge, huge situation. Drastically set the company back. They also said that they've overcapitalized. They've got way too much footprint and not enough buyers. Their goal back in 2012 to 14, 15, 16, right when Dieselgate was hitting, was to be the largest manufacturer of cars in the entire world. And they were buying up everybody they could in order to meet that goal. And now they're overextended.
Overextended, is that it?
Yeah, the same thing that nearly bankrupt Krispy Kreme. The same thing that nearly bankrupt Dollar General. You can't just overextend yourself trying to be the largest manufacturer of something and then not be able to deal with the footprint when the economy turns.
The same
See,
thing
that-
that
that
bankrupted
just
3
tells-
of Trump's
listen.
casinos.
The same thing, that, yeah,
That just-
exactly, that bankrupted Trump's casino.
That just tells me that you don't
overextending
know
and
what the fuck you're
cannibalization.
talking about.
And there we go. He already
I was wondering when the anger was going to come out.
brought it out.
They already
didn't-
were the
it didn't-
largest auto
it didn't-
manufacturer in the world.
Didn't
guy.
take long.
What are you talking about? They are the largest auto manufacturer in the world prior to this NATO summit, prior to this issue, prior to this whole conversation we've been having.
Yeah.
And you, sir,
And that's what
are
that's what I told you back in 2012. Their goal was to be the largest auto manufacturer in the world.
love to quote like you
I'm-
know what.
Which is why they bought everybody they could and overextended their corporation. They overinvested, and then they got pressure on prices, they got pressure on manufacturing, and then they got pressure on cars from China.
So let me ask
Hoodie,
you.
hold
let
on,
me
hold
ask
on.
you,
Don't ask
gentlemen,
me more
that- so-
questions. Pause for a second. I'm a benevolent deity here. Find me one economic analysis that ties Volkswagen's financial woes, because they haven't really gone bankrupt yet. It's just a projection. But find me one economic analysis that ties their woes directly to the cost of energy and not to the robust analysis that Justin just gave you.
So how much has energy costs increased
That's
in
all he's
Europe?
got. That's all he's got is
Asking
energy
you-
costs.
This is okay. This is
Painful.
This is conjecture. My question is very simple, because energy cost didn't cause, like, I don't know, Samsung to buy bespoke. My question is, find me one analysis that ties Volkswagen's financial woes to the cost of energy.
Well, the fact that you can't simply answer my question
You
is
haven't asked me
All
a
right,
question.
so
you're not engaging in good conversation.
we've asked you a million questions, and you won't actually answer any of them because you don't have any answers. And just so you know, Volkswagen became the
refuse
world's
to
largest
engage.
automaker in 2016, which is exactly what I told you. Back in 2012 all the way to 2016, their goal was to be the largest, and they achieved it in 2016. So do you have anything other than bluster and trust me, bros?
Well, I ask you a question about energy and you guys fail to engage. Why is that?
We've
the
engaged
question, since
it.
you're going to cry? What's the question, since you're going to cry and whine?
The question was, how much has energy increased since the sanctions on Russia?
I'm sure quite drastically, but
Specifically to the EU. That's the
lot.
question.
but
A lot.
energy
A lot.
costs
It's a
are
lot.
not driven up
It's a
just
lot.
by Russian
Look,
sanctions.
really quickly, if we're talking about why Volkswagen went bankrupt, it's irrelevant until you can make a tie. Because the cost
Okay.
of soy also went up. The cost of lumber also went up. Those didn't cause Volkswagen to go bankrupt. So unless you can connect the two, I don't care.
Energy is at the root source of what
Trust me, bro.
drives an economy.
Trust me,
And
bro.
when
And-
it goes
and
up,
listen,
everything
trust me,
goes
BMW
up.
bros.
also, BMW went bankrupt.
They're on their way, that's for sure.
All right,
They're
so
on their way.
Hoodlum, I also
this
don't
dude is
care.
wild.
Nobody cares if VW is in financial trouble right now. Nobody cares. We're talking
You know-
about
you know-
we're talking about the U.S. presidential election.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about early. Let's talk about early voting results
Now he's
compared to the 2020 election.
Here comes the conspiracy theories.
really quick. Spell Bayesian.
You know he can't.
Look, I'm not here to perform for you. I'm not your fucking little dog.
So I
I'm
don't
not your
care. Look,
fucking
I
pony
don't.
show.
Look.
Okay?
Really quickly. I don't care about your
I don't
shoddy
fucking care
analysis.
either, bro.
So then we won't talk about it. That's perfectly fine. Talk about something of substance. Give me a policy that you like of Donald Trump's.
How about we talk about what the host asked, and that was this election cycle, and I brought up the early voting results.
And I said I don't care about
compared
that.
to
Give me a
2020.
policy. I don't care about that. You have bad analysis.
Yeah,
You don't
because
know.
the blue wall is cracking, and you know it.
I don't know that. You're here. Okay, you know what? Tell me what you base your analysis in outside of 2020 versus 2024 without acknowledging any of the differences in the scenarios in both of those years.
Sure. So if you look at the Gallup Party affiliation poll that's decided every popular vote since 2004, it indicates compared to the 2020 election, which says that the Republican
Did you compare it to
Party
2016? Did you compare it to 2016?
in this particular conversation, I'm comparing
No?
20.
Okay, good. So I don't care. Give me a policy.
Yeah,
You know what?
we don't care about your conspiracy
are a
theories.
fucking douchebag, and that's why you're gonna lose.
Hoodlum, this
That's
is
the
why you're
crying.
going to get your account banned on TikTok. You can't just go around
Look,
calling
bro.
people names like this.
Apparently, he has numerous political TikTok live streams that he's banned from. That's one of the screenshots that I sent you.
I'm not surprised.
You guys are gonna lose
Oh,
horribly.
and Cody Culp wants to know if you want help on this live stream as well with political talk.
Well, I don't want to like have a group assault on the guests. I don't want it to be like a
I got it.
5v1.
He
So-
can't
No
handle
worries, honey.
you solo.
Yeah, I mean, I got to be honest. For a guy who didn't really follow politics the last couple of years, I expected something better from somebody like you. So, is there even one policy from Donald Trump that we should be looking forward
Well,
to if he
I'm
becomes the
just-
president?
Yeah, I think that
Name one.
the policy of getting the immigrants that are convicted unalivers and SAers out of our country using the 1891 law would be a fantastic place to start.
Yeah, but that's already both presidents have been deporting people left and right. That's not something that
I'm not
Trump's
talking
doing.
about deporting.
That's not,
I'm not-
that's not something that Trump's doing that the left isn't going to do. The left is going to continue deporting people in mass the same way they have been. They were doing it under Obama too. In fact, when Obama was the president, he literally set the record for deportations.
You're filibustering.
I literally just responded to your silly claim. Your silly claim is that Trump is going to deport people, especially the felons, the violent crime
You're
people.
filibustering.
I'm explaining why your point is nonsense. Because the
My
left
point is
and
about
the,
you
because
guys
the
wanted to have a
left-
conversation about
because the left and the right agree on this. They both agree that we should be deporting immigrants that are dangerous to the country.
Okay, so if I say Kamala Harris is the greatest candidate of all times for president, would you agree with that?
No.
Okay. What if I said that Kamala Harris is going to affect generational change in America? Would you agree with that?
Only if she's got a supermajority.
And what is the definition of a supermajority?
It's when you've got a majority in the Congress, both the House and the Senate.
You're talking about a mandate.
No, I'm talking about a supermajority. That's what a supermajority is.
Okay. Do you support removing the filibuster?
No.
Do you support packing the court?
Yes.
So you don't believe that the
I don't believe
historical?
I don't believe 9 justices is adequate to do actual law in the U.S. at the highest level. I think we need a much broader number of judges. I think we should be upwards of 25 to 30 judges.
So let me give you a scenario. Let's say that they ruled in opposition to Dobbs, and Roe is still standing. Would you still feel the same way about the court, sir?
Yes. 9 people
Oh,
is
you
not an
would?
adequate number of justices for the largest court making the most consequential decisions, especially when half of those justices can be replaced in just 1 or 2 presidential terms. It's not a good way to do bipartisan politics.
See, that's where you and I disagree, because I don't think that when they give their dissertations and their papers on their decisions, nowhere anywhere does it have any political bias. It's always on legal basis,
No, that's
and that's
bullshit.
why. Oh, really? Give me an
If
example.
you're telling me that the Supreme Court justices don't have political and religious biases, you're insane.
Well, I asked you
Literally
to
the
give me
whole
proof.
thing that Christians have been saying for a decade now is that they're trying to get Republican people elected specifically so they can place Republican leaning candidates on the Supreme Court. That's literally been the goal. That's why when Trump finally accomplished it, there was endless cheers for Trump from people who are actual Bible believing Christians, even though Trump's not.
So let me ask you, who brought the Dobbs case? Was it Trump?
I actually don't know who brought the case.
Okay, so you're just talking out of your derriere then.
No, I'm talking about whether or not we should have 9 justices on a particular court and whether that's an appropriate number of justices.
So let me ask you, do you believe in their decision to prevent DV abusers from having a pew-pew? Do you support that?
Yeah, if you commit domestic violence, then you shouldn't be allowed to have a pew-pew.
So they got that one right in your eyes then, right?
That's my position. If you commit domestic violence, you should not be able to have more ammunition.
Well, it's not just ammunition, it's a pew-pew altogether.
It's an idiom.
Like,
Ammunition means the ability to go do more harm.
Okay, okay. What about their decision on the over-prosecution of the J6 offenders? Do you agree with that decision?
No, I don't think they were over prosecuted. If you commit treason, and you go and
Treason?
riot at the, if you commit
Who got
treason,
convicted of treason?
if you commit treason and you riot at the Capitol against our government, then yes, there are harsh penalties for that.
Who got convicted of treason? Do you have a name?
No, they were convicted of a bunch of different things.
Because I believe the last time I checked, the consequence for treason is unaliving, sir.
I actually don't think that is, but even if it was, I don't think that we should be unaliving people. I'm not pro-death penalty.
Okay, so what you're saying is that when you guys lose on a subject, then we should be outraged, but yet when you win in the judgment, then we should praise them. And
No,
that
I didn't say anything like
honest.
that. I didn't say
Real
anything like
quick.
that. What I
Real
said,
quick.
this goes all the way back to whether or not we should have 9 justices. That's what we're talking about. You're just yapping nonsensically because you don't actually have a response to what I said. Why should we limit the number of justices to 9?
Well, I would say this. How many years has it been the way that it is?
It's changed over the years, but that's not an answer to my question. I want to know what is a good reason why we should have only 9 justices on the highest court in the land.
So if we had more, then it would just be a bigger percentage of the opinions. So, for example, it could be 6-3 now. It could be 5-4 now, and it could also be like 15-11. I mean, what's the difference?
The
in
difference
the
is
number?
one president can't just turn the entire tide of the Supreme Court when you've got 25 or 30 seats to fill. That's the difference. The difference is you can't just make a radical change in the course of 4 years. It has to be an ongoing bipartisan process.
So, do you know how many judges Barack Obama failed to fill in his second term?
You mean how many times the Republicans prevented him from filling them?
No, actually,
No,
the federal judges.
they literally prevented him from
Federal judges.
filling those seats. They
No, I'm
bragged
not
about it.
referring to the
Mitch
Supreme
McConnell, the turtle of the Senate, Mitch McConnell,
You don't even know what I'm
bragged
talking about.
openly about not getting any of those people voted.
Yeah, they
Hey,
still have
no,
to
I'm
be-
not talking about the
they still have to
Supreme
be-
Court.
They still have to be confirmed, even if they're federal judges. Quick question: in 1790, how many citizens did each justice represent? Like citizens per justice, how many were there?
Good question.
Well, that's not how the Supreme Court is viewed.
That wasn't
They
his
don't
question.
represent citizens; they represent the Constitution.
That wasn't his question. Answer his question.
Actually, it was.
It wasn't.
Nope. I didn't say how is the Supreme Court viewed. I said how many citizens are there per justice in 1790?
But that's not that. Your question is with the assumption that
I
that
didn't
is
look,
representation
you're not-
of the court, and
No, you're not as clever as you think you are. You can either answer my question or say I don't know, and I'll give you an answer.
I don't know, and it doesn't matter.
That's a fair answer. That's all he needed.
Give or take 650,000. Do you know how many justices there are per citizen, or how many citizens there are per justice now?
But what does per citizen have to do with them upholding the Constitution?
I'll tell you at the end.
I couldn't fucking tell you, bro.
Okay, it's give or take 36 million. Do you know why that matters?
Well, in your mind, it does.
I'm going to tell you why it matters.
Thank you, Joyful.
Upholding of the Constitution via Supreme Court is done by way of opinion. So, yes, they're going to write an opinion, and then the dissenting party is going to write a dissenting opinion, and both of those are going to be legally sound opinions. But it's, in some cases, it's a matter of degrees, 1 degree over another. And when you have the ability for one person to appoint 2 justices and change the entirety of the jurisprudence of this case, because presumably the Supreme Court that decided Roe v. Wade initially, do you agree with that Supreme Court? Do you think they were legally sound?
No, actually, I think that
Okay, great.
their finding on
glad.
privacy is.
That's already the W right there. The fact that you don't think they were legally sound, and I can say the same thing for the one that reversed it, right?
Sure.
That just means we disagree, which means it's not that every single Supreme Court decision is just them making a legal thing and interpreting the Constitution black and white and they're perfect. It's an opinion made by judges who are either going one way or another, sometimes based on bias, sometimes based on a legal opinion, sometimes based on both. And having more representation for the citizens ensures a better representation of what the will of the people is actually going to be.
Yes.
So let me ask you a question. How many judges is too many judges?
I think it would come to a point of whether or not it's practical. So I don't know enough about the Supreme Court process to know at which point it would be impractical, but just generally speaking, if we're talking about what is best, the more resolution on the court per citizen would be better, because it would mean that the people couldn't just be swayed. The justices couldn't just be swayed easily by 1 or 2 rogue justices or 1 or 2 rogue opinions. It actually would take a much more consensus position in order to get things passed.
So the issue that I have with the premise that this representation perspective when it comes to the Supreme Court is that we have the balance of powers clause, and these judges were confirmed with a bipartisan vote. And this idea that we have a partisan problem within the Supreme Court, but yet nobody can give me absolute proof to it, is a problem. And I think the real issue isn't that we have a Supreme Court problem, it's that the Supreme Court didn't view one of your issues on the liberal
No.
progressive side the way you want it to.
No, I don't know if you just enjoy talking in word salad. I asked you if you agreed with the original Roe decision. You said no. That was you
You
that
asked
said
me if
that,
it was
right?
on solid standing, and I said no.
It's also a lie
Yeah.
because it wasn't bipartisan. For example, here's the Kavanaugh vote. I'll see if I can get it big enough text to read it. This was the Kavanaugh vote, and it was a close vote. It nearly could have went either way. Look at all the yays. You see how they're all Republican, and all the nays were all Democrats. This is not bipartisan process. By and large, the Democrats vote for the candidates that are proposed by the left, and the Republicans vote for the candidates that are proposed by the right. That's why this is a partisan process. To pretend like somehow the Supreme Court is nonpartisan is just pie in the sky dreaming. The Supreme Court is every bit as partisan as Congress, and we should treat it as such.
So, do you think that it's okay to threaten judges with political violence?
Trump threatens people with violence on a daily basis. He's one of the most violent people we've ever had since like LBJ and maybe Andrew Jackson.
Yeah, but that doesn't really answer my question.
We're talking about a guy that walks up to people and grabs them by the crotch without asking. So I don't think
But that still doesn't. It still doesn't answer my question.
I don't think talking about violence is going to look good for you.
You're filibustering again.
I'm not.
No, I asked you a very direct question. Do you think that political violence is okay with Supreme Court judges? That's a direct question.
Supreme Court judges should never engage in violence.
Okay, so you would agree that when Brett Kavanaugh's life was threatened and people were showing up at his houses, preventing him from leaving his house and threatening his family by the Democrats, you would say that that would be a bad thing, correct?
Obviously, I have no idea why you would think I wouldn't.
Well, I don't know anymore. You guys live in upside down world.
I'm not a Republican. I don't endorse violence and protests and rioting just because you don't get the outcome of an election that your puppet master said was rigged, even though it wasn't.
So let me ask you, since you're moving on to the J6, is the J6 event the only time that the Capitol has ever been attacked?
No, I'm sure it's not.
Do you know?
Does that make it okay?
Another instance? No, I'm just asking.
Flanker 420, thank you for the super chat. Flanker says Trump just said that he's worried about the enemy within and they need to be dealt with. Who do you think he's talking about? Yeah. Trump is an authoritarian all the way. The guy's a fascist, which is why, obviously, Project 2025 is all about Trump getting reelected.
So let me ask you again. Do you know the instance, another instance where the Capitol was attacked?
No. Is it going to matter?
Yeah, I think it does.
We'll go for it.
So November 7th, 1983, there was an explosion at the Capitol from a radical political group affiliated with the Democratic Party. And that explosion opened up the interior of the Capitol to the exterior, made a large hole. It was a big deal.
Yeah.
The people were caught.
Yeah, I'm sure, but again, I'm against all forms of violence. I don't know why this is a thing. I'm not a member of a radical left violent unit. I'm not even a Democrat. I'm just a left-leaning independent. So just saying that some Democrats or some left-wing people did something bad once is irrelevant.
They blew up the Capitol, bro.
Yes, I'm sure they did. People do terrible things on the left and the right. The problem is that the guy you're voting for is encouraging those terrible things. Nobody was encouraging these people.
Patriotically and peacefully does not sound like encouraging, sir.
No, he said he's going to march down there and needed to fight like hell.
I have a question for you, Hoodlum. I have a question.
Sure.
Why did the Weather Underground attack the Capitol?
Because they wanted to share their grievances with their government.
Well, I would assume any kind of attack on a government is to share grievances. What were their grievances exactly?
I would make an assumption, but I don't know absolute.
They were opposing the U.S. Attack on Laos. How about in 1983, the Armed Resistance Unit? What were they protesting?
I believe it had something to do with the Irish and the
Irish?
Yeah, I think so. Maybe.
They were
don't
the
know.
IRA?
Yeah.
No. They were opposing the United States military actions in Grenada and Lebanon.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
I don't agree that they should have done that. Now, my question to you is, do you see a difference between an attack on the Capitol where people are protesting the United States exploitation of the global South by way of military action and the storming of the Capitol because your favorite guy didn't win an election?
So let me. I will answer that. I think that the American people have the right to protest and express their grievance when they feel like their election process has issues, and that's exactly what they did.
I disagree, but that wasn't my question.
I think that there were actors involved, and I think that the IG Horowitz report is going to bring a lot of that to light. I think that the Loudermilk report has also bring a lot of that to light.
I think you're right now grasping at straws, but again, that doesn't even come close to an answer to my question. Did my question confuse you? Do you need me to repeat it?
You can repeat it, and I can see if I can clarify it better for you.
Justin, don't block me, but this yellowtail roll is delicious. So the question is, do you see a difference between a protest by people, like ill-advised though it may be, to protest the United States military action in the exploitation of the global South, and a protest by people because their fifis were hurt that their favorite candidate didn't win an election?
Yeah. So first, the biggest clarifying factor is that the protest that you're referring to is our government's action in foreign territory, which has no pertinent meaning on individual rights or civil rights or voting rights or constitutional rights. Whereas when you have issues with the validity of an election, it does have a consequence on our civil rights, on our voting rights, and our constitutional rights. So therefore, there's a very clear distinction between the two.
Here's a question for you. What is the remedy that you have if you disagree with U.S. military action?
You could write a formal complaint to the federal government claiming damages, if that's what you choose to do, and then you can represent that in court and be made whole again.
No, I'm not talking about damages to me. I'm morally opposed to us unaliving citizens in Laos, and I don't think that the government should use my tax money to do that. We're eventually going to make that same argument about Ukraine, by the way.
Yeah, you could here again.
What is your legal remedy in that situation?
Sure. So here again, you can file claim of your damages that the federal government is using your taxes illegally, and you could be made whole again.
They're not. Listen, the problem is that they're not using your taxes illegally. They have the absolute right to make a unilateral decision as your representative as to how those taxes are being used. And if they want to declare war on the entirety of the global South, they have the legal right to do so. If you sue the government for that, they're just going to laugh you out of court. Like saying, hey, I was damaged by paying taxes that were used to unalive people, that's just a thing that happened, man. Now, the question is, what is your legal remedy if you disagree with the election process?
Well, I think that the way that it was set up was that if enough public outrage was surrounding the certification of the electorates when they came to Congress, that the vice president could pause the process and institute an investigation for 10 days and put those electorates back to the states.
Let me confer with the judges. Oh, no. The answer we were looking for was you go to court. You go to court. That was the answer.
That's what happens, yeah.
Look next time.
Yeah, the vice president can't just unilaterally decide not to count the votes.
Actually, so that's exactly what he was empowered to do, and that was exactly what was being discussed. And
Amount
when
of
you
misinformation he's spewing.
Yeah, cite the
not misinformation.
cite the legal document that gives him the power to do that.
So, are you familiar with the Bruins case 23-1073 in the Supreme Court?
I'm going to look it up right now.
Perfect. In that particular case, it is exactly what we are discussing, and it has to do with the Bruins brothers being damaged by the federal government because they did not do an adequate investigation of the alleged fraudulent activity in the 2020 election, and therefore they are damaged and are seeking to be restored.
Are you talking about Brunson?
Yeah, that's correct.
You said Bruins.
You're not talking about a legal mechanism.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Brunson. If I said Bruins, I'm sorry.
Yeah, but we're talking about the power of the vice president and what his job is. He doesn't have the ability to call off the vote counting, and to top it all off,
he doesn't anymore.
And to top it all off, the fact that Trump made people believe that he could is another problem, and the fact that he had a secret plan to put in fake electorates to be counted is a huge issue.
They're not fake. They're called alternates.
I'm quite sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
and that's not the first time that's ever happened. You can look at Madison as an example.
One second. I asked you for the legal mechanism that would allow specifically Mike Pence to not certify the election. And what you presented me is somebody petitioning the court.
No, it was public outcry. Enough public outcry in protests to the election.
No. Look, you're all over the place.
No, I'm not. I'm dead on target, bro.
No. Listen to what I'm asking you, because I ask you for something and then you give me something else. You said that there is a legal mechanism that he can use to not certify the election. I said provide it. And then you gave me a Supreme Court case that's not settled yet. So what I would like for you to tell me is the legal mechanism. That would be a piece of paper, an article of the Constitution, some precedent that allows the Vice President of the United States, acting as the President of the Senate, to not certify the election. And go.
Yeah. Okay. So a Congress man or woman would object to the electorates being submitted, and then a senator would have to sign on to that objection, and then they would go into oral arguments.
Okay, they did that.
Whoa! I'm not done. You asked me a question. I'd like to fully answer it.
Yeah, they did that.
Yeah, and they had oral arguments, and they were getting ready to go into a closed session to continue the conversation about the electorates when the protesters breached the Capitol. At that point in time, they were unable to go into a closed-door session to continue the conversation on whether or not they were going to start the investigation and implement the 10-day hold and put the electorates back to the states so the states could do their investigation to whether or not they were going to resubmit and or change the electorates. That's how the process works.
For the dragon.
Did you see how none of that was Pence unilaterally making a decision? It was a process that went through the courts. It was what Jeff and I both said 10 minutes ago.
No, it's through Congress and the legislative branch of our government.
It was senators.
But
senators and congressmen and women.
But
yes.
it's not Pence unilaterally deciding not to count the votes.
I think that
Which is what you
the
said.
oral. No. It's the oral argument of the legislative branch of government that would have enough reason to start the investigation and send the electorates back to the states.
Yes, the
I
legislative
said that
branch
very
can do
clear.
that. The vice president cannot, which is your initial claim, which is why we're talking about this topic right now.
No, I think that the president, the vice president, it oversees this process as he is the head of the Senate. So by being the lead of this process, he's the one who can dictate whether or not they're going to close the argument of the opposition to the electorates or start the investigation. And he concluded, based after what happened with the breach in the Capitol, that he was not going to have that investigation and that they certified the electorates that were submitted. It was absolutely up to him, and he made his choice. And that is exactly
up to
why
him.
he's
Again,
not a candidate for
no, the
presidency,
VP
because the American people
The VP
knew
doesn't.
exactly what he
The
did.
VP does not get to unilaterally decide what the Senate takes up.
Now I'm irritated with you.
Thank
This
you
is
so
why
much, Goblin.
You are, because you know I'm right.
no, because you're
You're
dishonest.
completely wrong.
This is why you're dishonest. What happened was that Gosar from Arizona said that he objected to the counting of the ballots in Arizona. Ted Cruz seconded the objection. That's the objection you're talking about, right?
So, are you saying that the process worked as designed prior to the law change?
I asked you a question. I don't know why you're asking me a question. I said that's the objection that you're talking about, right?
The fact that we had a congressman, man or woman, object to the electorates, and a senator signed on. That's the process.
Okay.
Now, these same
What was the-
objections.
Hold on.
These
What was
same
the result?
objections came
Stop
up.
talking. What was the result of the deliberation for that objection?
Well, they were going to go into closed doors, but that we will never know because that process never was allowed to be completed based on the fact that we had the protesters breach the building. Which this is why the argument of why this is somehow a insurrection is ridiculous, because arguably you can make the point that these protesters actually prevented the process from continuing, which would potentially have gone on in Trump's favor.
Yeah, because they're dummies.
Really quickly, the debate
They don't know
over the
what they're
Arizona
doing.
ballots actually continued when they reopened the Senate. Did you know that?
I think that there were some opinions changed after the individuals.
I will concede that there were opinions changed. I actually don't care about that. Why
Okay.
did what was the beef that the protesters had with Mike Pence?
Well, Mike Pence had attended many Stop the Steal rallies prior to J6, and it was some of the comments and sentiments made by Donald Trump prior to J6 that would potentially conclude that Mike Pence was not going to entertain the investigation. So that would conclude that he wouldn't do his constitutional duties.
But you just agreed that he did do his constitutional duties.
Well, he got his Masonic coin, and they promised him the presidency.
What the hell are you talking about?
Now we've got the Masonic conspiracy theories coming out.
It's not conspiracy; it's fact.
It's conspiracy
And
theories.
and then he ran for president, and the American people
It's
rejected
always the
him.
Freemasons. Were the Illuminati's part of it too?
Do you know where they come from?
Yeah, actually, I do.
Okay, perfect.
Here's a question, Hoodie. Here's a question. If you could hand somebody a Masonic coin and promise them the presidency, but the American people can still reject you. What is the value of that coin?
It's symbolic.
So then it's useless.
Satan owns his soul now. Don't you know that?
So I think that in Upside Down World,
Upside
you guys
down
think
world.
that-
You think that Mike Pence is working for the Freemasons?
well,
ludicrous.
I think that the fact that he ran for president and the American people rejected him
Means
still
that
gives
the
me a little bit
Masonic
of
coin
hope.
is useless, right?
Well, I mean, they give coins in the military for doing things as well.
So
They don't promise. They don't tell you that a coin has magic powers to make you president in the military. You're talking about a coin that they handed to Pence and promised him the presidency. If
Yeah,
the
they-
American people can just reject you, then the coin is useless, correct?
Well, we had primary.
Yeah, I don't care. I don't care if it was during the primary. I don't care if it was during the general election. I don't care if it was during his race to run for dog catcher. If they gave him a coin and promised him the presidency, and the American people just said, fuck you, coin, I'm just going to vote the other way, then that coin is useless.
If we had a charter similar to how the DNC has their bylaws in their charter, then he probably would have been the candidate. But the fact that we don't, and the Republican Party
that has
actually
really
thinks
nothing
that
to do with
democracy
the
is
talking
something
point.
of
How
value,
are you
then-
so
hold on,
unable to
hold
stay
on.
on point? I've never
Because we had a primary, that's why.
I've never
Hold on.
seen such unendingly long streams of nonsense that don't actually address the points being made.
You're actually making my tempura taste shitty. Who selected Donald Trump as the Republican nominee?
You got to get beer batter, bro. Makes it really good.
Who
So-
selected Donald Trump as the Republican
Do
nominee?
you think that this rhetoric is going to get Kamala Harris elected?
Answer
I-
his question.
I'm gonna be real honest with you. I'm well off. I work in Silicon Valley. Donald Trump couldn't touch me if he tried. I couldn't give one rat's behind about Kamala, aside from that I'm voting for her. So you telling me that she's going to lose or win doesn't bother me. It doesn't. I don't care. My question to you is a very simple one.
Okay, and I'll answer yours, and then I have one for you. Go ahead.
Ask me yours first.
Okay, are you an individual that her unrealized gains tax would hurt or not?
No.
Then fucking quit
I
fucking
am.
boistering about
Hold
how
on,
much
hold on,
money
hold
you
on.
have.
I am hoodlum.
Hold on. One second. Do you hear me bitching about unrealized gains?
I'm just asking a question. And you are host, you would be damaged by that?
Yeah.
Okay. So would you move assets out of country?
No, never.
So let's say you have $500 million invested, right? And you've had that investments for, 5 years, and they've made like 50% return, right? You're going to tell me that you're going to take a 25% hit on those gains?
Well,
Right?
it's gradated. Have you seen the gradation?
No, I haven't.
Because they're not saying that everybody over one particular amount is just gonna get like a huge 25% increase. You know that, right? Just
No,
like
because
just like the tax bracket we have now, it's gonna be graded.
okay, well that's illegal. But anyway,
Not illegal.
I digress.
And any tax that the government levies, by definition, the amount of that tax is decided by the government itself.
So you make over 100 million.
No.
You're worth over 100 million, and you have investments. That's the
No, that's-
criteria.
Hold on. Let me reread it here. I actually have the proposal up.
So really quickly, even if he was, right, what country would you move $100 million to?
I would get it the hell out of here. I don't know.
I know you're saying the hell out of here. Would you move it to Mars? Where would you move it to?
I've got the wrong policy in mind. The policy I was thinking of as not anywhere close to even $1 million. So
Okay, so you wouldn't be affected.
no, I wouldn't be affected by it. No.
Yeah, so they're basically targeting, the 1% class of the Buffetts and the Musks
Buffett
and the
said he wouldn't move
Bezos.
his money out either. But my question stands: where are you going to move the money to?
I would probably put it in like China, probably Asia.
That's not
Emerging
going to happen.
markets.
You want to know why?
I would do emerging markets.
Hoodlum,
most
do you want to
likely,
know why that won't happen?
because she's not going to get elected.
Wrong. Do you
That's
want to
pretty
know why
simple.
people with this amount of money aren't going to be moving it if a new tax law goes into place? I'll just tell you why. It's because it's on unrealized gains.
Yeah.
And in order to actually realize any of those gains and then pay the taxes, you'd have to uninvest. And they're
That's
not going
correct.
to they're not going to liquidate their assets. What they're going to do is they're going to hold on to their long-term assets. They're going to suck it up, and then they're going to pay the unrealized gains tax. And if you weren't aware, if you have unrealized losses, there are ways of writing that off too, which they will be doing, and they have been doing for a long time. So the fact that they're writing off,
They're called
the
shorts.
fact that they're writing off unrealized losses and they're not paying taxes on unrealized gains means that, unlike normal Americans, they're not paying taxes on things that could be considered income, and we are.
Also, they can make
You would
purchases
think the
with
insurance
these.
companies for that.
Also, they can make purchases with these unrealized gains.
Yes.
But
Absolutely.
the other reason that they're not going to move the money out of the country is because this country is where the money moves. This country has a higher GDP than the next, 3 countries combined?
So are you saying that China's GDP isn't larger than ours?
It's not.
Sure about that?
Thank you, Alina, for the raid.
Our GDP is 28.78 trillion. China's GDP is 18.5 trillion.
Okay.
Is 28 bigger than 18? I don't remember which way numbers go anymore because you ruined my tempura.
But it's also irrelevant. People aren't going to divest their investments just to pay this tax because their investments are the things that make them to money. They might take some of their liquid assets, like what we would like stocks, and they might move them elsewhere. But to be honest, U.S. stocks is one of the hottest games in the business. They're not likely to do that, which is why guys like Warren Buffett aren't going to be doing it.
Alina
So
raised.
so hold on.
Thank you, Alina.
If your Charles Schwab 401k is invested in a company and you're at like a 0.007% investment in the company, and we have the majority investors like BlackRock and Vanguard decide to pull out their investments because of unrealized gains, that's going to
They're not going to. That's what I'm saying. They have
Hold
nowhere
on,
else.
hold on.
They have nowhere.
That
They
is
have
going
nowhere
to
else to put.
destroy your 401k.
They have
bro.
nowhere else to put the money. They don't have anything else to invest in. Stocks are still the best game in investments right now for your return on investment, other than like actual hard property. So the players that are owning actual assets like stocks are not just going to liquidate all of their holdings because now they have to pay taxes on realized gains. That's silly. They'd tank the entire company. The entire company is built on these types of assets. Some of them are quite long term. Are you aware that some of the options that they own are for as long as a minimum of 2 years and even longer?
This is the most I've ever heard him quiet.
Yeah, he might not know he's muted. He's probably still yapping.
Oh, he does.
So,
Oh no, I didn't.
Okay, so most of these companies don't just load up on stocks as well. Are you aware that most of these big hedge funds are trading options?
Yeah, I'm fully aware of a thing called diversity.
Which
yeah.
means, no, that's not what options are. Do you know what an options contract is?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
You could either buy options at a particular rate that a company is going to perform, or you could buy options at a particular rate that a company is not going to perform,
There's
and
a-
actually
He
miss
doesn't know
their
what an
target.
option is.
There's a cue card in front of you, Hoodie. It says, "I don't know." Just
He
the cue
doesn't
card.
know. An options contract is when you make an agreement that you have the ability to buy something at a particular price, and that contract is good for a number of years. So, for example, in the real world, if like I saw a house that was for sale for $100,000, and I was like, shoot, I'd really love to buy this house, but I need more time before I make that decision. I could write a contract with the owner of the house, say good for 2 years, that would lock me in the price. If I want to buy this house between now and the next 2 years, this is the price that you have to sell it to me. And in order to make that convenience, in order for him to do that for me, I'm going to pay him a premium. I might pay him, say, 10 or 15 grand for him to lock this price in and to not sell it to anybody else. This is, in essence, what an options contract is. You have a base of 100 shares of any given stock, and then you buy an options contract. It says you're allowed to buy this at the particular price that it's at right now, or an agreed upon price that you think it might be at later, and then you pay a premium for that contract, which means these big investment firms that are using these types of vehicles, a lot of them are locked in for a number of years because they're not just buying stocks like normal Joes like you and I.
Okay, and so when you bring that back to unrealized gains, your argument is that they won't be able to divest and move these assets because they're locked into options.
Not only do they not have a motivation to do it, but they can't do it. They're locked in. You would take a huge loss if you wanted to expire that contract early. Or you would just exercise the contract, buy the shares, and hold on to it. But big companies don't like to do that.
Okay, so here again,
This is why like actual people in the government aren't like ringing alarm bells over this tax proposal, because they actually know how the financial markets work, and they expect that dullards like you don't know it.
I'm stealing that word. I love the word dullards now.
It's a good one. All right. Listen, Hoodlum, we've had you up here for over an hour now. We've got some other guests waiting, so I'm going to get them in, okay?
I'd like to just kind of close here with
Sure. Go for it.
Yeah, you don't need to close nothing. Next.
I was hoping he'd actually get around to some policy. Did he address even one policy the whole time?
Negative.
Yeah, we wasted an hour and a
That's a
half,
no.
and he didn't address a single policy. Holy shit, Danny. I don't know
that just gave me a headache.
I don't know what's happening over there, but you better figure it out.
Oh, guys, remember, in the words of True Leave, remember to vote yes on number 3.
I think he dropped his phone in the engine room of a Ferris wheel.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Danny, I can hear you, but you got to figure out your background noise.
Oh, I left the noise room.
Okay, whatever room you were in, it sounded like there was like a whole manufacturing outfit in your bedroom.
I was at the gym. I waited an hour to go up, but yeah.
Yeah. All right. So, Danny, are you at least 18?
Yes.
Fantastic. What candidate are you going to be casting your ballot for?
Kamala Harris.
Oh, well, shit. Well, congratulations for voting on the side of sanity.
Yeah, I just wanted to come up just really quick. It was when you guys started talking about the GDP and contributions to NATO. The thing that Hoodlum doesn't understand is that when the 2% commitment, we're not paying anybody. Germany's not paying anybody. There's not like a NATO central piggy bank where they collect the membership.
Right.
The 2% is basically, the 2% is a commitment on each country to spend 2% of the GDP on their own military. So we're paying ourselves. They're paying themselves.
Okay, that's actually really interesting. I wasn't even aware of that.
Yeah, so there is no collection of money, membership, or any of that kind of sort of thing. There is like a NATO like administrative cost, but like offices, servers, computer networks, but that's like a tiny percentage of the 2%. But the 2% commitment is on domestic spending.
That really actually changes the nature of the conversation.
Yeah, I tried to get up to like, tell him on that, but I
Yeah.
had to wait an hour. But yeah, it's, the 2% is spending on their own military. So each country part of NATO is ready for war, but they're spending that money on themselves. So it's not like they're ripping us off. Like we're sending money for them. No, it's just 2% on self-defense spending.
I've got the NATO initiative open right now from their website, and it says
Hanji,
NATO
can
defense
you,
ministers agree to commit a minimum of 2% of their gross domestic product to defense spending to continue to ensure. Yeah, so NATO, their website is telling you that's what they're spending the money on.
Hanji, can you mute dark type? They keep saying that the guest is they're just saying dumb stuff.
That's whatever. But,
Danny,
but
thank you for that information, my man.
Yeah, I usually watch you for the religious stuff, but I think it's cool that you're doing this. Keep at it.
It's not my favorite topic, but I mean the election's kind of important because we got a wannabe fascist dictator.
I mean, if you think about it, they see MAGA as religion, so it's kind of your wheelhouse.
It's a cult. I agree. Yeah, thanks, Danny.
All right, have a good one.
Cheers. Yeah, if you don't know MAGA is a cult, guess what? If you're MAGA, you're in a cult.
It is a cult, 1,000%.
In fact, the cult leader exhibits all the same characteristics that you would expect. Takes advantage of women, will take all of your money but not pay his own bills out.
The religion.
Demands undivided loyalty, completely unquestioned, but will throw you under a bus. How you doing?
I just want to know why we're not at 100K yet, guys. Come on, let's keep tapping. Tap the screen, share it out. Let's go.
I think we're almost there. Let me see where we're at. Yeah, we're at 93,000. Anyways, Kevin, how you doing? Kevin? Where'd he go?
Kevin, you have entered the chat.
It's a shame that we got such a nonsense guest for the first one. We probably shouldn't have talked to him for so long. We didn't really get anywhere. All right, so Kevin's not actually here, so we'll drop Kevin. If we got Trump voters out there, get in the guest queue. I want to know why you're voting for Trump. We're not going to do another hour-and-a-half ramble session, though. We actually want to hear like some substantive reasons.
You know who that first guest reminded me of?
Somebody having an aneurysm.
There was a dude you talked to about Daniel's Slayton. I forget his name, but it was very similar, and like you would bring up something and he would just go, well, in regards to something, but he didn't know what he was talking about.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah. Anyways, welcome in P Scan or P Scanelli.
P Scanelli.
Scanelli, you're in the box, man.
Welcome to the Coliseum. Are you here with us?
We've got a couple of people voting Doug for president, and I agree. If you're really undecided and you cannot vote for either one, casting a vote for Doug is always a winning ballot. P. Scanelli apparently got raptured, or I'm not sure what happened here. I mean, they might not even know they're in the box right now. We can literally right now just say anything we want about P. Scanelli, and the entire internet is going to hear it, and it's going to be saved forever. Like, I could talk about your mother right now, anything I want to. He doesn't even know he's up here. All right, I'll cut him.
Yo, the mother part is crazy. I mean, I do be talking shit. No, I use the same tactic when they come at me.
I mean, I do enjoy a good your mama joke.
And they say something derogatory to me, I'm like, your mother.
Yeah, but I mean, I'll lay off his mother. I just got off her anyways.
Hey, yo.
Somebody got
That's
it.
Foul. That's so foul.
Yeah, Mac, thank you for the hats. Good to see you in here, Mac. Mac. Silos not connecting. A lot of guests aren't able to connect tonight for some reason. I guess they're coming up short just like Trump. Not that his hands are small. His hands are not small at all. They're very above average, he says. He does not have small hands.
He does grow small mushrooms, though.
That's what it is.
You need a magnifying glass for certain things. Just saying.
Yeah. Sarah, good to see you in here. Sarah, we're doing politics tonight, so you know it's probably going to be off the hook. There's going to be some angry people up in the box. The first guest wasn't all that angry, to be honest, for the amount of talking that he did. How you doing, Equal?
Hey guys, I know you're looking for opposition. I just wanted to say hello to the panel. I'm a Republican from PA voting for Harris. I am, like our good friend JD Vance, a never Trump guy. So
he flip-flopped real quick when he saw those dollars.
I will give Donald Trump some kudos in one aspect. He worked his ass off, as did Kamala Harris. She worked her ass off.
Can you define work?
Donald Trump worked his ass off by ripping people off. Like if you go back to his first book, The Art of the Deal, and there's descriptions of basically of how he screwed every business partner that he ever had, all the people that he's hired over the years that he's never paid. Like he's ruined people's lives. So he worked very hard at ruining people's lives, whereas Kamala Harris has worked very hard on the side of law and order. That's what the Republican Party that I joined 3 decades ago purported to be. What I'm hoping for, and I'll be honest, I don't vote for party, I vote for candidate. There are local candidates here in PA that are Republican, that are for women's bodily autonomy, are for labor unions, the things that I align with, and I will vote for them in November. The Republican Party needs to put somebody up other than Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I know that he's popular, but they're not. Listen, they're not going to put anybody up but Trump. A lot of them, after the last election, dabbled with the idea of abandoning Trump, but his base is so big. They had no other choice but to keep him as the candidate. That's why they didn't run a primary.
Yeah, I don't know when I'm going to get. I don't know. Maybe the answer is my party's never coming back.
No, it's not coming back. The party has been hopefully swung all the way to the right, as far as right as possible. I was a Republican back in the day when I was a Christian. I abandoned it during Bush #2's second term. That's crazy. I mean, once
Max slayed your goal. It's time for a new one.
Oh, sure. I can't actually see my goal thing because TikTok put like a banner in front of it that says "Learn more about U.S. elections." So I can't access some of my controls.
That's actually a pretty good. I know it's messing you up, but I think it's pretty amazing that TikTok keeps that up there. I hope they keep it up till the final hour of election day. Because I go in there every time in this app and I check my registration status to make sure I haven't been stripped from the rolls. That's never been a problem before. I'm actually this year, I would encourage anybody who hasn't already done so, whatever your party is, sign up for voter protection. Responsibilities on, if you have the time, on election day, as a poll watcher inside or outside, canvasser to make sure that all of the voters get an appropriate chance to vote. Like they have, there are opportunities to make sure that people, even if they messed up in terms of like mail-in voting, and they didn't like mail in their voting time. And what some people will try to do is they mailed in for they'll request a mail-in ballot. They won't mail it, and they think they can just go to the polls and vote. Well, they have to bring they have to bring that mail-in ballot with them to the polls in order to vote. So just if you have a chance, work the polls, make sure that everybody's getting their opportunity to vote. There's no challenges inappropriate at the polling stations. That's going to help make sure that, not that I don't have already have confidence in our voting process, but it'll just help firm up some of the nonsense that people are trying to throw out there that the elections are, somehow invalid.
Right. Yeah.
Thank you, Jezebel Baby Daddy, for the 5 subbies.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Jezebel Baby Daddy, W for the 5 subbies. We really appreciate that. Well, Equal, it's good to hear from you, man. If you know any
Yeah.
Trump supporters, send them my way. I want to know why they're voting for Trump because I can't seem to get any of them in my guest queue, and usually I've got a full queue.
Well, I appreciate your time, guys. Thanks for doing.
All right, cheers.
Take care, guys.
Jezebel Baby Daddy, thank you so
Win,
much.
Jezebel.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the gifts and the support and the money gun. Big W for that. Maybe while we're waiting, we can go over some of Trump's greatest hits.
Oh, God.
Some of my favorite quotes of Donald Trump. Let's see.
Someone said they left because they're afraid of Jeff.
I'd be afraid of Jeff.
I wouldn't be surprised. Oh, Jeff is a teddy bear.
Yeah, Jeff's great. All right, here's some of my favorite sayings of Trump. Let me know if you've already heard some of these. But Trump actually said, black guys counting my money, I hate that. The only kind of people I want counting my money are little short guys wearing yarmulkes every day.
Whoa,
But
whoa.
he's not racist. Guys, Donald Trump is not racist, okay? He just said...
Wait.
He's not racist. That's called being fiscally conservative.
That's
And I do
right.
He
want
actually
to-
said this?
Yeah, he said it.
Oh.
I just want to say I'm even nicer after I've had my sushis, and I've had sushi. So come on up. I'm harmless, completely harmless.
Yeah.
Yes, you are, you big teddy bear, you. But that is concerning as shit. And people are still voting.
Yeah. He also said that John McCain isn't a war hero. Says he was only a war hero because he was captured. I like people who weren't captured.
Oh.
Thank you, Jezebel Baby Daddy. I really appreciate that, Galaxy. Big W, Jezebel Baby Daddy. Yeah.
When Jezebel.
Listen, I disagree with John McCain on damn near every policy he's ever been a part
It
of.
gets worse.
But
I'm sorry, I read someone in comments, but it gets worse than this.
To say that John McCain's not a war hero is completely asinine. The guy's plane went down in enemy territory, and he was a prisoner of war for like 2 years. He was tortured unimaginably. That's why he can't lift one of his arms properly, or at least when he was alive, he couldn't, because of the torture that he endured in war. He's the literal definition of a war hero. And the fact that someone like Trump, who has never served anybody or done anything nice for anybody, or given an act of service in his life, simply can't understand why someone like John McCain would want to serve his country.
Hold on. Before you even blow my mind with this, oh my God, what a disgusting excuse for a piece of flesh. Mac wants a new goal. Okay, continue traumatizing.
Oh, sorry.
I
I get distracted. Yeah, so let me get a new goal set up here. Let's see now. Let's get some yeehaws going. Guys, why can't we get some Trump people in here? I see no Trump voters in the queue. All right, so let's see what else he says. I think this is about one of the women that he was running against. It says, look at that face. Would anyone vote for that? Can you imagine that? The face of our next president? Obviously, Hillary Clinton. I mean, Carly Fiona, that's who he was talking about during the primary. I mean, Carly Fiona, a woman, and I'm not supposed to say bad things, but really, folks, come on, are we serious? So Trump thinks that Carly Fiona, a very intelligent woman, isn't qualified to be president because he doesn't meet his beauty standards, but that's insane. Let's see. There's some other one. Mac, thank you so much for the cowboy hat. Yeehaw! Now we're having a party even without any of the Trumpers. Let's see. This is a good one. Nobody cares about talent. He's talking about the beauty competitions because remember, he owns all of these beauty competitions so that he can sexually harass all these young women. It says nobody cares about the talent in beauty pageants. There's only one talent you care about, and that's the look talent. You don't give a shit if a girl can play the violin like the greatest violinist in the world. You want to know, what does she look like? Because that's the type of adult Trump is. He's a 12-year-old full-grown man who thinks that women are only as valuable as they are attractive physically.
Apparently, he said something about John Kelly too. Everyone's telling me for you to look that up.
John Kelly?
So, no. I think so. Am I saying that right?
Trigger
I'm
Matt,
sorry,
warning,
chat.
trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning, trigger warning.
yeah.
You can look up what he said, what John Kelly said today. But super, triple, quadruple, double dare dog down, trigger warning.
Oh boy.
On John
Apparently,
Kelly.
Kamala announced it today. Yeah.
Okay, we'll take a look at that here in a second. So, welcome in, Buzzy.
Hi, I was sent this live, and usually when I'm summoned, it's because somebody needs me. But then I saw Jeff, and I was like, I'm woefully unneeded here. So, hi. I was coming in to see if you guys summoned me, or if there was a conversation maybe that somebody wanted me in on. But
I
hi,
don't know.
nice
Right now,
to meet you.
it's great to meet you, Buzzy. We're waiting for a Trump supporter to get in here because we want to know why they're voting for Trump, and we can't seem to get any.
I think they sent you the live, Buzzy, because we were talking to Hoodlum for an hour and a half.
Oh, I can't stand him.
Nobody can.
Sorry, that was mean. Some people have their flaws and make it very difficult to engage in conversation, and he would be one of those people.
Yeah, I would say so. We got somebody in the queue. Let's see if they're a Trump supporter or not. But Buzzy, it sounds like you're voting for Kamala.
Yes.
All right.
1000%.
Big W for that, Buzzy. Make sure you drop me a follow and send me a DM so I can follow you back, okay?
No problem. Yes, Jeff, I will message you about this.
You got it.
Apparently, Trump avoided the draft. That's what someone was saying.
Oh, I'm sure he did. Yeah, because he had bone spurs. He had bone spurs. Welcome, Pond Guy.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, how you doing?
Okay, so
Are you at least
Justin,
18?
just saying, I actually support what you do. I love the your grind and the fight against the you know the Christianity stuff. I will say, so I am actually. You're gonna hate me. You're gonna hate me.
I
Here we
won't
go.
hate you.
Okay, so good. But I am okay. So I am voting red. I am voting for Trump, and it's not because I like him. It's because I have to choose, and as the pond guy, I'm gonna say it. I have to choose between geese poop and geese poop,
Do you see these eyes?
and that's all I got.
Do you see Doug crying right now?
I'm sorry, Doug.
Making Doug
I'm
cry.
sorry, man.
Why would you vote for Trump? What's one policy that he's going to enact that's going to make anyone's life better?
Again, like I guess I basically have almost no reason. I just he did take that bullet that one time, but
yeah, but
I mean that was
he didn't have a choice.
crazy.
That was going to happen whether he wanted it to happen or not, and that was one of his own right-wing lunatics. But the question is, like, why are you voting for this guy?
Yeah, I guess the answer is basically I have no reason, but I'm going to vote for him because I'm choosing between geese poop and geese poop.
Right, but
and that's it. Honestly, I don't want to vote for either of them. I prefer that everything I don't like the entire system. I think there's too much division in the world, and we all need to be working together towards a better future. And I feel like there's not enough.
You have to vote for.
And you
in this
think
world.
Trump can do that?
Yeah, we're trying to figure out
not
why.
at all.
Like, if it's
I
between,
don't think Trump can do that.
If it's between goose poop and goose poop, how did you end up on the red goose poop? That's what we want to know.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. I guess I just don't believe I believe Kamala less than I believe Trump.
Kamala.
On whether or not Kamala, yeah. On whether or not like who's gonna do slightly more. Again, I'd rather vote for neither of them and not even be involved in this. I wish
you're voting for
humanity
one of
was
them,
in a better place than it is.
So all I heard so far is that you don't like Kamala, but why do you think Trump would be preferable? I don't
like either of them. I don't like Trump either. I think he's a terrible person.
Clearly one of them
actually
one of them is preferable to the other for you. So I'm asking, what is the thing that makes Trump more preferable?
I believe him slightly more than Kamala
What do you mean
that's it.
by believe?
I believe some of the things that he says on whether or not he'll try to make the United States better in whatever information he has and what he knows as a businessman. As a person, I think he's probably a terrible person, to be honest. I don't like him as a person. I wish there was a more competent.
Why do you believe him?
For president.
Why do you believe him when he says stuff? Because 90% of the time.
No, I don't believe most of what he says. I'm just saying I believe.
So the guy can't
more
tell
of
the
what he
truth.
says.
So I want to know, what is the thing that he's actually going to do that you would want him to do?
Oh, make the country more financially stable.
Okay, and how would he do that?
Because he's a businessman and he's already proven that he's able to make wealth.
He actually
regardless,
hasn't done that.
I hate him as a person. I just
Pon.
Yeah.
He inherited his wealth.
Yeah.
He didn't make any of that money. In fact, he squandered it. He's gone bankrupt on multiple occasions. If I had inherited the amount of money that he inherited, and I just invested it in like a long-term CD, I'd have way more money than Trump has today.
Pond, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, maybe.
And he would be my glucose potter. Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you a question?
I don't know. He's just proven more to me than Kamala. Or is it Kamala or Kamala? I don't even.
It's Kamala.
I hate her name either way.
Why do you hate her name?
Because I just
That's
I
some
hate,
racist ass
like
stuff
so much
there.
about her.
Now I have a different question.
I
Can I ask you?
I thought this guy actually had something to say. Now I'm starting to think he's just racist.
Pond, I have a question for you.
No, I care about everyone. I just
know
want people in the world
I
to be
can
happy.
swear to all the gods old and new that you hear my voice.
Oh, also, I'm not religious. I don't like religion. I'm not a fan of.
Can you
any of
hear?
that.
Can you hear my voice?
He can't.
Yes.
I've said it several times now. Can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
Why do you hate women?
I care about women. I care about everyone.
No, the question was, why do you? I know you hate women. I'm just wondering why.
Why are you assuming I hate women?
I'm not assuming. It's an inference I drew from the fact that you are making these statements, and you're not. And Justin is begging you for a reason. He's good cop. I'm not so nice when it comes to misogyny.
I did. I just find Trump more believable.
Yeah, that's
some of the things that he says.
Even though he lies all the time.
Hold on. That's called mealy mouth talk. You're not giving us.
I just feel like he lies less.
What did Kamala lie about?
Give me something substantial to pin that to. What do you base that on?
Well, like she's just laughing. She laughs about a lot, and it's just I don't believe any of the things that they're doing.
Hold on. Laughing is not
politically motivated.
Laughing is not lying. Laughing is laughing. Give me something substantial.
You know, he's kind of showing his colors, Jeff, because that's how he was cool, calm, and collected with Justin. But the moment, a brother starts talking.
Yeah. I'm uppity, right?
Too
but
uppity. Gotta tone it down.
Give me,
it's too New York for him.
It's okay to talk to me, the Pond. I own land, so I is free. But the question is, pin the honesty thing, because right now you're just telling me like something abstract. I feel things. I don't care about that. I want you to pin it to something. Laughing isn't lying. Give me something substantial. I don't want to believe you're a racist and a misogynist. I don't want to, but that's all I have.
You don't,
right now.
because I care about people. I'm not.
No,
I don't know what to say.
Hold on, really quickly. Would a misogynist tell me they hate women, or would they say I love women?
I don't know what to say.
Let's go way back in time. If I was to ask a slave owner back in the 1800s if they felt that they loved their slaves, do you know that they would say that they did, that they're treating them wonderfully? They really thought they were treating them great. So they're not going to say to me that they're racist. I just see racist stuff, or I just see misogynist stuff. So you said that you trust Trump, the con artist with 34 felonies for fraud, who has been adjudicated as liable.
Well, I believe it was politically motivated, that part.
You believe it was politically motivated. Okay, now I'm going to prove.
System.
Now I'm actually going to prove that you're a racist. Ready? Are you ready?
I'd rather not be here for that. I didn't come here for negativity. You guys wanted someone who was voting red.
The negativity
I prefer
is your
neither
racism.
side, though.
No, you're a racist who prefers Trump, and you're just too cowardly to admit it. But here's the reason. Tell me one legal error that was done in the fraud case.
Oh, he
It probably
gone.
makes sense because he follows me and yet he has never liked or commented on any of my stuff. It's probably because he realized that I am a woman and a woman of color at that. So
Very scary. Very scary. Welcome in,
Justin,
Savvy.
you're about to have some fun.
Thank you.
Well, he dropped. I don't know what else we can do. Savvy, are you at least
Justin,
18?
I'm going to do a little introduction for Savvy. We had
Yes,
a
I'm
conversation.
33.
We had a conversation about the Bible the other day. It's one that I think you'll enjoy. But yeah, go nuts. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Jeff, are you the radio host?
I'm not a radio host.
You were, though, right? Am I thinking of the right person?
I do not host a radio show at all.
Oh, darn. Okay. Well,
But you
I
were-
spoke with
but you-
someone. Let me see if it.
You were on my live a few days ago. We had a conversation about the Bible.
We did have the conversation. Okay.
Live a few days ago. We had a conversation about the Bible.
Yes, I remember. Okay. So. Okay.
Live a few days ago.
We
We
got
had
an
a
echo.
conversation.
Yeah, sorry, Savvy. You got an echo there. You're going to have to swipe away and come on back.
counsel, be nice. Not
Right.
yet.
Am I good?
Yeah, I think you're okay.
Okay. Good deal.
All right, so Savvy, are you a Trump voter?
I am voting for Trump. Yes.
Awesome. And give me a couple reasons why you're voting for Trump.
Yeah, so Kamala will not be extending his tax cuts, which will directly affect me. Now, if I were to be starting a business, maybe have some triplets, honestly, if I were even starting a business, I would probably be going for Kamala. But since I'm not, I don't benefit from her small business $50,000 loan. And I would also lose out on that QBI because, like I said, she's probably not going to extend Trump's tax cuts. And we can infer that because she says one of the many ways she's going to pay for these tax increases is through obviously big corporations, as well as the child tax credit. So,
well, Kamala proposed a tax cut, just not for the wealthy. So, first of all, let's address a couple things. First, Trump's tax cuts had a sunset in 2024. Why is that?
I don't know what that means.
That means certain measures of the tax provision were set to expire. And that was something that was in his bill. And particularly the parts that are set to expire were the tax cuts for the lower classes, not for the higher earners. So why in his own tax code did he make it so that people earning the most have these long-term tax benefits? People earning the least, their tax benefits in the form of cuts actually sunset in just a couple months now.
I mean, I would probably say, obviously, I don't know for sure. If I had to guess, it would be because it was how he could get this passed.
I mean, he had an easy majority in Congress when he passed it.
Sure. But again, that doesn't negate my points that they are going to expire in 2025. Now, if Kamala Harris said, I'm going to extend those tax cuts, right? I believe the 10% tax bracket and the 35% are the only two that stay the same. And then again, like I said, that QBI is going to default once she takes office if she wins. So yeah, if she said, I will extend that plus some, then she would have my vote. But
for everybody or for who? Because the tax bracket that gets the most benefit, the upper brackets, are not going to sunset. So
no, I wouldn't expect her to. Well, so yeah, she would need to be like, I'm going to extend it up until like this percentage, till this tax bracket. But again, she's not going to extend them, so that will directly affect me.
No, she's not going to extend Trump's tax provision. She's going to create a new tax provision that includes cuts for people lower down on the food chain. Whereas if you're making, say, over $1 million a year, you're not going to benefit from those tax cuts. It's going to be for people like normal people.
Okay, so I think I think you and I are not understanding each other. So
Maybe.
Trump's tax cuts expire,
Yes.
the only cuts that will stay the same are 10% and 35%, right?
And who set them to expire?
Trump.
Okay. Could he have set them to not expire?
I mean, he could have tried. We don't know if it would have passed.
Yeah.
But regardless, like, and I see your point, but regardless, if they're set to expire in 2025, she's on record saying, I will pay for these tax increases, right? Because some are going to go up to 4%. She's going to pay for those through the child tax care credit, as well as raising the corporate tax.
No, you don't.
Right. So
I think you're confused. You don't pay for tax increases.
no, I'm saying she is going to offset that, right?
Yeah, so she does have a plan to increase the child tax credit from $3,600 to $6,000. That is part of it. She also has a plan to provide a cap on spending for childcare. So the cap is going to be at 7% of the household income. There's a bunch of provisions that she's got in the works.
That's the problem, though, host. None of that affects me. So the $6,000 is great, but it's not $6,000 indefinitely. It's $3,600 for preschool, and then after a year, and then it defaults down to, I believe she said $3,000 up until 17. Okay, the daycare, that doesn't affect me either. The $50,000 small business tax write-off, that doesn't benefit me either. What does affect me, it would again be that qualified business income tax write-off that expires in 2025. Now, again, if she said, I will be extending that, then I would vote for her. But she hasn't said that. She says, I'm going to offset these tax increases through X, Y, and Z. None of her X, Y, and Zs benefit me.
Okay, so it's not about the economy; it's about you personally, which is fair. I mean, if that's your take.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about the economy, because I've seen a few different. I've seen a few different stats on this. Now, they're both obviously not interested in lowering the deficit. Now, he is going to be adding more to the deficit, right?
Just to be fair, nobody is ever going to be interested in lowering the deficit. And do you know why?
Because they are money hungry? No, I don't. You tell me.
No, it's because we owe the money to ourselves. Every time we borrow from the Federal Reserve, we're just owing the money to ourselves. If we pay down that debt, any of the profit that the Federal Reserve makes on the interest at the end of the year just goes right back to the U.S. Treasury. So we're just owing debt to ourselves. It's just a big old shell game. It really doesn't matter.
So I'm so glad you said that, because that was kind of my idea on it. Like, not saying it doesn't matter because we're all screwed, but it doesn't matter in that it isn't, like, I cannot conceptualize this number of 30 trillion. So if she's going to add 4 trillion, he's going to add, I'm sorry, if he's going to add 4 trillion, she's going to add 2 trillion. That number, I can't conceptualize it. I have seen studies that her GDP is going to be more harmful than his. It's by a small margin, okay? Nothing that I really honestly care about, because again, this is a day-to-day situation that I'm basing my vote off of.
So according to, I don't know what the GDP has to do with anything, but according to some of the analysis of her tax proposals.
Well, it's the economy.
Yeah, but we're still talking about taxes. According to her own tax proposals, if you're making under $400,000 a year, she's extending the 2017 tax cuts for you.
Is she?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Can you show me that? I've looked at this up, and this is just not true.
Well, I'll show it to you. I'll put it on the screen.
Yes, please.
I got you. I put it up before when she first said it.
Yeah, this is the Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy. This is a distribution analysis of Kamala Harris's tax plan.
I can't read it. Can you just say?
Sorry, let me see if I can blow it up.
Yeah. Okay, hold on.
Here are the bullet points.
Okay, hold on. You got stickers.
Sorry, I'm trying to make it big as possible.
That's okay. Okay, wait. Here we go. Extending. Can you scroll up just a hair so the extended part is in the middle? There we go. $4,000, but with strict limits. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry. Extending the temporary provisions in the 2017 tax law fully for those whose incomes of less than $400,000, but with strict limits on benefits for those who. Okay. Oh, that's great. Reforming the tax that fund Medicare, which raise. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's what I said. She's
that's great.
She's
that's
going to
great.
have tax benefits for people.
Wait, is this on her? This is on her website.
This is on the Institute of Taxation and Economic Policy. They evaluated her plan, and then they wrote a report on it. So I'm sure if we go to the bottom where it shows their resources, we can probably see where they pulled her information from.
Yeah, if she, because I haven't heard this from her. If she extends those tax cuts, she's got my vote.
I got you. I got you, Justin.
You've got it as well?
This is from her website right here.
All right, let me big you up there.
So it says Vice President Harris and Governor Walz will make sure no one earning less than $400,000 a year will pay more in taxes.
That's what I thought, yeah. So
here's my discrepancy on this and the kind of the confusion. When she says, I am not going to raise taxes for anyone except for corporate taxes, or I'm sorry, that top 1%. To me, she would not be directly raising any of these taxes because she did not set them to expire January 1st, 2025. So that is why I didn't have that, I didn't have that, what's the word I'm looking for? She didn't verify that for me.
Yeah, I mean...
The paragraph doesn't say that she won't increase taxes. She said that they'll make sure that no one pays more in taxes.
Okay. That sounds great. I love that.
It's also true here. So, for example, the state that I live in, because of the way the 2017 tax provisions went in, I actually lost money in taxes in a big way. And this is something that a lot of people don't talk about. But, for example, like getting rid of the SALT provision was like a big knife in the back for a lot of people. That was a huge issue. There are other provisions that would have benefited me normally that he got rid of that are seriously problematic. And unfortunately, I can't actually list them because it would reveal too much about my personal life.
That's okay. I know exactly what you're talking about. What's interesting to me is that I always found it interesting that the people wanting to tax the higher income were upset that SALT was enacted. And Trump himself, though, was like, oh, it was terrible. It's like, well, it was your plan, buddy. But, it didn't affect me. So I was like, whatever. I mean, I don't have the cap was, I believe, 10 grand, right?
I forget what the cap is, but the fact of the matter is once the tax cuts in my calculation, because I do my own taxes, once I calculated in the tax cut from Trump, and then I got rid of all the stuff that he cut out that I couldn't deduct, I actually lost money instead of paying less. So for a lot of Americans, even with those supposed tax cuts in place, it didn't benefit me at all. None. So
here's the thing. The big one for me is that QBI, that qualified business income. It's a 20% write off of up to $40,000, which for someone like me who started a cleaning business, and it was me 14 hours a day making bank. Okay, started a family and started hiring started doing the jobs out through subcontractors. So my income went down. So that helped me a lot when we're talking about $40,000. That's most of what I'm making now that I'm relying on basically passive income, right? So we got 70 million small business owners in this country already. They're not going to benefit from that $50,000. But if she's saying she's going to extend those tax provisions, if that includes, if she is extending them and that includes the QBI, then honestly, I don't see a reason not to vote for her, assuming she is going to do that. My one hiccup is, are people in Congress going to, out of spite, not pass anything she does? See, this is where I'm like,
well,
this is where I'm like, ooh.
If you get a president that's blue, you need to get a blue Congress, or you won't get anything passed. Same thing with Republican. If you get a red president, you need a red Congress,
yes,
or else it's just a lame duck.
So then I that's exactly what I'm saying. So I really, although I want to believe that she will do this, I don't think she will get it passed. I think it'll be Trump, because we know Trump's going to extend it.
Well, I don't know if we know that. I think it seems likely that he will, because there's going to be a lot of pressure from the right wing to do it. I don't think Trump cares, because he's not going to benefit at all.
What? Come on. He worked at McDonald's for 3 hours. Trust him.
That's right. He was a working man for 3 hours. He got a little bit of peanut oil on his fingers when he touched those fries.
Let me tell you my one hiccup with Kamala Harris, and this actually peeves me a lot. And people keep dismissing it, and it's actually quite frustrating because I had looked into it for a while before it blew up by someone who was hated by almost all of the left and some of the right, a lot of the right. And it is that Kamala Harris essentially hired a Black woman to play grandma in her 2019 autobiography, The Lies We Hold. Or, I'm sorry, The Truths We Hold.
That's
This woman Beryl, this is not her grandmother that is photographed. It's proven. Now Snopes came out. I'm sorry, Snopes came out and said that this isn't true because it said that she died in 1960. But she had already fixed that because Kamala. Hold on, Jeff. Kamala Harris pulled up the death certificate and it said that she died in 90 something. So
what you're saying is
it's not debunked. What I'm saying.
It's not true.
It is true, though.
What Candace Owens pulled up was a different woman with the same name.
When was the last? So, what was the last video you've seen on this, or have you watched any of her videos?
I've seen plenty, but I know that she pulled up a different woman.
No, I promise you, Jeff.
You can promise until you're blue in the face.
You haven't watched it, Jeff.
I don't need to. I've researched this forwards and backwards. She didn't hire a woman. That even if that wasn't her grandmother, it would be conjecture to say she hired a woman, but it was in fact her grandmother.
It's not her grandmother.
All right. I'm going to give you an opportunity right now to not look silly and racist.
So,
show me any proof that that is not her grandmother.
I mean, we can do it right now. We need to go to Ancestry and we need to make available someone who can pull up the big screen.
Ancestry.
So we can pull. Hold on, we got to pull up the big screen. Okay, so there's a lot of
Savvy. I want to make sure we're all on the same page here. Savvy, what you're suggesting is that Kamala Harris paid a Black woman to pose as her grandmother in a film.
No. I was being, a little bit dramatic there. The woman in her biography, it says, with my paternal grandmother, Beryl.
Beryl, yes. I've seen the picture.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. That woman, I don't know if it is a friend or someone that, is close to the family. It is not her blood relative.
And why would she do this? Why would she pull up a picture of her supposed grandmother, Beryl?
To blackify herself.
Okay. So your opinion then is that she doesn't actually have Black family members.
So I think she has a quarter.
Savvy.
I'm
getting irritated. Savvy, are you white?
Racism's getting pretty thick already.
Savvy, are you white?
I'm white.
Okay, great.
Couldn't tell.
Do you know what race is?
Race is the color of your skin.
No. So if you don't know what race is, let's start with I don't know.
What is race, Jeff?
I need you to say I don't know first because I'm irritated.
I'm not going to appease you in any way. You just called me racist.
You are racist. I'm going to demonstrate.
You're acting like one.
If I don't demonstrate, Black people can't be racist. If I don't demonstrate that you're a racist, I will apologize. Now tell me what race is.
Are you going to answer? Because I'll answer Jeff.
I'm sorry, I thought it was unmuted. I don't know, Jeff. What is racist?
Okay, great. Race is a categorization of people by phenotype. It has nothing to do with your parents. It is not a biological thing. It is a phenotypical categorization to create a hierarchy at which white people are at the top and marginal and other races are at the bottom and Black people are at the very bottom.
And what is phenotype?
Now, phenotype, well, I'll leave that up to you. I'm not here to give you a lesson.
Wait, if you don't know, I can look it up. But you can't give me a definition.
Listen.
It's okay. I'll ask.
Racist. I don't have to answer to you, racist. I'm free now. Now, do you think that Kamala Harris, who's been Black her entire life, doesn't know what phenotype is?
Yeah, she's not Black.
What do you
You're a
think
racist.
Jamaican
Do you
is?
think? Do you? Do you think?
Well,
Do you
her
think that
grandmother
Kamala
was raised in
Harris? Do you think that Kamala Harris doesn't know what phenotype is racist? Since you think black is skin color, you don't even know what race is. Do you think that Kamala Harris doesn't know what race is? Race is not a genetic thing.
Kamala Harris is blackifying herself.
Kamala Harris is a black woman, you marshmallow brain. My question is, do you think she doesn't know what
She is
race
not.
is? You don't know what race
Stop
is to be able to tell
unmuting.
me what black is.
I can't answer a question.
Listen, racist. What authority do you have? What expertise do you have in race to tell me what a black woman is?
Blackifying? Really? That's the first time I've ever heard that Malakish term. What the
So,
shit even is that?
so Kamala Harris is Irish, Indian, Hindu, Jewish. She's
None of
not
those
black.
things, listen,
No,
marshmallow brain,
no,
none of those
no.
things are, zero of those things are a race. I'm black. I'm Dominican. Am I no longer black? Marshmallow brain?
She's also said she's African American. How is that possible?
Because she's got black ancestry or African American ancestry.
But she doesn't.
Yes,
Because
she
they,
does.
She does. That's why you go into their genome,
and I
especially
have.
during the time. No, you
No,
have
no,
not,
you
because
haven't.
you don't have
That's
access
why
to
I'm
that type of
saying it.
information. Stop unmuting,
No,
please.
I won't.
Okay,
If you
she's a
do not be
racist.
quiet,
Here.
I will just
Okay.
kick you.
Pick me then. I don't care.
Yeah, she's a
Okay,
racist. It's
I'm
fine. No,
privileged.
hold on. I want her to see this. I want her to see this. Do you see these two people, Justin?
Yeah, let me put you on the big.
I want people to see this woman and this woman. All right? What race is this woman, Justin?
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you her skin color is white, but if I had to guess, I have no clue what race she is because there's a lot of
All right.
deciding factors there.
And this one?
I wouldn't know what her race is, but I could tell you that her skin is tan.
Hold on, show the redhead again. Are they twins?
They are twins.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the nose. It's the nose.
And not paternal twins. They are identical twins.
Look at that.
Phenotypically, this woman would experience life as a white woman. Phenotypically, this woman would experience life as a black woman.
Yep.
They are twins. Race is not genetic. Invalidating black woman is what racists have done since the inception of race in the 1400s. I'm sure that Savvy thinks that Michelle Obama is a man. That's another thing that they do. She comes up into this live all sweet and whatever, knowing next to nothing about economics, but waiting for her moment to be a full-blown racist.
I will never understand people who think that they need to pretend to be a race to get votes for it, when typically the race that they're pretending to be is going to bring it's going to bring a tax upon them. That's like when people say like someone is like pretending to not be straight. Are you kidding me? That's insane. The amount of abuse that person gets for being out of the closet is horrendous. No one's pretending to be non-straight, and no one's pretending to be part of a marginalized community just for votes. That's insanity. SF to LA, how you doing?
I'm good. Well, I'm a Trump supporter.
Live, and usually when I'm in, just because somebody needs me.
All right, you got something going on in your background, but thanks for being here. We appreciate you. We're looking to talk to some Trump supporters, okay?
I was coming in.
That's what I am.
You said you weren't.
Was a conversation.
I am. I said I'm.
Can you turn down your background? Jesus, you know what? That's even better. Also, Jeff, I'm pretty sure I would have blown her mind being a Greek woman and then turning on my camera and showing her my skin tone. Oh, man,
100%.
that shit would have drove her insane.
Yeah, you know, you can tell that they have like nothing else against a particular candidate when the attack that they're making on them is that they're not a particular race. Like if that's the card you need to pull out to make a case against a candidate, you don't have a good case against that candidate.
election. Now I'm worried about the next couple months, right? All the way up through Inauguration Day.
Nash, welcome in.
Trump gets elected. Now I'm worried for 4 years. I mean,
Nash, I don't know if you know it, but you're in Alive right now, and you're on the debate stage. Nash doesn't know he's up here. All right, I'll drop you down. Come on back if you figure it out. Welcome in, HT.
Hello, everybody. I'm a friendly.
Oh,
and
okay.
I'm definitely a friendly. I came up here for her, and she's gone.
I'm sorry.
She's gone. But the thing is, like, when Jeff, I'm his biggest fan. I just kind of wanted to say, like, they don't know the difference between race, ethnicity, and they don't really know it, right? And it kind of pissed me off that, like, why are we still arguing about her race and anything? Why are we still arguing about it? It doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's like they think that by saying this, the black votes will be like, oh no, we're not going to vote because she's not black. We are way past who she is. She's a black woman. We're way past that. We're looking at what she can accomplish compared to Trump. Like, I literally work overnight and I've seen so many interviews. What Trump is doing, all he's doing is slandering her. He's not even talking about what he can do for America. All he's doing is slandering her.
That's all he's
got. What he does. And I'm just like, where I live at in Ohio, it's like, I literally turned my whole entire, my people I take care of, they're all for Kamala, because like these people can still vote. They're just in a nursing home. You know what I mean? So we're gonna drive a bus so they can vote, because I'm just kind of sick of people, especially the YT community. They literally sitting up here trying to say, well, she put the BLK men in jail. And then we found out that wasn't true. Every time they turn around, they automatically started caring about what happens to black men. They automatically start caring about stuff that doesn't matter. Like, why are you bringing up race when it comes to her? She is overqualified.
Because they don't have anything else to talk about.
Exactly. So when that girl came up here, she don't even know the difference. I knew Jeff was going to get her. I knew, because he always do. Because if you don't know the difference between race and ethnicity, why are you up here? And I just kind of want to say, I thank God is for a lot of all of y'all who's doing the work. Even though it probably not going to make a difference, but I appreciate it.
We'll do what we can.
I really, really, really do.
Well, HT, it was great to hear from you, man. We're going to try to get a Trump supporter in here, okay?
I know. Well, you have a nice night.
All right, cheers. You have a great one.
Nice to meet you, Tori.
Justin, when you get a second, check your texts.
Oh yeah, sorry, I haven't checked. I did get a text from Cameron. Thank you for the $2, Cameron. It says Republican Party will be a minority in 10 years. They already are. The Republicans haven't won a popular vote since George Bush #1. That's the last time they won an actual popular vote. But let me see.
I think when George W. got reelected, that time they won a popular, like against John Kerry. I think he won a popular vote. But then after that, it was goose egg.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. It was George Bush's second election, because the Iraq War was happening. Because he's a wartime president. Obviously, it really increase, unless it's a long drawn out war. It typically increases the turnout because you don't want to turn over the government during a time of war. But Shane, we're trying to get you in here, but you're not connecting. We'll give you a second to see if it comes through. That didn't work out. They gone. All right, so we're going to get Clear, and then we'll get Forever, and then San Francisco to L.A. came back to the box. Apparently, they changed their vote in the last 2 minutes. How you doing, Forever?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. Are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome. And who will you be voting for?
I'm a friendly, and I know you're looking for ops, so I just want to keep this short if it's okay. Mm-hmm. I just want to be a voice for the voiceless, because I don't see or hear a lot of people in the lives talking about special needs. And I feel that needs to be addressed, because I've heard Trump insult and mock special needs people. I've heard it on different lives, on MAGA lives, them insulting special needs people, and I feel like they need a voice.
Yeah.
And that's it.
I agree with you. I've got an autistic son, and when Trump made fun of that reporter using those arm motions, that'll send anybody through the roof that's got a child that's got some sort of disability. The fact that a grown-ass man would do that is unbelievable.
Yes, agreed.
I appreciate you, man. Thanks for being here.
God bless you all.
Cheers. Yeah, it's still unbelievable that a grown man would do that in public and then think that that was okay. Welcome back in.
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter, and I've got a headset. I think someone suggested to turn off the background music because I didn't have a headset on.
Sure, yeah. So why are you voting for Trump? Other than you hate yourself?
Ad hominems. I mean, you can always attack it. I mean, I think it's just a good thing to stir the pot, to be honest. That's what it is.
You just want to stir the pot?
He's a good way to stir the pot.
Why do you think stirring the pot is good? Don't you think like making substantial changes in legislation and actually doing things that benefit the people is what you should be doing? Do you think stirring the pot is beneficial?
I mean, a lot of things were mentioned. I mean,
like
taxes and everything for Harris. Doesn't seem like it's going to benefit, being that taxes comes from people like us. I mean, you've argued
tax cuts won't benefit you.
Like you mentioned about Trump tax didn't really benefit you. I mean, if you support the collective, I mean, she supports better housing,
she does.
Lower renters and everything. I mean, your taxes that you have to overpay will help those individuals. I mean, I could understand why, but then you
Trump's
also...
not lowering our taxes.
That's good. So it will fund certain things. I mean, if they collect more taxes... I have no clue
what you're talking about right now. Do you know what side of this argument you're on?
I don't even think he does either.
I think he just wants to debate. I don't think he's actually a right-winger.
No, he's not. And it's a waste of our time. So let's go ahead and move on to someone who can actually hold this conversation.
Ellie, I don't believe you're actually a Trump voter. I don't think you actually know what you're debating right now. All right, we'll get Nick in here and see if we can get some discussion. So far, we've only had 2 actual Trump supporters come through, and they both turned out to be racist, which I'm not surprised. Nick, welcome in.
Hello there.
Nick, are you at least 18?
Yes.
Awesome. And are you driving?
Nope.
Okay. I'm only asking because it sounds like you are. So are you voting for Kamala or Trump?
I am voting for Trump.
All right. And why are you voting for Trump?
I'm voting for Trump because economy, because of the immigration crisis that we have at the border.
Okay, well, we can talk about each one. You mentioned the economy first. You want to do that?
Well, actually...
Nick, I can hear the cars passing by you on the road right now.
Yeah, I'm parked.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah, sorry, I'm parked. But yeah, really, I think immigration is probably one of the most important aspects of why.
So you didn't want to talk about the economy?
Well, I already know where you're going to go with the economy, and I can understand your argument, which would be that, you know, just because our economy was better under Trump, it also plays a role in Obama's economy. And
no, it wasn't my argument at all. I have no idea at all why you would bring that up. My point on the economy is that Kamala actually has a plan. She actually wants to do things. What does Trump want to do with the economy?
Well, he wants to do tax cuts, and I know you'll probably say, yeah, they're for the rich, and there's no trickle down.
That's mostly
true. He
wants
to business. It's an America First approach, right? So he wants to bring the American businesses back from internationally.
How?
You know utilizing tariffs.
You know the Republicans won't let them do that, right?
Won't let them do what?
They're not going to let them enact any laws that are bringing businesses back.
Why do you say that?
Because this whole, what we refer to as a neoliberal business model was invented by the right wing. Like the whole NAFTA treaty, that was pioneered by George Bush #1. They were the ones that signed away our companies to go to Mexico. And that's still their policy. They still believe that we're in a worldwide economy and that it doesn't really benefit us to force companies to stay here.
Yeah, but didn't Trump nearly get us out of NAFTA?
No.
He just renegotiated it, which is really more like modernized it.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is nobody's getting rid of NAFTA. Nobody's going to enact legislation to force businesses to come back to America. That's a pipe dream. It's never going to happen on either side.
Oh, it's much worse than that. Do you think tariffs bring companies back here?
Well, I wouldn't say just like a blanket tariff is going to do that. I think you have to utilize them.
Let's say the tariffs that Trump had already enacted when he was in office.
Well, he was hard on China, and I feel like that did play a benefit. I hear people are saying that he's trying to enact
Yeah, what was the benefit?
Well, they undercut our economy because they're able to charge much cheaper for items, right? So
And then what did he do?
So I understand what you're going to say. You're going to say, "Oh, well, the price gets moved over to the consumer in America. They end up."
Nick, that wasn't my question. Both Trump and Obama and the current administration have enacted specific tariffs just on very specific goods coming from other countries, which you can make a justification for that. If you got a country that's mass producing a particular item for the sole purpose of undercutting the rest of the world, then yes, putting a tariff on that specific sector can have a little bit of benefit. But Trump wants to do just blanket tariffs against China, which is just going to start a big old trade war. It's not going to help anybody.
Yeah, I mean, well, what do you mean by blanket tariffs? Just any imported goods whatsoever from China?
Yeah, Trump wants blanket tariffs. Basically, not just China, but primarily his issue is with China. But he wants blanket tariffs. And blanket tariffs, all they do is increase prices here. The manufacturers of those goods aren't going to change their business practices. They're just going to pass the cost on to you.
It's actually worse than that, because the countries that we put tariffs on, they're not NPCs. They're not like just sitting there like a Sims character, just saying, "Ooh, tariffs on me, great."
Right.
They can tariffs too.
Yes.
So, for example, when we put tariffs on the EU, they put tariffs on us, and it ended with Harley Davidson leaving. I'm gonna just pause for impact.
Yep.
All American company Harley Davidson left the country.
Right. Though the incentive that you need to have to bring businesses back is like what Joe Biden did with the CHIPS Act. Give incentive to companies to actually do things here and to invest their money in manufacturing here. But putting tariffs on people won't win. They'll just go to another country where they think they're tariff-free. And I'm going to give you a really good example of this, okay? There's an American drug manufacturer that's based out of St. Louis. I know this because I build machines for all these companies. I'm an engineer. They literally paid money to open up a facility in Ireland. This is how much money they have. They opened up a new factory in Ireland that operates 2 weeks out of the year because this was the one place they can go to in which the tariffs and the taxes were cheap. And so they will literally manufacture their drugs in the cheapest location possible and then ship it around the world no matter what those tariffs are. They don't care. So just enacting blanket tariffs, not going to fix anything. There's always a loophole. There's always a way around it. They're just going to increase the cost at the end of the day.
Well, right, obviously, and I'm not so sure that he's going to be enacting blanket tariffs. Obviously, he would do it strategically to the benefit of America. I know he was saying that he would be allowing American companies that are out of America. I think that's probably a good idea because at the end of the day, if we're just taking all of our businesses and our companies outside of America for financial benefit to the detriment of America, we need to find ways to incentivize, these companies to come back. So
But
what do you think would
tariffs
be
won't do it. That's what I'm saying. So, for example, the reason why we're building a humongous microchip manufacturing
better
facility in Ohio right
Right.
now is because we're investing money into that. All right. So, for example, the facility that's going to be down near Columbus, Ohio, making these chips, they've got a very large tax abatement, which means they're going to have a bypass on certain amount of taxes for a certain particular time period. But in return, we get a multi-billion-dollar facility down there that will be there for decades to come. So there are many incentives we can put in place to encourage manufacturing to be here rather than engaging in crazy tariff trade wars, which doesn't really benefit anybody.
Justin, did you hear about TSMC?
No.
Did you know that they brought a whole bunch of manufacturing to Arizona?
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
So, that's also under the CHIPS Act, which I had egg on my face for, because when the CHIPS Act came out, I was like, there's no way you're going to be able to entice somebody to bring manufacturing here with how cheap it is overseas. Yep. Boy, was I wrong. Because TSMC, I don't know if you've ever heard of them, Nick, but they're kind of a small chip manufacturer in the world. They're not like top 2 or anything, but they have a plant in Arizona that's always expanding. And so they have, what was it? I think it was something like $65 billion for warehouses in Phoenix, Arizona, all manufacturing semiconductors.
Yeah. And here's the other thing. So in order to bring jobs and keep jobs moving here in America, Kamala actually has plans, not concepts of plans. So, for example, they're going to keep investing in renewable sources, including training people who are out of a job to get jobs in that sector. So if you're working in the windmill industry or the solar industry, or anywhere in lithium mining or anything that's going to be even closely tangential to renewables, there is now money there will be money available for you to actually get retrained and to get retooled for working in this particular industry. There's also going to be a proposal for new cash for clunkers, where people can take some of their old vehicles, I've got some old vehicles myself that are woefully out of date, and you can actually trade them in towards the purchase of a new green vehicle. So we've got lots of policies. There's going to be investment as well for first-time home buyers, and this is the genius of this particular plan, as long as they don't screw it up like Bush did. When you invest in helping people to buy homes, you're actually adding to the economy, because most of the stuff that we source for the homes are actually manufactured here in the States. So a lot of your toilets, your linoleum, a good portion of the lumber, although we get a lot of that from Canada, a lot of the stuff that we buy for our homes are actually manufactured in the States. So when we actually increase the amount of homes that are bought and sold, it's actually a huge boon to the U.S. economy. You just can't overdo it like Bush did and give away, millions of subprime mortgages to people that had no business ever having a mortgage at all.
Okay. I mean, yeah, those plans sound great, but it just doesn't. I just don't buy that it's actually going to happen. I guess just Kamala as a candidate overall just does not seem very genuine.
Just to be clear, the tariffs that already crippled our farm industry and our steel industry, those are the ones you want to try. But the ones that economists say that will bring money to the country, those you don't buy those, because the candidate doesn't pass your sniff test. Is that how we're going to remember?
No. I mean more so I don't believe that she's going to follow through on these policies. Not so much that they wouldn't necessarily be effective.
What makes you think that she's not going? Because now we're doing a character assessment. What makes you think that she's not going to follow through, and that Donald Trump is going to follow through?
Well, I mean, we already have seen Trump. 4 years of Trump, and we've seen nearly 4 years of Kamala as vice president.
So the wall that was going to be built and paid for by Mexico, did I miss it last time I went to the border, or was it there and it's invisible?
Well, and so this is another thing that, I find disingenuous on like Democrats' criticisms of Trump.
I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Democrat.
Well, I'm not talking about you specifically. Sorry if that's how it came across.
So then go talk to Democrats. What I'm asking you is, when Trump said we're going to build a wall and Mexico is going to pay for it, was he joking or was he lying?
No. So he meant the money that we would save by building the wall, that Mexico would be paying for it indirectly.
That math doesn't even remotely add up. When Kamala Harris went to Mexico and got them to invest $1.5 billion in smart border technology, what was that? That was a direct investment.
Yeah, but I mean, she also was a part of undoing all of the immigration legislation that Trump had put forward.
Name one piece of immigration legislation. Look, I'll sweeten the pot for you. If you can tell me one piece of immigration legislation, not executive order, in the next 20 seconds, I will cash app you $100.
Well, no, I'm not gonna claim to know all of the legislation.
I don't need you to know all. I asked you for one. There's tons of them. There's a whole title dedicated to it. This should be easy. You have 10 seconds left. $100 is on the line, friend.
Also, Nick, are you aware that under the Kamala plan, there are going to be new monies invested in the border and also in the new technology and also in the Border Patrol themselves? Like, she's not scaling down the border.
Listen, all I know is she admitted that it's not even, it's a matter of fact. She undid the legislation that Trump had put forward.
Trump, look. This is how I know you don't know what you're talking about. Trump passed zero border legislation in the 4 years that he was in office.
Yeah, and Biden kept the immigration policies primarily of Trump as well. Like, he refused to get rid of Title 42, which was a huge problem for some people. So, like, Biden didn't soften
until the Supreme
anything.
Court did it.
Right. So, like, Biden didn't undo anything Trump did, and Kamala is not going to either. Kamala is going to be roughly the same as Biden at the border, except she wants to invest money to get technology and people there.
The truth is that Trump did a whole bunch of executive orders that had minimal to no effect on the border. The one thing that had an effect on the crossings at the border were the lockdowns during COVID. But you don't actually care about the immigration stuff, because here, I did this, Justin, did I tell you I did an experiment with my sister this morning on research, and she doesn't really get into the politics stuff too much. Mm-hmm. But I asked her to tell me what the asylum law was. Do you know how quick it was for her to find it?
I mean, to find the actual text of the law?
Yeah.
I mean, depending on where you're looking, it might take a while. I wouldn't even know the exact website to pull it from.
It took her less than 10 seconds. She wrote United States asylum law in Google, and it took less than the time it took to type for Google to bring 8 USC 1158 right to her little iPhone.
Yeah, I've actually got it right here from the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services. That pulled up right with the Google.
Yeah, so that's one immigration law. It was passed in 1990 by George H.W. Bush as part of a comprehensive immigration bill. But you, Nick, you said immigration is the most important thing to you, and I offered you $100. You couldn't name one law.
Also, I'd be curious to know, what the end goal of the immigration debate is going to be. Because, I don't think that either party is in favor of open borders. So, what's the point? Literally, the left and the right have the same end goal.
I would just encourage you guys to look this if you don't believe me, but they definitely
look this up.
Construction of the wall. It was Biden's first day in office. He undid all of his immigration policies.
He didn't.
Nick, you have bars. The guy with the tie at the Waffle House, he'll tell you the Wi-Fi password. But listen, you want me to look it up when you don't know the law. That's rich. That's super, super rich.
Yeah, it's also true that like if Biden repealed an executive order using his executive authority, that's something that Biden did. That's not something that Kamala did. So I don't know why like we keep blaming Kamala for things that Biden did. Kamala told you what she wants to do with the border. I don't know why we wouldn't just take her at that word, especially because overall the Democratic Party has, even though publicly they disagree, I mean, when it comes to actual legislation, they've been mostly lockstep with the Republicans. It's not like they differ greatly. The only difference is some Republicans want a border wall, and the Democrats are smarter, and they say, no, we'd rather have actual technology because border walls don't actually solve any problems. They're way too easy to bypass. And the biggest issue is like 60 to 65% of the illegal immigration happens when people are crossing the border legally. And another issue is that we don't have any internal controls. So, for example, I've done a lot of work down at the Mexican border. And are you aware that there's a good portion of people working on the Mexican border that are actually just family members of people living in Mexico, that they got U.S. citizenship just so they can work at the border, just so that they can let people across the border that they want to let across, typically people that shouldn't be let across? There are actually insiders inside of the ranks, and the units are so underfunded and so underpoliced that it takes a long time to root these people out. You know what's not a problem is people just walking across the border seeking asylum. People just walking across the border hoping to find a better future in America. Those people typically are not problematic. It's the people that are coming here legally and then doing things they shouldn't be doing that are usually problematic, like overstaying your visa because you're only supposed to be here for 6 months before your visa gets renewed.
You know what bothers me is that in the information age, where you can find almost any fact, especially the ones that we write down, like laws, really quickly, I routinely speak to people who say, this issue is the most important to me, and yet they know nothing about that issue.
Yeah. All right, Nick, I don't know if Nick's with us. I'm actually pretty convinced that he lost his reception because he's driving, even though he said he wasn't driving. So, Nick, I mean, do you want to talk about the immigration issue or no?
I think Jeff completely like fish and filleted him.
Yeah, I think he's
He's
filleted.
done.
All right, have a great one. Pay attention to the road. Stop living and driving. That's how you end up unalive. Winkman, welcome in.
Just as a quick note, I'm going to say I'm perfectly okay with wide open borders.
Yeah. So, I mean, even the immigrants that are coming here illegally have a much lower rate of committing crimes and incarceration. The biggest issue that we face in heavy immigrant populations is poverty. Poverty typically can lead particular communities to engage in particular behaviors that we would deem unsavory, but typically the ones that migrate and integrate northward, there we go, and integrate into a society and get jobs and whatnot, they do just fine. They have a much higher rate of going to college. They have a much higher rate of employment. They have a much lower rate of incarceration. And Weakman, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. I actually kind of just started following you due to Jeff. I follow Jeff, man. Jeff is savage, man. He's the man. I'm telling you.
I get a little excited when he calls people marshmallow brain.
Oh no, Jeff is savage, man. He telling the truth straight up. But no, I've been here tapping. I know I had kind of came off like a couple times. I realized that I end up tapping, but I'm here getting ready to watch the Kamala town hall. So I was just listening to you. I started following you, Deconstruction, man. Hey, I really appreciate your knowledge and everything that you're putting out. So I want to take up more of your time. I guess I should introduce myself. I'm a retired Navy veteran, 28 years, and I really appreciate what you're doing for us. You're meant for the country. And thank you. No, you're doing a great service. Trust me. They need to be knowledgeable. I love these lives where these knowledgeable creators are just, providing them with that information. So keep doing what you're doing. You got my support 1000%. So thank you. I really appreciate you.
All right, thank you. Thanks for being here, Wink.
And you keep killing them, Jeff.
He's gonna slay him.
You know how we do.
All right, cheers, Wink. Yeah, I've never heard anyone use marshmallow brain, but it really is such a good.
He has a
piece of
whole
verbiage.
emote on it.
Yeah,
It's great.
They made emotes yesterday, so I have to upload them to my channel.
Please do, so I can be entertained when I'm in your panels.
Welcome in, Queens. Queens? And they're gone.
It was a bad dial. They didn't mean to.
And that happens. Well, that's all the people in the queue. Not a lot of opposition on political night for some reason. You think with the election so close that people would be clamoring to debate, but apparently not.
They're getting their asses handed to them left and right in these political debate spaces that they're just like, you know what? Fuck this shit, I'm out.
And I've been good. Like, I haven't brought up the fact that Trump has been held civilly liable for assaulting E. Jean Carroll. I haven't brought up the fact that he sexualizes 10-year-olds on escalators. I mean, I've been trying to keep it solely on policy, and they're still scared to come in.
What I'll say is that the state of MAGA on TikTok has been abysmal. That we used to be able to get a bunch of people to come in and have some sort of substantive discussion, and now we have people who barely do an adequate job of hiding their true motive for voting for Trump, which is either some weird bigotry, racism, misogyny, homophobia, transphobia, or something where they think that if they just align themselves with the orange man, that they're going to get something trickling down on them that's not what he had trickling down on him in Russia.
Yeah, right. He's definitely getting trickled on. So here's some more fun facts about things Trump has said. Trump once said, a person who is very flat-chested is very hard to be a 10 because, again, women are only valued in whether or not they've got bazoombas. Let's see now. Oftentimes when I was sleeping with one of the top women in the world, I would say to myself, thinking about me as a boy from Queens, can you believe what I am getting? Because that's the mind of an adult male right there. Let's see. What else do we have here? Oh, yeah, this is about having children. I don't change diapers. It's not my thing. You know that. I'm a good father, but that's not my thing. And Melania is going to be a great mother. To a large extent, it's up to the women. There are lots of women out there who, demand the husband act like a wife. There are a lot of husbands who listen to that because changing your child's diaper makes you a woman. I don't know if anyone knew that. Taking care of the child, the thing that you gave life to, makes you a woman. Because a real man wouldn't possibly take care of their child. Let's see if I have any good ones in here. Let's see. Oh my gosh. I forgot he said you can get AIDS by kissing. You guys aware of that one? He said you can get AIDS by kissing.
What an idiot.
So bad.
It's absolutely unhinged.
But this is a guy who also said that you could put bleach in your body in order to fight off the corona. So there's that. He also, it's baffling to me that he's okay with somebody publishing a Bible, a Trump Bible. That, to me, anyone who puts their name on a Bible, to me, is got some sort of an ego issue.
So that Bible was originally published by somebody else, and he just kind of co-opted it. But the funny thing is that you remember that he had the Constitution in there, and it was conveniently missing the 11th through 17th Amendments.
Of course. Why would you include all of them?
Yeah, so the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, which make me a whole human, a real boy, they weren't in there.
Of course not.
That's That's wonderful.
Why would we give personhood to non-whites? And why would we possibly do that?
Yeah, that's it's one of those things. But he's not a racist, and neither are any of the people who came up here to disparage brown and black people. They're not racist.
Except for that time that a bunch of investors were coming to his casinos, and he made sure to clear out all of the black casino dealers so that no one would see any black people handling money in the casino. Other than that, he's not racist.
Yeah, and the time that in the 70s, the Nixon administration, the administration that fluently used the N-word, said to him and his dad, "Y'all are too racist, so we're going to sue you."
Yeah, they literally got, was it 1973? I think he got sued by the Department of Justice. Let me see. I've actually got a document. Sorry, what's that?
Yeah. I think it was in 72 and in 73.
Yeah, let me find it.
He countersued for $100 million, including the New York Times in the countersuit, and citing a story that they wrote and saying that it defamed him because they had false information. I looked up that story because I subscribe to the New York Times, and the story just simply said that Donald Trump was getting sued by the DOJ.
Yeah, and he absolutely was sued by the DOJ, and they were successful. Like they actually made their case and proved it. And he and his father were held liable. Let me see. I know I've got a copy of the actual document. Let's see. City of New York Commission on Human Rights. Oh, that's right, because they had problems with the state of New York while they were there as well. I forgot about that. Let's see. There's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's a bunch of documents on the Civil Rights Litigation Clearinghouse website. It's just clearinghouse.net. But I wanted to find the actual case because I know there's a PDF floating around on the internet that's the actual docket from when they got sued in 1973 by the freaking federal government. Anyways, we got a new guest in the queue. Welcome in, Josh.
Hi, how are you?
Good,
I'm
how are you?
friendly. I'm good. I'm friendly. Jeff, you are the fucking man, sir. Much
Yeah, he
respect
is.
to you. Yeah, he is. I've actually come in here because of Jeff as well. Like, I've been following Jeff for a minute. But the reason I'm in here is I grew up in Queens. I know I grew up around this guy. Granted, I'm a lot younger than him, but I went to one of the same high schools he went to. I have family that are Haudenosaunee or Mohawk, part of the Five Nations of the Iroquois. And there is a big percentage of Haudenosaunee iron workers here in our city, in our state. And a lot of them, I don't know recently, but up until maybe even 15 years ago, there was a big group of them that lived in Brooklyn. The reason I bring that up is that these iron workers were literally hired to either to build, I think, Trump Tower, if I'm not mistaken. And he literally gypped a whole group, a whole union of iron workers.
Oh, yeah. In fact, I've got the data here. He's been sued. Hold on. He's been sued over 100 times for not paying taxes. He's been sued over 130 times over not paying contractors. And this is old data. There's new data. Over 130 lawsuits for not paying his contractors. And there have been people that worked on Trump's legal team that have gone out and said, yeah, a lot of times Trump will just tell us, don't pay the bill, stiff it. And
Hang on one second.
He'll get away with it.
Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. Somebody caught me on a term that is completely egregious and disgusting, and I used it, the G word. And I am so sorry.
Yeah, I understand it's part of our...
It's part of our consciousness, just like they use terms about... Okay, a little bit about me. I'm mixed Native, Irish, and Jewish, and they use things with like circling the wagons, or the lowest person on the totem pole, or throwing a penny at a Jew, and all that stuff. So I am, if I offended, I am so sorry. And right, because it's so implanted in our everyday that I used it, and I'm sorry.
Just got to do better.
Okay. Yes,
But
100%.
we appreciate that, Josh. Now, I found the document I was looking for. Anyone interested? I'm going to put it on the screen, see if I can blow it up a little bit. This is the actual docket from when the Trumps, plural, were taken to court by the Department of Justice. It says, the United States of America alleges this is an action brought pursuant of 42 U.S.C. 3613 seeking to remedy violations of Fair Housing Act. Okay, and then what is he accused of? Item 3 says, Defendant Trump Management, Inc., which is a New York corporation doing business in the Eastern District of New York, manages and operates numerous apartment buildings totaling at least 14,000 dwelling units in the New York area and elsewhere. Defendant Fred C. Trump is the principal stockholder and chairman of the board of directors of Trump Management. Defendant Donald Trump is president of Trump Management. So when this happened, when this lawsuit happened, Donald Trump was acting as president of the corporation. So you can't say that he wasn't involved. And then it says the defendants, Fred C. Trump and Donald Trump, transact business in New York and are responsible for policies and practices of Trump Management. And it says, let's get to their actual, there we go. The defendants, through the actions of their agents and employees, have discriminated against persons because of race in the operation of their apartment buildings, among other ways, by refusing to rent dwellings and negotiate for rental of dwellings with persons because of race and or color in violation of Section 804A of the Fair Housing Act, obviously, requiring different terms of conditions with respect to the rental of dwellings because of the race and color, making and causing to be made statements with respect to rental of dwellings which indicate a preference, limitation, and discrimination based on the race and color in violation of Section 804C. And then last, there's actually a couple more, but it says under Section 5, last point, representing two persons because of race and color, that dwellings are not available for inspection. Now, one of the people that was actually part of this complaint, there's a video somewhere, a documentary somewhere on YouTube about this whole fiasco. And one of the people that is a part of this complaint here is actually in that documentary and talks about how he was seeking an apartment. And Trump literally told him, even though he overheard him telling a white person that there are apartments available, when he went to get an apartment, Trump immediately had no openings. And so this is part of where that comes from. And then let's see, that might be most of the important stuff.
If I remember right, too, don't quote me. I believe that when POC were applying for apartments in the 70s, they would, when they found out that they were POC, I believe they put either like a colored marker in the top right-hand corner, or they circled it, or something. But also what people don't talk about is that his father was part of the KKK. Like,
oh, yeah.
And also, that man, okay, so he says he grew up in Queens, which he did technically, right? But he grew up in a place called Douglaston Manor. And Douglaston Manor is kind of like, I don't know if you know Florida, but you know Star Island. Have you ever heard of Star Island? Like the whole thing with P. Diddy's there about.
Oh, I'm a northerner.
Okay. Well, Star Island is where all the richy rich live in Miami. Like there's only one way on, one way out. It's all boarded and closed off and all that stuff. Anyway, Douglaston Manor is pretty much the same way. It is literally encircled, and there's guards at the front. It's very secluded. That man literally grew up with a friggin' platinum spoon in his butt.
Yeah. Listen, Josh, thanks for being here. I think we got some people in the queue that might be opposition. We're going to get them in and see what happens. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for hearing me out, and y'all are doing amazing things. Be well, much love, and many blessings.
Thanks so much. Have a great one.
Thank you.
Also the bloodlines. I don't know if you guys have seen the video of Trump talking about bloodlines in connection to the racist Nazi rhetoric that his father used to have, especially against Jewish people. This is what he says about immigrants. Let me know if the audio works.
We got a lot of work to do. You know, when they let, I think the real number is 15, 16 million people into our country. When they do that, we got a lot of work to do. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and...
They're poisoning the blood of America. Imagine thinking that somebody coming from another country or another race is going to poison our blood.
Meanwhile, the majority of those people in those institutions are schmug addicts that are American born and raised, and majority of them are white tea. Let's go ahead and tap the screen, guys. Be sure to continuously share it out. Be sure to also gift not only the host, but the panel as well. Gifting actually does help push us into the algorithm. We are waiting for opposition. So be sure to share, like. Let's see if we can get up to 250K by 10 o'clock.
Poisoning the blood. Where have I heard that before? Sounds familiar.
Yeah, right?
I wonder if I've heard anybody else say that before.
Maybe somewhere around World War II-ish. It's hard to tell. Could be anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sophia, welcome in. Sophia. I think she accidentally requested. I don't think she meant to be here. All right, so we're just going to keep on moving on. How you doing?
Hello?
Trump Catholic, welcome in.
Yes, sir. I'm, before you ask, 23 male pronouns, so he, him.
Fantastic. I appreciate that. So,
yes, sir.
Who will you be voting for in this election?
I'm actually a McDonald's employee, and I'm going to be voting for Donald Trump because I'm a McDonald's employee, and then you can't actually disprove this objectively because you're an atheist and you have no objective truth. You can't ground it in an atheist worldview.
Is he trolling right now, or is this serious?
He has to be.
This can't be real.
It's not. No, I'm being serious.
Oh, well,
you can't objectively say that's a bad argument.
Well,
you have no grounding for truth.
I'm not an atheist. I believe in Doug.
Oh, good for you.
So, all intelligibility and logic is actually grounded in Doug. So, I'm not an atheist. I don't know why you put that on me. So, why are you voting for...
Did you convert to Doug yesterday, then?
I converted to Dougism a couple days ago when he appeared to me. I'm now the prophet of Doug.
Oh, okay.
And it's true because I presupposed it. So, anyways...
Do you kiss it like the Muslims kiss the black stone?
I do not romance the stone.
Oh, okay, just making sure.
Yeah, there's no rubbing or kissing. But I want to talk about politics.
Say the
tonight.
same for his priests and children.
Oh yeah. So I mean, you're a Catholic, so I can understand why you would like Trump because Trump likes little kids too. So other than that, why would you be voting for Donald Trump?
Nice little cheap shot.
That was a little bit below the belt.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that you don't have like actual objective standard for morality. And you have no objective standard for truth either. So these are objective moral claims, objective truth claims. You can't claim anything is bad or anything is...
Okay, dumb.
You have to cope now and mute me because I'm just actually like...
Because I wanted to have an actual...
Calm down, Princess.
I wanted to have an actual discussion about politics and policy. Is that something you would like to do? Or would you rather have a Darth Dawkins philosophy debate?
I would be fine with it, but you have no actual...
That was a yes or no question. Do you want to have a substantive
I was literally
conversation about politics, or do you want to have a Darth Dawkins rage session?
Here's the thing, Trump Catholic. I was just hired. Hold on 1 second. I was just hired as the official TikTok debate standings holder. The standings are kept in a journal that I keep. The powers that be thought I did such a good job writing the L's of losers in my journal that they hired me to do it officially. So now, if you continue in this clownishness, what I'm going to do is I'm going to write in my journal tonight, in addition to the greatness of the sushi I had for dinner, and the wonderful things that happened at work. I'm going to write that Trump Catholic lost a debate because he was too clownish to actually engage. It's going to hurt you in the standings, and I'm also going to show it to everybody so that it can be made official.
It's, you know what, Jeff? I wouldn't even worry about that. He's just mad because he's not 12 years old anymore, so his priest no longer loves him. Can we move on?
Yeah, I mean, we debate religion
Well, Al,
like 99% of the time. Tonight's not a religion night. Tonight is actually a politics night. Would you like to talk about politics?
Yes.
Great. So why are you voting for Trump?
I'm just saying I'm not voting for Harris, and I want to vote, so I'm going to vote for Trump.
Right. I'm asking you why. Why did you decide on Trump?
Yeah, I already told you I'm a McDonald's employee.
Okay, so you're just a clown. Imagine coming up here just
like
to do
his
that.
employer. Yeah, that was embarrassing.
I debate religion at least 3 nights a week. He couldn't find one of those 3 nights to show up and actually debate religion with me. He wanted to come and give me his Darth Dawkins spiel on the night that we're actually talking about politics. Anyways, History and Coins, welcome in. And he's gone.
So here's my journal, right? And just so y'all know, I'm not bullshitting. So I'm writing Trump Catholic. I'm doing this with one hand here because I got to hold my other phone. Lost.
It's
a
let it be written, let it be so.
Debate with
stored forever.
Justin. There. Now it is official. You guys all saw it.
I'm a little sad he didn't want to have an actual political discussion. Because, I mean, he's got Trump in his name. I assume he actually likes Trump, right?
Listen, he had no boots strong enough for that hike.
Yeah, he was not prepared at all. His stove's not nearly hot enough to boil water. No way.
Nope.
He definitely doesn't have enough gas in that tank to get to the destination. He definitely doesn't have the reception for that phone call.
And these people vote. That's the sad part. These people actually vote. That's what's concerning. Like, wow. I'm pretty sure they don't even read what's on the ballots and the paperwork. They just see the person's name that they like, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. So, like, if you're living in a small community, like a rural community that's like mostly right wing and mostly Christian, you're kind of primed to believe that, like, you know, you're fixed in this battle between good and bad, and the good side is the side that we're on, and that's the side where, you know, we have morals and God, and we respect laws and things like that. And then the other side is godless and lawless. And so they create this wild scenario in your head where you're not actually thinking about what's happening. You're just voting instinctually because you've been primed to believe that you must vote one particular way or else you're voting for the devil. Dr. Joe, thank you for all the cranes, by the way. Good to see you, Dr. Joe. Dr. Joe, I might need some therapy after this. What's good, Polly?
What's going on, Jess? How you doing? What's up, Jeff? How you doing, brother?
Listen,
so this is Polly.
Yeah, we got Polly.
Hi, I'm Polly.
Listen, there's no need for me to be here with you guys here, so I'm gonna take a bathroom break, and you can just run roughshod over the field. Although we have no Trump supporters. None of them have the courage to get in here right now.
I just got off of live and it was pretty dead over there too. Not gonna lie, it was a struggle for about 2 hours. So don't feel bad. It's just been kind of off the last couple days. I don't know why you need me here. Jeff's here. Jeff freaking he's smarter than I am, man. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, he puts me to shame.
Jeff's been doing some cooking.
Jeff is always cooking. I was watching your live. I did a raid to your live yesterday, didn't I, Jeff? Was that yesterday?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I sat around and watched you for a while after that. You guys were cooking in there for like real hard.
Although, what time is it? It's just past 9:15. So most of them
9:17.
are taking their dentures out and getting their catheter ready, and they can't debate and cath at the same time.
I think there's actually a Trump rally right now. I think that's why it is. I think they're all watching it. And I'm not joking. I think there's really like a Trump rally going on. I think
that's what it is.
They're all there right now. Yeah. And then Kamala Harris is talking at the CNN town hall tonight too. So so you're also not getting a lot of the Democrats also, which drive in all the Republicans too. So there's you got kind of both of them going on.
Sometimes you just need one good guest to get the debate juiced, and then they'll filter in.
Well, if they see me up here, you will 100% get one or two, because they will come in to argue, and they will be the worst people you ever met in your life. So if I hang up for a second, you'll be able to argue somebody.
They got to come. All right, I'll take this opportunity to do a trickle, but not for Trump, and then I'll be back shortly. Hanji's in charge.
All right, Donald Palmer.
So, Polly, I don't know, you missed it. We had a person up here who was doing the whole Kamala's not black thing and the grandmother nonsense, right?
Yeah.
I got pretty irritated, and I want to tell the whole chat why. It wasn't because they were racist. Like, I'm used to seeing racists.
Right.
It's because of the tragedy that's happened in this country. Do you know about that, Polly? The tragedy?
What are you referring to exactly? I'm sorry.
The tragedy the great tragedy in this country is that racists, they used to be more, right? Like they used to, like, a racist white dude would stop smacking his spouse around just long enough so he could shout out his window and say the N-word at me across the street. Like the dude at the convenience store, sitting outside the convenience store, he would like spit everything into a spittoon so he could really accentuate the G's in the middle of the word, right?
Mm-hmm.
But now we have these cowardly people that go into places and they're dishonest. I would respect them more if they just walked into the room and said, I don't like black people.
Was it Savvy Moon?
Yeah.
I've talked
It
to her before.
was. And
I've talked
thank
to
you,
her before.
Cameron, for the $1 on Venmo. Polly is definitely energy.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was Savvy Moon, and Justin like super cooked her on the economy. So then she goes, do you know what it is that really bugs me? It's the grandmother thing.
So I was in a live with her not too long ago. And she was really trying to play this like middle of the road thing. Saying that she was like an ex-Trump supporter type of thing going on. But like some of the stuff she says is like absolutely wild. But yeah, the grandmother thing absolutely bothers me. Like the whole she's not black thing, the entire idea that people don't know the difference between race and ethnicity is just insane to me. Yeah, it's crazy because like, and I love to do this, with my skin tone, and I get to do this on my live, which is absolutely great. So every time someone says like, oh, she's not even black, I just go, okay, am I black? And I force them to tell me whether I'm black or not, and they will not do it. I've had that conversation come up like at least 20 times, and none of them, every single one of them refuses to freaking say whether I'm black or not, right? But I'm like, then why can you assume it about Kamala Harris, but you can't assume it about me, right?
Oh,
like,
Polly, I have something to say with that one. I'm a Greek woman, Greco-Egyptian, okay? And I literally had Jamal for Jesus the other day saying, how dare you guys listen to this? This was it was in Oso's live. How dare you listen to this woman who's not even melanated over your fellow brother, right? And I'm just like, oh, now, hold on. I'm about to turn on my camera. You ready? You ready? I'm not melanated?
Not at all. Can't see any.
But it's funny because the same people that are pulling this racism against Kamala, when something's happening in real life, they will assume that you're black even when you're not. So for example, my ex-wife was Egyptian, and she had the same skin as Polly actually in terms of tone. And I can't tell you how many times somebody called her the N-word in public or was just super rude to her when we were out and I wasn't right next to her. And then I got next to her and they were really nice all of a sudden. So like the same people that are like, Kamala's not really black are the same people that are looking for any opportunity ever to discriminate somebody who's not perfectly white. So these people are insane. But
I'm gonna let y'all, since it's only friendlies in here, I'm gonna let y'all in on a secret. For a while, a few months ago, I had noticed that some of the members of the black community would look at my PFP because it's in black and white and assume I'm white. And so then I was saying, hey,
What?
you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to change my PFP. And my wife was like, what are you doing? No, let them assume. Because I'm a pretty calm dude. But, and no offense to you, Justin, but if you call me white, right, there's something that goes off in my brain, and all I want to do is roast you to oblivion. And that switch goes off. So when they look at my PFP and they don't like tap on it and look at the rest, like my wife's a genius, they say, oh, white man, and I don't even turn, sometimes I want to turn on my camera, but I don't even go that far. I just go ham. I code switch immediately. And I'm just like, all right, you want to see how black I am? Let me show you what black is.
So, Jeff, the first panel I was ever on with you, before you started talking, I saw your profile picture and I 100% thought you were white. Like 100%. And but I always look further. And so like I went into your profile and all this stuff and I was like, oh, okay, he's not. But just off of that profile picture, 100%. Like I thought it, like, I'm not gonna lie to you whatsoever, dude. I'm not.
Well, when I first saw the profile
Justin, did ex-wifey have my hair? My texture?
It was not quite as curly.
Some of us do.
But yeah, that is pretty typical for Egyptian style hair, actually.
I'm really glad there's a bunch of people in the comments that feel the same as me.
John, are you with us? John, did you accidentally request my man?
Oh, sorry.
You up here by accident?
Sorry.
I got you.
You have a really cool beard.
He had a great beard, though.
That beard was epic, wasn't it?
So
that beard was so epic.
Maybe while we're waiting, let's take a vote for the worst thing Donald Trump ever said. And I think my vote is going to be here when he said this to a 10-year-old girl.
Yes. That was
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm going to be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Grown-ass man. I'm going to be dating a 10-year-old. 10 years.
I mean, is that worse than if she wasn't my daughter, I'd be dating her?
Oh my God, yeah.
That's worse, and I'll tell you why.
You think the one he did or the one I said?
The escalator one.
Okay, go ahead.
Was worse because that girl is 10. That is first ballot, unanimous, down the line, Hall of Fame, worst thing to say. Like, it's so bad that this is how you know it's bad. When you tell people about the daughter comment, they'll be like, it's a joke. When you tell people about that escalator comment, they'll tell you the video's fake.
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy that we're arguing like P3DOs versus like incest?
Yeah.
Well, these are Christians. They're used to reading it in their scripture, if they even read their scripture.
Yeah, Lot was a righteous man. Welcome in, Rojo.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to all the Muslims. And how you doing to the non-Muslims?
Good. How are you? Are you at least 18?
Yes, sir.
Are you voting in the American election on November 5th?
Absolutely not, because it's haram.
All right. Well, we're looking for people who are voting for Trump. Okay.
Before that, I have a question. Right. What's like? I don't know too much about Kamala Harris. What's up with her? Like, what's good things about her? Like, stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. So there's a couple reasons why I personally am voting for Kamala Harris. Number one is she actually has some provisions that she wants to do for healthcare. So, for example, she wants to allocate Medicare funds for senior citizens to get in-home healthcare. She also wants to continue to expand negotiating drug prices because the government has made it illegal for a long time to negotiate drug prices with the manufacturers. There are now a small list of manufacturers that we're allowed to negotiate drug prices with. That list is going to grow under Kamala Harris. She's also in favor of continuing capping particular medications like insulin at particular prices so people that are dependent on it can't get gouged. And then on top of that, she's also she's not really public about it right now, but she's also in favor of Medicare for all, which I love Medicare for all. In terms of climate, she's not a climate denier. She actually thinks that climate change is real, and she thinks that we should do something about it. So there are incentives that she wants to put in place, like another cash for clunkers. She wants to retrain people that are unemployed to work in the green industry. She wants new tax incentives for buying green products. For example, she wants to increase and extend the tax credit for EVs, electric vehicles, and also for the what we would say like the plug-in hybrids and whatnot. She's also not wanting to gut the EPA like Trump. Trump wants to gut the EPA. That's a dream that the Republicans have had literally forever. They have wet dreams about it every day of the week. Kamala doesn't actually want that. She wants to reinstate clean water. She wants to reinstate the actual power that they had under previous EPA leaders. Let me see. I think I've got some stuff. She's got.
I mean, from the sounds of it, she sounds like a good woman. I would love to vote for her if it wasn't a sin.
Yeah, no, she's definitely in favor of like what I would categorize normal people would be in favor for. Trump is, well, I mean, he's insane.
People are asking why hasn't she done that? I mean, I kind of understand the question, but does she have the authority to do these things?
Well, some of the things, like when it comes to the manipulating the EPA, the president does have a couple levers that they can pull in order to get things done at the EPA without Congress enacting legislation. But some of the big things do require Congress to enact legislation. So there is that. But like the EPA actually has a lot of issues when it's mismanaged. Like under Trump, they rolled back at least 112 different provisions in the EPA, and it resulted in salmonella outbreaks. A lot of people aren't even aware of this, but you know the water that you water your crops with, that water has a separate set of regulations in how it needs to be treated before you can actually water your crops with it, because otherwise it results in salmonella outbreaks and things like that. Well, Trump rolled back those policies when he was in office, and lo and behold, it was only a matter of a year before we started to have all kinds of drastic effects on the food that we eat in terms of its contamination, because they switched over to using contaminated water sources for the crops. So like simple stuff like just making sure that we're actually farming food correctly without contaminating that food goes a long way to keeping people out of hospitals, to keep people from unnecessarily being unalived by poisons.
Oh, well, thank you for, informing me. I'm going to dip, but before I do that, can you rate this beard?
Oh, it's a dope beard. If it's 1 out...
But the last dude's beard, man, just made it look bad. Like it's a good beard, like much better than mine. But if I hadn't just seen like a 10 out of 10, I would have rated it higher.
Man, I would love to see I would love to see his beard. I wasn't here.
You need more tip. You need more tip.
All right.
It's always the tip, isn't it? Always the tip.
Always the tip.
I got gaps. I've got gaps in mine. Mine's not nearly as good as y'all's.
No,
mine stinks. Mine's horrible, but I don't care.
Look, if you become Muslim, you get like a 20% boost on your beard,
Oh, damn. I didn't even know that. We'll have to consider that.
Is that all I got to do?
Yep.
Damn.
That's all.
All right, take care, man.
Yes, sir.
But the no eating pork is a deal breaker for me.
That's fair.
Pork.
I mean,
That's
if I have to choose
Bacon is
between bacon and beards, I'm picking bacon every day of the week.
100% agree.
Justin.
They've never had bacon. That's the problem.
And then you don't get Kraken anymore, do you? Right?
That's. I mean, yeah, you're right, because you're not really supposed to drink alcohol in the Muslim religion, right?
No.
Because
that's haram.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, so I don't get Kraken or bacon. I'd be a very, very unhappy Muslim.
You'd be a grumpy McGrumpkins. And I would have to deal with this shit every day. Like, oh, Jerry. Yes, sir.
With a beautiful beard,
Mac.
though. With a beautiful beard.
Big W, Mac. Thank you so much for all the creams, Mac. We really appreciate you. Yeah, I mean...
Win, Mac.
They got some great beards. I do what I can. The wintertime's coming, so you can grow it a little more fluffier too. Jeff, do you keep your beard over summer?
Not really. I trim it down as far as I can without getting fully rid of it.
Yeah, I have to keep mine shorter in the summer too. It's hot. We're gonna try to get Bottle Cap Genius in. Bottle Cap, welcome in.
Good evening. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I don't know who I'm gonna vote for. I honestly am kind of like, when it comes to the election, I'm just kind of like, I just feel like both parties do the same thing for the most part.
Well, I mean, sometimes.
Do you have any?
Sometimes.
Yeah. So I guess like my biggest, I have issues with both sides. I feel like they contradict each other a lot, and their beliefs and everything. So I guess like right now I'm on the fence whether or not I should vote. The only reason I really had to vote for Kamala is pretty much like student loans, but I also do have the ability to pay off my student loans. So
Sure. Well, she's not
other
canceling
than
student
that,
loans.
I'm not sure.
But
Yeah, I don't think she is, but I think they have a court case going on. And if she gets into office, I feel like there would be more time that court case is pending. And during that time, I could just throw a bunch of money at the student loans and not have to worry about paying interest.
Right, but again, I mean, there's lots of good reasons to vote for Kamala. Would you like to hear some of them?
Sure, like I'm willing to hear it. I just feel like sometimes she can come off as xenophobic, but yeah, I'm willing to hear it.
Well, if you got a problem with xenophobia, then Trump's not the person you need to be voting for. My goodness. All right, so do you believe that the police need oversight?
Yeah, I believe they need oversight, but I believe more so that we need to update our reporting systems in terms of data collection on what's going on with police departments, and that data should be accessible to the public.
Yes.
Ultimately.
Those
I think that would do a lot more than.
Those are reforms that Kamala wants
I'm
as
sorry.
well. So Kamala is in favor of police reform, and she's also in favor of passing the stalled out bill, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, which I think that died in Congress, back in 2020, somewhere in there. Anyways, it died a long time ago in Congress. She actually wants to revive it and pass it. She also wants to limit qualified immunity. She also wants to lower the criminal standard for in terms of actually being criminally liable, from being willful to knowingly reckless, to convict law enforcement officers for misconduct. So if law enforcement officers are breaking the law, they can actually be prosecuted for it. And then I don't know, what are the other issues that you like? I mean, typically police reform is a win-win for someone like Kamala.
My thing is, so my thing is, I kind of have an issue with immigration, and a lot of it just has to do with the media showing xenophobia towards American descendants of slavery, and not really voicing what's going on in our communities. Because although immigration is good, at the same time, American descendants of slaves, they experience a lot of xenophobia from other groups of people, regardless of color. And it just seems like every time things go bad in terms of crime and stuff, and it's a black person, that it just gets blamed on my community and our culture, and we're told we don't have culture. So I just kind of don't like that aspect of how Democrats kind of ignore that. And I guess that'd be my ultimate reasoning for why would I vote for a group of people who's not really acknowledging the issues in my community.
Polly, you look like you got something to
And
add to
instead they're
that.
just stereotyping us and saying we're doing all this stuff.
Oh, yeah, you can tag me in whenever, man. I'm sure Jeff has 1,000 things to say about this also, but
I'm not a member of the community.
Yeah, so when you're talking about, the the xenophobia that comes along with, supporting things as far as the black race, as far as the systematic racism that comes within the United States.
So my thing is, I don't prescribe to this generalized monolith of black people. I'm a descendant of slaves who were slaves in America. I'm a descendant of freedmen. So I identify more with that than I do with just a bunch of random people from overseas.
Yeah, and that's totally fine. And I very, very much respect your view of yourself. Like, I think that that's a very positive way to view yourself. Like, I really do. But also having an understanding that that's not the way that the system views us, right? Like, the American system as a whole has been set up to fight against that whole idea.
View us all the same way. Like, no one's on the TV talking about Nigerian people, criminals, or anything like that. Whenever criminality is brought up, it's brought up with my community. And then when you go to those other communities and you ask them about it, they say it's a culture issue. They say the same things that the white supremacists on the right say. So it's like I'm seeing it on both.
They say it's a culture issue regardless of what's going on. Like when you look at mass unalivings within schools, right? Like it's always even though that's a YT thing, right? It's always a culture issue. It's never the problem with, hey, we're the only country in the freaking world that has such loose freaking weapons laws and stuff like that. It's a culture thing. It's a mental health issue. It's all of those types of things, right? What I'm saying is the point that I was making was that when I'm talking about a monolith, right? It's always in the American system, right? It's always black versus white, right? It's immigrants. It's even though immigrants come from 100 different countries, it's still talked about within a monolith.
So I don't agree with that. It's not always black versus white. It's always a perception of what black is, and that bottleneck perception always ends up being something that's put on descendants of slaves.
Hold on.
I have a question because I might be confused. When I look at the news and they're talking about the community, I never hear them say ADOS once.
They don't have to say ADOS.
So you're just stop. So you're just when they say black, you're just claiming that for yourself and internalizing it.
No, whenever someone black does something wrong, it is ultimately put on black Americans of slave descent. It isn't put on Nigerian immigrants.
That's you
put
doing
on Ethiopian immigrants. No one ever wants to bring up what's going on in any other community.
Bottle. Take
Okay,
a breath.
I have to mute him. Continue, Jeff.
You're wrong. You're hearing that, but when they say black, they just mean black. They're not looking at you and saying, "Hey, I'm just talking about ADOS." Most of the white supremacists that say this stuff don't even know how to spell ADOS. You're internalizing it. The same way that they look at Haitian people and they're just saying black, we're going to discriminate against black people. This is the reason why when Trump made up the whole story about the cats and dogs, it wasn't just Haitians in the country who were targeted with hate crimes. It was black people across the entire country. Whether they were dark-skinned or light-skinned, if you were perceived as black phenotypically, you were targeted. So when they say black, you may be hearing ADOS, but that's not what they're saying. So it's really weird to claim that for yourself and then just say they're targeting my community. They're targeting all of us.
And that's what I meant by the system treats us within a monolith. That's if I didn't say that correctly. Maybe Jeff said it a little bit better.
That's what you said, Polly. He was just talking over you when you said it.
Copy that.
That's why I had to mute him, because he wasn't trying to listen. And let's not forget too, also,
I'm listening
the
right now.
Afro-Latino people who are Afro-Indigenous to Puerto Rico, to the Dominican Republic, they get gentrified just because of the color of their skin or the texture of their hair.
Yeah, but those same Latino people are also xenophobic. They have cultures in their communities where it says you need to lighten the race. So that is also a historical aspect of their community as well.
No. Jeff, handle him, because I will pop the fuck off.
No, don't get us
I'm
banned.
Dominican.
We don't. But I guess I'm trying to figure out what any of this has to do with Kamala.
It has nothing to do with Kamala. I know what it has to do with, but
It
I don't
has
want to like
everything to
really.
do with
No,
Kamala.
it
Because we
has
keep talking
nothing.
about
No,
black
no.
presidents,
It
black this,
it has
black
to
that.
it has to do it
No
has to
one
do
who
with you. Why are you talking at the same time that I'm talking? Can you unmute him? I just want to know why it is that he just decides that he wants to talk at his favorite time to talk. This is an ADOS thing that I absolutely despise. Bottle, can you unmute and tell me why it is that you've interrupted everybody on this panel?
Motherless behavior.
Very much so. Look, I'm going to just say it. This is the inside baseball here. Bottle is part of a community that has the misogynoir so deeply embedded that he has to speak this nonsense in order to just hate on a black woman. But I don't want to really talk about that. What I want to talk about is the fact that colorism exists across the entire diaspora. The fact that you are saying ADOS and just saying it as if it makes you like more black than other people, you're doing it too. I just don't know if you realize that you're doing it too. Like, I'm Dominican, I'm Afro-Latino, but when they pull me over, they just see a black man. And I don't go, well, I'm not black, I'm Dominican. I'm just black. But none of that has anything to do with one single Kamala Harris policy. No. None of that has anything to do with the track record of Kamala Harris in this country. None of that has anything to do with even this election. Like, maybe you felt a certain type of way when Barack Obama called out black men because they're letting the community down. They are. We are. But it's not a thing where they're just targeting ADOS. That's something that you have in your head.
Yeah, Jeff, your mic is cutting in and out right now, and I don't know if it's your connection or your mic, but we're not. A lot of what you're saying is going in and out.
Can you hear me better now?
That's weird because I didn't miss a word of it.
See, that's what I'm thinking.
I can hear him just fine. Yeah, I can hear him just fine.
Yeah, I heard some people in the comments saying that he was cutting in and out, and I can hear him cutting in and out. You're not cutting in and out at all, Polly.
Yeah, and he's not cutting out in and out to me at all. I heard every word he said.
Yeah, I heard every word.
It's just TikTok being TikTok, I guess.
Yeah. That's what it is.
So, Bato, can you actually discuss and listen instead of listening just to respond? Because in order for the panel to even discuss with you, you cannot start your sentence in the middle of theirs. That's why we keep I keep muting you.
Yeah, also, like, we're trying to discuss the actual candidates and, like, who we should be voting for, and so if that's the case, that's kind of the topic we need to be on. Just became, thank you for the 12-month subscription. I see that. Thank you so much. So, like, yeah, if you don't want to vote for Kamala, why? If you don't want to vote for Trump, why? If you want to vote for one of them, why? That's what we're here for.
Well, that was basically my point. I was like, I mean, a lot of passive aggressive stuff was just said about me, but all I'm just saying is that just because everyone's black doesn't mean all the communities are together, and we shouldn't just be voting off of race when there's xenophobia, and we need to acknowledge that.
Yeah, but I'm not voting on race.
Granted, there's a bunch of.
I mean, who are you talking to right now?
Well, I mean, the guy accused me of
Just to
not
be
wanting
clear.
to vote for a black woman.
That's right. I wasn't being passive aggressive. I was being fully aggressive.
Clearly.
I fucking love you, Jeff.
I just don't. I don't want to be misconstrued. Like, if you could tell me about Kamala Harris's xenophobia.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, because Trump.
I mean, there's a ton of Black American media.
But
there's a ton of Black American media who talks about politics that she just completely ignores, and a lot of Black American media is represented by people who essentially have immigrated over here and don't have the same lived experience.
Yeah, but the alternative is Trump. Are you aware of this?
No, but this isn't telling me anything. I want specifics. Like, you're saying a ton of, like, yes, there's media that says things, but I want to know what is her xenophobia.
Right, because
It's not really her xenophobia; it's the Democratic like the Democratic Party's xenophobia towards Native blacks.
You mean the
basically.
open racism of the Republican Party?
There's no real term for what you call my group. We don't have a term, but
There is, it's
Americans who
ADOS.
descend from slavery. I don't know what you want to call them.
I don't know if you don't look. I don't know if you don't know the name of your own group. I've been saying it this whole time. American Descendants of Slaves is called ADOS.
But anyone can be ADOS. You could be from the Caribbean and say, "Well, I'm in America, and I'm also a descendant of slavery." So it doesn't really define lineage.
No. American Descendant of Slaves. You should look it up because that's the group that you're claiming. I don't know if you want like some special black label for yourself to separate you from the rest of the black diaspora.
Dominicans have a Dominican American. That's a special label
Bottle,
for themselves.
No,
the problem is we don't look at the data. That's the problem.
Dominican is a nationality. I am black. I'm not black Dominican. I'm not like when it comes to my race and somebody says, "What is your race?" My race is black. I don't need a special designation.
Bottle cap.
Got it.
I'm trying to figure out why this is a problem, because the alternative to Kamala is an actual open racist and a party that is openly racist as well. Have you ever heard of the Southern strategy?
No, I haven't.
The RNC, the actual RNC, when George Bush was president, made a public apology for running the Southern strategy. The Southern strategy was implemented, we'll say, behind closed doors. It was an initiative for the Republican Party to get all of the racist people from the South into their party. And so they openly campaigned using dog whistles and other, we'll say, other methods in an effort to collect them into the party, which is why the Republican Party today is so full of people that are openly racist.
So because I'm black, I should probably just vote Democrat because they're not racist?
This is just about the president. There's nothing to do with Congress or who's running in your town. This is literally just about who's running for president. So I'm not saying that you should vote left or right because of your color. What I am saying is, if you're saying you don't like Kamala because Democrats have a particular view on race, but the Republicans are way worse, then you're just shooting yourself in the foot. That's like if one party wanted to...
The problem is I don't agree with it because, like, my issue ultimately is data. There's no data on what's going on with my people in this country. And I have no issues with any other people, but I'm just saying.
Hold on, what do you mean by that?
American descendants of slaves. Yeah, I mean like data. Like, for example, we get accused of using all this affirmative action stuff when like the majority of us don't even get affirmative action. And we get accused of just a bunch of racist stuff where we're just...
Affirmative action wasn't a racist thing. That's just an equity initiative.
Yeah, and which party is the party that makes fun of people for using affirmative action? It's always Republicans. Which party has been opposing affirmative action?
I'm just confused on how he says there's no data. Like, I think that like freaking like the black community within the United States might have the most data collected on them from any freaking community ever. Like, they know everything. Like black unemployment is just its own stat for some reason. I don't even understand why, but it is, right? One that presidents brag about, right? Like, when we talk about crime statistics, for some reason it's become a black versus like white thing. Like, I don't understand why, but like,
So
as far as voting registration, like, you know, like, oh, presidents have to how are they doing within the black or Latino communities, right? Like, it's always across the board. Like, what do you mean there's no data?
So there's no data on American descendants of slaves, on whether or not we're even using these programs and just stuff like that. There's no data on whether or not it's benefiting us. And that's basically what I'm saying.
But
In terms of my community, there's no way to
But
to parse it out.
But if people in your community aren't taking advantage of the programs, that's kind of on them. Like the programs exist,
If
and the
people in the
programs
community aren't taking advantage of the programs and black immigrants are taking advantage of the programs, then that should be acknowledged. That's all I'm saying. So if
There's
we
no
have an
data to show
equity
that that's
program,
happening.
I mean, disproportionately, black immigrants do get into schools a lot more than black Americans.
Show me one piece. Like, I would love to see that statistic. Like, honestly, I would love to show me one piece of data that says that. Maybe Jeff has one or something like that. But to show me that affirmative action more benefited black immigrants than it did American, like ADOS.
He just said there's no data, remember? But now there's data.
Oh yeah, that's true. I didn't catch that.
I want to pop off so bad.
No, I mean, can you
bad.
guys show me data where they separate by lineage?
By lineage?
Yes, by ethnicity, lineage, yes.
I want to scream my head off so bad, but I respect Justin and I don't want him to get bananaed. But let me tell you how much I despise certain types of, like, you know what? I'm not going to say it.
Yeah.
Why do you need it separated by lineage?
Because of people like you.
Because of what people like me?
Passive aggressive people who are
I'm
disingenuous.
not passive aggressive. I'm fully aggressive.
Okay, disingenuous.
Thank you.
I'm not disingenuous. I'm
Won't
telling you
even acknowledge
seriously.
your own racism in your own
I'm
community.
telling you seriously that I hate your Sambo ass. Do you see this?
That's cool.
Do you see this on my camera? I don't need the big screen. Do you see this, Bottle? What does this say?
I don't know what you're talking about.
The thing on my screen right now, what does it say?
ADOS advocate.
Have you ever seen this before? Have you ever seen
Yeah,
this
I've seen it
before? You have. Have you
And
ever
what do you
seen
think
this
about it?
document before?
No, I have not.
You have not. So you want to bitch and moan about the ADOS community, but you have
Because I
not
didn't
done
see one document.
You haven't done the first thing to research anything about it when they have their own website that tells you everything you need to know about how they parse the data out, and they have their advocacy. So here's my question. Why is it that you need a special I'm ADOS black sticker on your is it on your forehead, your cheek? Where do they put the sticker?
I mean, the same reason why other groups and ethnic groups have scholarships and different things that cater to them, because people advocate for their group, tangibles for their group.
Which group?
Their ethnic group, the group that they come from.
Name one.
Name one. An ethnic group? I don't know. Dominicans.
Dominicans is a nationality.
Okay. Black Dominicans.
Black
I mean, a lot of
Dominicans
them say they're not black, though. I mean, are we just going to act like the community doesn't do this stuff?
Look, no, that's their problem. Just because there's anti-black Dominicans, there's anti-black ADOS. I'm talking to one right now. But what I'm saying is, I'm not going to put that on the entire ADOS community.
American.
No, you're anti-black. That's fine. I'm not going to put that on the entire ADOS community. I'm sorry?
And you're anti-black American.
No, I'm pro every
I haven't said
black.
anything disrespectful or anything like that.
You have said so much shit that's disrespectful.
You have. You've said that you want a special designation of black for
Yeah, I want a
yourself.
special designation to get away from you. What are you talking about? Y'all people
That's
don't
why
do
you're
nothing for us.
anti-black.
You guys,
Look,
you
And
guys
that's why
go
you're
and you do the
anti-black.
same
You're
thing with
proving
racist
Jeff's
white folks do.
point.
Listen, Stephen. I
You don't
don't
even acknowledge
care.
the racism in your own community.
Steven,
It's cool,
Steven,
whatever.
You are the
Steven,
racism within our own community.
No,
Steven,
you're not
I've
a part of the
acknowledged it.
community.
That's what I heard.
And y'all know you're
Steven.
not a part of it.
Steven, I've acknowledged it. How did it feel to have Samuel L. Jackson play you in a movie, Steven? I would be honored if it was me. Like if Samuel L. Jackson played me in a movie, I would be over the moon. But I'm asking you, how did it feel for you?
That's a good question, Jeff. How would it feel for you, Bato?
This
To have
is so
Shella
lucky. This
out.
is Justin's live because I almost just threw out. If this was mine, I would have thrown out a quote from that movie so fast. I would have got in trouble.
English, do you speak it? Hello, we're talking to you.
O'Keefe, thank
How
you
would
for
you
the
feel about
subscription.
Samuel playing you in a film?
Here's the difference, Sambo.
Sambo.
I call out all of the anti-blackness in my community every day.
Sure you do.
I've called out anti-black Dominicans. I've called out anti-black Americans. I don't need a special designation of black. You seem to think that if you separate yourself, massa will bring you into the house. That's
No,
what
I
you
think
want.
that if we separate ourselves, we get the exact numbers.
You
And
get
we're
the
not
exact
gonna
numbers
sit here
so
and
that,
let immigrants take
so that
advantage of
massa
the
doesn't
system
think the house is
that we
too
don't
crowded.
have access to.
Look, I've seen the type of anti-blackness you have. Fine. Maybe you don't fit the stereotype. I'm about to be crude, but I'm going to mask it, right? Because when it's not flat, some people can't reach. And I get that that makes you feel bad, but you don't have to hate black women. That's your
I hate
shortcoming,
black
not
women.
theirs.
I've never said that.
You hate black women.
No, I don't.
So again, tell me about what the problem with Kamala Harris is.
The problem with her is she doesn't pay any attention to my community. That's basically it.
And you think Trump does?
She does.
She doesn't pay
It
any
doesn't matter
attention
if
to
she
your
does.
community.
But
It
we've been
does.
voting Democrat for how many years? How many decades? Nothing
Should we
really
talk about
happens.
when she was? Should we talk about when she was
Everything's
the
always the
AG and she significantly increased the recidivism rates for black men from the ages of 18 to 25? Can we talk about that? Do you not
Can we
think that
talk
was
about
addressing
how
a problem
crime
within our
isn't
community?
The biggest fucking issue. I'm not a criminal.
Do I think
so
the
why do I care?
recidivism rate, as far as young men in our freaking country being freaking like absolutely destroyed for the rest of their freaking lives because of a felony thing that they did when they were young and disproportionately to our community? Yes, I think that's a huge problem.
Yeah, it's a huge problem, but it's not
quick,
the only
Ollie.
problem. There's
Ollie,
other
I have
problems
a
that I
question
think
for
are a
you.
lot more important.
Yeah,
Like problems
that's
that
what
bring us
Sambo.
closer
Like,
to
listen,
equity.
let me ask Polly a question. Polly, when you're the attorney general of a state, do you set tax policy for the state, or is that a criminal justice position?
I think it's just a criminal justice position.
So if you do criminal justice stuff that benefits the black community, that's a good thing, right?
I would think so, yes.
Okay, great. So when you're a vice president and you increase opportunity zones for black Americans, not just ADOS, all black people, that's a good thing too, right?
Absolutely.
But you don't necessarily have to have like your own invitation to that party, right? Like she doesn't have to say, this one is for Dominican Americans, and this one is for ADOS Americans, and this one is for those FBA dudes that nobody likes. It could just be like black people, right? We could just rising tide raises all boats, right?
Exactly.
Cool.
Disproportionately, yes.
Disproportionately to white people.
No, disproportionately to people who are a small percentage of the population.
Like, oh, what do you mean by a small percentage of the population? Who's a small percentage of the population?
Any black immigrant group or any immigrant group whatsoever.
Do you have data on that? I bet you don't.
Well, I don't have data on every exact immigrant group.
Do you have data
but
on
I know
any
in terms of
immigrant group?
population-wise, German Americans, they make up the majority. And then after German Americans, it goes to black Americans of slave descent. And then it goes to Mexicans and Irish people.
So
But
how long
then,
have you been a professional victim?
not a professional victim. I do statistics.
No, really, this is all it is. Because this entire time, right, you've been talking about like this, like a specific like ADOS community and how it like doesn't like, things aren't specifically affected within that community and all this sort of stuff. But you have not provided one piece of data, not one number, not one percentage, not one anything to say that anything that you have
Neither
said
have you.
is factually correct. Not a singular freaking thing. But I'm not making the claim. You're making the claim. Jeff and I are talking about the black community as a whole. Okay? As a whole. All right? Because we see the black community
From a
as a whole
different
because
cultural
that's the way it is
perspective.
seen within the system of the American, within America, right? So when Kamala Harris addresses the black community, okay, She's addressing all of us all at one time. I don't need specific demographics within that community in order for it to make a difference to me. It doesn't matter. I'm just happy that somebody's looking out for the black community whatsoever within this freaking country, which is completely different from Donald Trump and anything that he did. Okay, so it seems like you're just finding a reason to be a victim. Like, that's all it sounds like to me. You're just like consistently like complaining about this like one like tiny diverse like non-diverse community within a larger diverse community and feeling sorry for yourself. And really, it's like it's pretty freaking annoying if you ask me.
Well, you're xenophobic, so why would I want to vote for some? With a group of
You
people
calling
like
me
you?
Xenophobic, dude, that means less than some dog shit that I stepped in earlier.
It doesn't matter, but
with the
it's
stuff
just
that
a
you have
fact.
said right now.
Define xenophobic, Sambo.
Can you spell it?
My name's not Sambo, so
Steven,
I don't
sorry,
respond
Steven.
to that.
I'm
I
sorry,
identify as
Steven.
bottle cat genius.
Steven, I'm sorry. Define xenophobic.
You define xenophobia.
Spell xenophobic. Please spell xenophobic for me. Please. Just spell it. If you can spell it, I will gift you myself.
Would you
I'm
prefer
not going to be
ruckus?
condescended to.
Because you can't.
Allow me to keep
No,
my
I'm not
own
going to.
inventory.
Like, this is what
Allow me
Democrats
to-
are doing now. We're just.
I'm not a
bullying
Democrat.
people.
I'm not a Democrat.
I'm not a Democrat either.
I'm a philosopher first. I'm a black man second, and I'm a person who hates Sambo black motherfuckers like you third, and everything else. But would you prefer Ruckus? Do you go by Ruckus?
No, that's not my name either.
Clayton? Is it Clayton? Bigsby? Clayton? No? All right. What is xenophobia?
You tell me.
You're the one using the term. What is xenophobia?
I'll give you an example. Akata.
No. Tell me what you think xenophobia is.
Tell me what you think Akata is.
He has no idea what the word means.
What did Tim Wall say? Damning
You not know
non-answer?
what Akata is?
Damning non-answer? Is that what it was?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
I thought there wasn't
You
going to be
not know
any
what
fact
Akata
checking
is?
tonight.
Yeah, exactly. There we go.
What is xenophobia?
Selective dishonesty.
What is xenophobia?
Here, let's make this easy, Bottle. Why
only
are
one
you
that's-
saying that I'm xenophobic? Like, let's try that. Let's start there. Why are you saying that I'm xenophobic?
I mean, you perpetuated it. Like one of you guys perpetuated a stereotype about me coming from a fatherless home, which is a stereotype.
No, it wasn't a fatherless
associated with
home.
Black
He said
Americans.
he
It was
didn't say
not a
fatherless
fatherless.
home. He said motherless behavior. The motherless behavior is you
yeah.
continuously talking over people. That is, in fact, motherless behavior.
And
But
very much not xenophobia.
I'll make it super easy for you. Akata is what Nigerians refer to some of us as. But you are a Mugu. You are what Nigerians would call a Mugu.
It's called Mzungu.
No, not a Mzungu. Mzungu is white people. You're a Mugu. A Mugu is a fool. I don't think I'm not going to ever deny any other black man's blackness. You're black. But you're
I'm
also
a black fool, according to you.
Yeah, you're black and you're a fool. Two separate things.
Got it.
All right, friends, we got to move on to a new guest. I think we continue this line, it's just going to turn into a slugfest. And
The men have cooked him.
we're all going to
A
get
bullying
banned.
match.
We're all going to get banned.
That's all it is.
First
Racism.
time?
Bottle,
First
thanks
time?
for being here. No, I've been banned before, but I have to be
I knew you
careful
were just-
because
I appreciate you having me on your show, but this just points out what I'm talking about. You guys don't have any Black Americans
Pointed
on your
out
panel,
nothing.
and these guys are just
Those-
they're
these-
the guy. They're your
so
gatekeepers.
these guys,
so there you go.
Hey,
They're
hey,
not
hey,
Black Americans.
These two are Black Americans. What the
I
fuck
know,
are you
they're
even talking about right
gatekeepers.
now?
They're the
You're right.
gatekeepers
Gatekeepers
Right.
of what?
of white
I'm
supremacy.
xenophobic, but
It's
Uncle
on both
Ruckus over
sides.
here is
You don't know what
disparaging
xenophobia
black
means.
people left and
You,
right.
you
Just let us
said
get
that
off the
xenophobia is
panel.
me saying you had motherless behavior. You have zero idea. Why don't you go do that next? Hey, wherever you are, Bartle Cap, just thought I'd let you know. Go just Google what xenophobia is and then learn to spell it because I know you can't do that either.
Jesus fuck. Continue, gentlemen.
he was something else. Welcome in, Diedrich.
What's up, people?
It's good to hear from you. Diedrich, are you coming for Kamala or trickling for Trump?
It's not trickling for Trump, but I like Trump. I do like Trump.
what about Trump do you like?
Well, I feel like the media has pretty much painted him in a way that has, confused a lot of people. So, they might look at him as an evil person, which I don't think he really is.
Well, Diedrich, just to be clear, I have no idea what the media is saying about him, but like I've heard him say things that are completely awful. So like there are words coming out of his actual face hole that we can hear. It's on the internet for everyone to see. Like he talks about grabbing women by the vagina. He talks about dating 10-year-old girls. He talks about walking in on teenagers during beauty pageants. I mean, he's one of the most vicious racists we've had in the office in quite some time. I mean, these are all things coming out of his own pie hole. I don't need the media for that.
So when you say he's racist, can you explain?
Yeah, are you aware that the U.S. government literally filed a lawsuit against him and his father for racist housing practices?
I'm also aware that he gave HBCUs unlimited funding.
Not true.
It's not?
No, he actually just set the lowest standard of it. But I mean, that lower standard was actually less than Obama and less than Biden. He actually gave less to HBCUs than either of them.
No, so
I'm not asking your opinion. That's what happened.
He didn't at the same time, brother.
No. All he did was make it a thing where it was he set like the lowest limit. He pretty much made it where you had to give something, but everybody was already giving something, and that standard that he gave was less than Obama and less than Biden. He gave less to HBCUs than either.
So he did something good, but you're treating it as a negative.
What was good?
That he gave unlimited funding, even
it
though
wasn't unlimited funding. It was a bottom line.
So if you think he was racist, don't you think he would have not given them funding?
One non-racist act does not delete racism.
How not?
You cannot freaking have. Sorry, Justin. Sorry. I wasn't ready to freaking get unleashed
okay.
yet.
No.
I mean,
by all means, Polly, we know you're passionate.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so you don't get to have unfair housing practices throughout the entire 70s where you weren't renting to black people. You don't get to get sued multiple times for removing black people, like dealers, bartenders, everybody from the floor of your casino to accommodate gamblers. You don't get to take out full page ads against young black teenagers for freaking committing a crime, calling for the death penalty on them, and then freaking double that down when they were exonerated by DNA. Hell, freaking 3 months ago, he was having dinner at Mar-a-Lago with Nick Fuentes, a known YT supremacist and the leader of the Triple K. Okay, those things aren't deleted because you do one thing for HBCUs. Okay, like let's not even talk about like the birther rights freaking when it comes to Obama, when it comes to Kamala Harris and saying, well, she's not black now. Like all of these racist things don't just get erased because you're like, well, he gave a little bit of money to HBCUs, so therefore, like, I guess it's okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm not saying that it's okay. I'm just saying if he was truly racist, he would have never done it, period.
I mean, he didn't do anything that wasn't already being done, is what he's saying. Like, it wasn't like they weren't being funded.
Again,
and then he came along, and then he funded them. They were already being funded.
But again, if I'm
There's
a
a lot of
racist,
racists that do things to make themselves look good, so that we're like, see, I'm not racist. It's basically putting one black person in a group of white people and saying, oh, I'm not racist because I have a black friend. See?
no,
It's to make themselves look
great.
good.
It's great to try to say I'm not one black friend, but no, I'm actually for all people, and I think that the media, again, has made it seem like he is very racist. When in doubt, he had plenty of friends when you guys were all saying he's racist. He had plenty of black friends, Latino friends. He's dated black women. Like, if he's truly racist, this would never be a
I need
subject.
the source for that.
What do you mean? There's pictures with him and Snoop Dogg, Mike Tyson, a lot of entertainers.
You mean famous
before
people?
politics.
Because they know that's where the money is. That's where the money is. I'm talking about regular schmegular people, sir.
Yeah.
Why would regular schmegular people be in his vicinity?
Not
Are regular schmegular
celebrities, like
people?
actually giving a fuck about the communities and actually helping out rather than just doing a fucking photo op. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, CB Shirley, thank you for the PayPal
That's
support. I really appreciate that. But to
That's the
what
thing,
what
y'all
Hanji
don't-
is saying here, are you familiar with philanthropy whitewashing?
Are you familiar with the philanthropy of they want to make everything about race and not about unity?
No, so there's a technique that famous rich people do where when they've extorted a particular people group for so many years, they start like these philanthropy companies. I can't say the word philanthropy companies where they either have charities or they do some sort of thing. And the goal is to whitewash their actual image, to cover up all the horrible things that they've done. In fact, Trump engages in this as well. Trump's foundation was a philanthropy whitewashing scheme that didn't do anything. Actually, it just took money. But that being said, the money given the HBCUs is nothing different than just giving somebody a little bit of whitewashing for doing something for a particular community after they've done a whole litany of decades worth of terrible things to the community.
And just so we're clear, Snoop Dogg cannot hate that man. Like I said, like stand that man. Like I said, it's a photo op. It's literally, oh look at who I know. Look at who fucks with me. No one
So when Joe Biden
in the black community really fucks with him.
So when Joe Biden does that, what do you call that?
When they take photos with famous people?
Yeah.
It's called getting votes.
Photo ops.
Yeah.
So when
Everyone-
Joe Biden does it, it's called getting votes. When Trump does it, it's racist.
No.
It's whitewash.
No, it's not. No.
No.
When
Yeah, oh my
anybody
God.
takes a photo with a famous person, no matter what color that person is, it's typically to the advantage of having a photo with a famous person. That doesn't mean that they're having pillow talk at night talking on the phone. So Trump,
I don't know.
Trump has
See,
been
that's the
open
part
about
where-
Trump has been open about his racism. Like he talks about it openly.
That's the part where I don't agree with you guys, is because I don't know one particular race that doesn't want to see their race do better. But you guys act like it's only white people that are racist.
Listen to what Trump said about accountants. He says, black guys counting
Did
my
you hear what
money,
I said, though?
I hate it. The only kind of people I want counting my money are little short guys that wear yarmulkes every day. That is what a racist person would say. I don't want black people touching my money.
I would
Do you know who
appreciate it. I
owns
would appreciate
yarmulkes?
it if you guys didn't mute me. I would appreciate that.
I don't.
I would
sorry,
appreciate it if you would listen to host when he's trying to read something to you from your savior Trump. Also, thank you, Annie, for the $10
Me and the
on
host are having a
Venmo.
great conversation.
But when
I mean,
it
he didn't have a
comes,
problem. I don't
I
think he
mean,
had a
but
problem.
you were talking over him when he was reading something to you when it involved Trump. Do you know who wears yarmulkes?
I mean, there is a slight delay, so I mean, you
Do
don't have
you
to
know
mute
who
me.
wears yarmulkes? Are you going to answer my question? Do you know who wears yarmulkes?
Can I go back to talking to the host if you don't mind? Like,
I am a host here. I am a host here. So are you going to answer my question?
I mean,
Do
I
you
didn't,
know
I
who
didn't
wears
get to answer his
yarmulkes?
question though. That's what I'm.
Why are men so afraid
It's
to talk to
part of what he
Hanji?
just read to you. That's what I
It's
want
not
to
that I'm
fucking know. Am I
afraid.
speaking Greek right now?
Because you guys muted me and I can't even now answer his question. Now I'm getting triple teamed. Like, what do you guys expect?
I will ask this again because it has to do with his question on that statement that Trump said. Do you know who wears yarmulkes?
Jewish people.
There you go. So the fact that he deliberately called saying that Jewish people should be counting his money instead of black people already shows the racism. Because from a long time, for a very long time, Jewish people have been known as a stereotypical cheap people because they don't like spending their money. And he took that stereotype and he ran with it. And that is further from the truth. That shows his racism. It's not that hard to understand.
So when Joe Biden says, if you don't vote for me, you're not black, what is that?
him saying something incredibly stupid.
Absolutely. So I want to be honest here. Like, y'all can't be one-sided. There's both sides have racism in there.
But he said incredibly stupid, not racist.
Yeah.
It's it's not racist to you,
Diedrich,
but it is to me.
I understand why it would be offensive, but what was he meaning when he said that?
He pretty much was saying if you're not voting for a Democrat, you're not black.
Yeah, but why did he make that statement? What was he trying to say?
He was trying to say that majority of black Democrats, black people vote for Democrats.
But why did he make the statement? Obviously, he's not accusing anybody of being ignorant or racist. There was a reason why he said it.
So please explain to me the reason why he said it, because I'm a little confused here.
Because voting for the other side would be against your interests. He's saying that your interests are best served by voting for me and my side. That's what he's saying. Whereas Trump just outright insults people of color.
I mean, that's your opinion, and I respect that. But he pretty much said to every black American or black person, whoever you want to determine is black, that if you're not voting for me, you're not black. And
So what about when Donald Trump said, "I think they want the white one," talking to a group of black people, or like when he said, like when he was talking in front of a crowd and he said, "Oh, the lights were all off, I can't see them. I can't see the black ones." What about when he said that?
At least you can acknowledge the fact that that was something Joe Biden said stupidly. Also, that's
Dude,
all.
You think I'm some Joe Biden fanboy? I don't give a fuck about Joe Biden, dude.
I don't know what you are. I'll be honest with you, but
I don't give a fuck about Joe Biden, dude.
I
don't give a shit. Dude, I think that's the biggest thing. Before I'll hand
Say, you know what I say?
I don't want to freaking like stand on a soapbox. The biggest difference between you and I is that these are just politicians, dude.
Exactly.
They're just people that are supposed to represent our best interests. That is their entire job. I have no problem trashing Joe Biden or Kamala Harris or Donald Trump or anybody. I have no problem with any of them. We are supposed to be critical of our public servants.
Exactly.
Okay? Yeah. You're the one that's up here defending Donald Trump's explicit racism. Okay? So when Joe Biden says something stupid and like off kilter, I have no problem saying it. But when Justin explains to you all of these things that Donald Trump says that were just completely obviously racist, instead of saying, yeah, that was wrong and there's a public servant and we shouldn't be doing that, you instead decided to defend it.
It's also true that Biden's not running for president. Trump and Kamala are. No one's casting a vote for Joe Biden in this election. It's irrelevant if Joe Biden said something stupid, but I want to get your opinion on something Trump said.
When we have a protester inside, which isn't even very often, I say, be very gentle. Please don't hurt him. We had a case where we had an African-American guy who was a fan of mine. Great fan, great guy. In fact, I want to find out what's going on with him. You know what look at my African-American over here. Look at him. Are you the greatest? Do you know what I'm talking about? Okay. So we have an African-American.
That was Donald Trump.
Is that the way that a guy would talk about somebody if that was actually someone that was his friend?
My brother, is there a reason why he can't say African American?
Has anyone ever referred to you as an African American?
When I fill out job applications, it says it on job applications. Of course.
Okay, Dedrick. You didn't hear the words. This is okay, Diedrich. My apologies. You didn't hear the words. He said, "My African American," not a African American. He said "my," meaning possessive, meaning he quote unquote owns him. That's the problem.
No, that's not what that means, honey. I'm sorry,
Diedrich.
I am not sure, honey. Do not call me that.
I'm just being honest with you. That's not what it means. If I say that's my brother,
okay, that's fine, but don't call me honey. Don't do that.
Okay, cool.
I think I can help here. a little bit.
Let's try to help him, please.
Joe Biden was born in 1942, right? I'm going to tell you unequivocally, that man is a whole racist.
Thank you, brother.
Inherently.
Thank you.
Of
Thank
course
you.
he
Inherently.
is.
Hold on.
But
Watch.
nobody's saying that.
But
Nobody
he's
said that.
Hold on.
Everyone shut up.
Hold
Stop.
on.
Joe Biden is not running for president. He is a racist.
That's exactly
we have
right.
him recorded as a
Thank you.
racist. I'm not defending Joe Biden. Kamala Harris and Donald Trump are running for president.
So now that we have that, and that's perfect. Thank you. That was my next point, Justin. So now, Diedrich, is Donald Trump a racist?
You can say he is.
I'm not asked. I don't want to say anything. I want to know if you think he's a racist.
I think a lot of people are racist. Both.
I'm not
black,
asking about a lot of people.
Spanish.
I don't understand why this is difficult. I asked you, look, ask me if Joe Biden is a racist.
Of course they're gonna say yes.
Ask me if Joe Biden is a racist.
I just asked the rest of the panel, and nobody. But
You're talking to, but hold on. Stop this. You're talking to me now.
I know.
Ask me if Joe Biden is a racist.
I asked you, and you respectfully answered the question.
No, you
unlike
didn't ask
everybody
me.
else.
No, you didn't ask me anything. I jumped in and I saved you by just saying that. But now I want you to ask me.
I'll ask you again, my brother Jeff. Is Joe Biden a racist?
Yes. Now I'm going to ask you: is Donald Trump a racist?
Yes.
See, why
There we
was that so
go.
difficult?
Last question: is Kamala Harris a racist?
Yes.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Black people can't be racist.
See, that's the part I disagree with you on.
What is race?
Race is an ethnicity or whoever you want to.
Ethnicity is ethnicity. Race is not ethnicity.
All right, so you explain race then. You explain race.
Great,
Let's go through
cool.
it.
Race is a hierarchy of phenotype that was invented by a Portuguese man in the 1400s and has evolved into a categorization of people, five categories in this country, but depending on the country, and to make a hierarchy where white people are at the top and black people are at the bottom. That is what race
I disagree 100%.
I don't care if you disagree, you're wrong.
I disagree 100%.
Look, I don't care if you disagree, you're wrong.
Race
You
is
don't
about the human race. That's how it originated.
No. The humans are the species. How was race invented?
Race was man-made. It was invented by probably people. I don't know exactly who created race.
Okay, let me educate you. In the 1400s, a man named Gomez de Zeraro wrote a book, and he created this phenotypical categorization of race so that he can justify to the Catholic Church why they wanted to go to Africa and enslave people, and why they wanted to go into the New World and annihilate indigenous people. So he made this categorization saying that those people were less than. Since then, that categorization has ruled the planet.
Don't get me wrong. I understand that white people had a lot of power. No, they don't anymore.
No, we still do.
Pretty much
Good.
equal.
Okay, good. No, hold on. Explain to me why black women are 3 times more likely to unalive during childbirth than white women.
Because they're having too much sex. We are all having too much unprotected sex. What do you mean?
Oh, hold on. You're saying black women have more sex than white women.
I'm not saying they have more sex than
Okay, so then explain to me why black. Stop talking. No, listen to my. No.
Okay, he needs to shut up now.
Before you do another anti-black thing, I want you to listen to my question. Why are black women 3 times more likely than white women to unalive during childbirth?
I can answer that, Jeff.
Go for it, Hanji.
Okay, because I actually had to go through this. Because whenever we're going through labor pains, they feel we don't need the medication. We don't need the help. Because according to our skin tone, they got it. They don't need it. They're strong. They got this. I was literally denied medical care for my labor pains because of my skin.
Happens all the time. It's been well documented.
Why are black businesses that are more than qualified to get business loans deny at a higher rate than businesses owned by white people who are less qualified? Why is there a veil of darkness study that studied 95 million traffic stops and found that police officers, when it's daylight, pull black people over at disproportionate rates, but when it's nighttime and they can't see the driver, it evens out?
Listen, I never said racism was not a thing.
You said they don't have power, so I want you to explain those things to me that I'm telling you.
Listen, they don't have as much power as they used to.
I don't want you to just keep telling me the claim. I want you to explain what I said to you.
Jeff, do you think I've ever been worried about a traffic stop?
Not as much as me.
Fucking never.
Amen to that.
Not once. I've never once worried about if I was going to get shot at a traffic stop. Do you think that I get the benefit of the doubt when I'm doing something in public and people just do they assume I'm doing something bad, or do they assume I'm doing the right thing? They assume I'm doing the right thing.
They probably assume you. Not only are you doing, you probably own whatever business you're walking around.
But
that's
Hey,
white
Justin,
privilege.
have you ever had a weapon pulled on you for just a random traffic stop?
It turns out fucking never.
Oh, that's happened to me more than once.
Yeah, I can't wonder
which is
why.
pretty freaking wild.
But
that's actually true.
Can y'all hear me?
It happened to,
who knows?
It happened to a star wide receiver a few weeks ago.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
That was wild.
Listen, I'm sorry for whatever happened to Hanji. I'm sorry for your experience. But listen, I have a black wife, so
I'm telling you right now, sorry is not going to bring back my son, because I told them something was wrong with my fetus. And they told me, and mind you, I was married to the father of my child. Okay. And we have 2 kids together. And I told the doctors, there's something wrong with my son. And they told me, bullshit.
Can I also be clear, Dietrich? Nobody wants your sympathy.
I understand your story.
Guess what? Hold on, Polly. Hold on,
Polly.
Polly. No. Hold on, because I'm not done. They told
Go
me
ahead.
bullshit. Tell me how. I go to get a checkup the next day. Guess what? His heart wasn't beating anymore. He ended up being a stillborn because they didn't want to fucking listen to me. So tell me again how sorry is going to be bring my son back. And he would have been 6 years old this fucking year.
Listen, again, I apologize for your experience. That's not what I'm trying to say here, though. You know, your experience is your experience. That nobody could take that away from you. But I'm saying that most of the abortions that are going on out here is just because people are having sex and they don't want to have a baby.
Can you
I
cite that
don't
statistic?
understand how that, like, really quickly, the question that I asked you, I've had to ask this so many times today, and I feel like I'm condescending, but I don't see any other solution. Did the question I asked you confuse you?
Can you repeat your question? Because I just got hit with a traumatic story.
Okay. You said they don't have as much power, and I gave you some statistics. Do you need me to repeat them to you?
I don't believe that they have as much power because
What you believe is irrelevant to me. I just wanted to know if you heard the statistics that I gave you.
I heard the statistics, but I can
Okay,
say
so
from
now I
my-
want you to
my own experience.
I don't care about your experience. I want you to explain
You
them
care
to
about
me.
Hanji's experience, but you don't care about my experience.
I like Hanji. I don't like you. And I'm
I
not
don't-
using
I don't
Hanji's
know why you
experience
don't like me, bro. I don't have no problem with you.
because you're anti-black. But listen,
How am I anti-black? You
I'm not-
wild, bro.
I'm telling you how. The reason that I care about Hanji's experience is because Hanji is a close friend of mine, right? And Hanji's pain is my pain.
And I respect that.
And now, but I'm not using Hanji's experience to form an argument. That's a separate thing. Your experience is irrelevant to me because you're just going to tell me everything is peaches and cream and wonderful and daisies while ignoring the rest of the black diaspora. I gave you information about the aggregate data about black people. Now, you can put your hands over your eyes and close them and go, I don't see nothing because everything is wonderful for me. That's fine. But I would like for you, respectfully, to explain the stuff that I told you. What is the reason for why black people in every single aspect of society are disproportionately have worse outcomes whenever they interact with the system?
Black people disproportionately have the worst outcomes because there's many of reasons, and it's not just racism.
The first reason you're going to give, here's a prophecy. You ready for a prophecy, Justin?
Let's hear it.
The prophecy, the first reason you're going to give is going to be mired in white supremacy and anti-blackness. Give me the first reason that's not racism. Now, all you have to do for me to be wrong is don't do the anti-blackness and white supremacy. Go.
Listen, I'm black, so I can say for myself, I went to school, got educated, and got into a good career. I don't know what's going on with the rest of the community, but that's my experience.
Yo, Polly, all he had to do
was just miss it, and he still couldn't.
All he had to do for me to discredit me as a prophet, my career as a prophet would have been over. All this dude had to do was not do the thing he just did. I told him he was going to do it. He could have picked a different one, but these N-words don't go to school was the thing he picked.
Not only that.
Not only that. There's more. Okay. I want to hear more.
I said there's many reasons, bro. You're not listening.
You weren't done with these N-words don't go to school.
My experience was, I told you there's plenty of reasons.
No, you're right. You're right.
What are you talking about, bro?
Yo, check it out. Check it out, homie. Right now, I live in a nice house.
Give me some freedom. Give me some grace.
No, you don't get nothing. I live in a nice house. I have a great job. I'm well educated. Now, what I'm not going to do is look at the rest of my community and be like, why didn't you niggas catch up?
Bro, there's a lot of black people that I know are so successful, though. That's the thing
you're talking to two of them right now, and that's what you can't get through your head.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and y'all are making it seem like y'all can't be successful with all these challenges we have. What are you talking about?
Diedrich, you simpleton. I have a question for you. In 1850, was there racism?
Yes.
Would it surprise you to know that there were millionaire black people in this country in 1850?
Yeah.
But wait a minute. There was racism? That's impossible. There were black people who were millionaires. Why didn't the rest of them just
Can I ask you a question?
do that?
Can I
Pull
ask you a
themselves
question?
up by their bootstraps, maybe?
They just couldn't figure out the bootstraps. I know.
Can I-
Straps are difficult.
Yeah, the rest of those guys in the field picking the cotton, how come they didn't figure it out and become millionaires?
Is it Justin? Can I ask you a question? And then the rest
Yo,
of the panel.
are you really like bypassing me to go to the white man?
Yes.
Yo, for real?
Yes.
This is what he said. Yes.
It's white privilege.
Yo.
This is crazy.
And to be honest with you, Jeff, I want Justin to have Adam. Like,
relax.
I'm totally cool with Justin having Adam, but it is wild that he is seriously sitting here arguing this point against two educated, successful black men. And I just think that is the wildest shit. Like, I think that is the wildest shit in the freaking world. That's more between you and I. Like, these are the people he's arguing with. But anyways.
So
I need to hear
I
this
was
from
going
my
to
man
say,
Justin's
hold on,
mouth.
before
So-
we continue, guys, just to let you know, the drop for guests is a unicorn to me, our host, or a Zeus for a 30-day banana.
Now, they love this.
Just
They
letting
love
y'all
this.
know.
I got 900 people in here. They love it. I need to hear this from Justin.
So let me, Diedrich, I want to fill you in. So I've got a friend that is finishing her PhD in psychology, and she is specifically studying colorism. And so we've had a lot of discussions on how sometimes colorism comes out in society that's even not on purpose, but it just happens to be that way. And we've done lots of statistics on it as well. So, for example, we know that people that are applying to jobs are more likely to even have their job application looked at if they have a name that sounds like someone that looks like me. But if that's not the case, if they've got a name like anything that's non-white, guess who gets put to the back of the line? And so it's not that I hold any special power. I personally don't hold any powers. The problem is that we live in a society in which we have a prevailing view that one particular type of person is inherently better than another, and it affords me a great deal of benefit of the doubt that I didn't fucking earn, that other people
You know
aren't
what,
going to get.
Justin?
Sir,
I'm glad you mentioned the names
okay, with all
because
due
hold
respect.
on, just 1 second. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead.
Justin, I'm glad that you brought up names because don't dox me now, Malaka. But you know what my real name is.
Yeah, I do.
And I kid you not, when I go into job interviews, they think that they're going to see a certain type. But when I walk through that door, oh, all of a sudden, spots are filled. I wonder why that is.
I'm feeling a certain type of way. So, Polly,
Can
I
ask
went
my
to the.
question now,
I'm
please?
sorry.
No, I went to the internet.
Can I
I went to the
ask
internet,
my man?
Polly.
Can I ask him a question, bro?
My man. Yo,
I
Polly,
know
you know
you
what I
guys are
did?
trying to avoid it, but come
I
on,
went
let
and
me
looked
talk
up.
to my
I went
man.
and looked. Diedrich said that he's educated, so I was jealous. I went and looked up his school records, and I found one of his classes that he took. You want to see it? You want to hear it?
Love to.
Here we go. Hold on. Let me play it.
Hi guys and welcome. My name is Bill Simpson and I'm a professional tap teacher, performer and choreographer and the creator of the Just Tap series. And in this video, I'm going to teach you the 2 most important tap steps for any beginner to have in their tap toolbox. Now, it doesn't
This
matter
is
where you're
crazy.
from or what style of tap you'd like
Did
to
you
do.
get an A in this class?
Fundamentals are all the
This
same.
is funny to
This
know.
is so cool.
Tap shoes. Let's just get straight.
Can I
I
ask my
was
man
learning about
Justin a
software
question
and
now,
data
bro?
analytics,
This is,
and my man went to tap dancing school and didn't tell us nothing.
I want to
Good
ask my
Lord.
man
I had
Justin a
this whole
question, bro.
conversation. My man
Y'all
said,
tap
I'm going to
dancing
bypass
around this
Jeff. I'm going to bypass Jeff. I'm going to go talk to my man, the white dude.
because he gonna realize
DJ,
he
what's
gonna
the
realize,
job,
he realizes I'm coming with facts. That's why.
What's the question?
Can black people be racist?
It depends on what you mean by racist.
Can black people judge white people because of the skin color that they have?
Yeah, but I don't know if that's necessarily racism. But yeah, can
Can
black people
black people-
have opinions of people that look like me that are derogatory? Yeah.
So that's not racist?
No, again, this is where you have to be very careful with definitions. We would call that like bigotry.
Bigotry.
Racism is usually a little bit deeper than bigotry.
So, okay. So when the Africans took the land from the white people in Africa and they slaughtered them, they killed them, and took back their land.
Which Africans?
We're talking about Africa.
Africa's a big place. Which Africans?
There was plenty of them. There was, Zimbabweans. There was.
So what you're saying is when Europeans went to Africa and stole land, and then the Africans stole it back, you're saying, was that racism?
No, I'm not saying that it was racism. I'm just saying, could that not be racism also?
No. I'm not saying it was racism. I'm just saying it was racism. No.
No?
No. Let me ask you this question. When the various rebellions happened during slavery and black people were unaliving their masters, was that racism?
One more time.
When black slaves rebelled and unalived their white slave masters, was that racism?
No, I don't think that was racism.
Okay, so when colonizers go into Africa and steal land and oppress people, and then eventually the black people say, yo, what are you doing? And kick them out and unalive them. You're saying that's possibly racism?
So black people cannot be racist is what you're saying?
No.
I disagree.
That's fine. I don't care.
Hey, Diedrich, do you consider yourself misogynistic?
Bro, I have a wife. No.
I didn't ask if you had a wife. I asked if you were inherently misogynistic.
I'm for men, of course. I would like men to be great. And I would like for females to be great also, but I am a man. So
Interesting that you recognize that there are men, but then when it comes to women, you use the term females. That's weird.
What's the difference? A woman, female? What do you mean?
Females,
You want
dogs
to know
can
what the
be
difference
females.
is? Yeah, that part.
Women, okay, my bad. I miss y'all want to call them women. Cool. All right.
Call them women.
It's the actual term is women, not dogs. You want to call your dog? You
I
call
didn't
them a
call you
female.
dog. I didn't call you a dog. I said
I'm not
female.
saying me, but if you're using female, female is a term used for animals.
Are y'all serious?
Yes.
Female is biological.
We're really here debating on if I could call women
Yeah,
female.
I mean,
or
we've
women.
gotten off the beaten path here. I think what we were trying to do was figure out why you would rather vote for a xenophobic, racist guy that bankrupt multiple companies and has been held civilly liable for sexually assaulting a woman and thinks that it's perfectly acceptable in the open air to talk about sexualizing children.
Well, I just think that I seen him 4 years ago, and I've been here with the same 4 years for Biden and the Democratic Party. I don't think that Kamala is the worst candidate, but I just think that Trump could do better. That's all.
Well, what policy would you like Trump to enact that you think he might enact?
Well, I'm for business. I'm for growth of the American culture and
what does that
growth
mean?
of the American people. Just growing America in general. Making sure that America is strong. America is together.
Right, but those are platitudes. What specifically is going to get us to that point?
Well, I feel like he's giving people the opportunity, and so is Kamala. I'm not saying that Kamala isn't either. It's just, for me, I think that when I've seen the past 4 years and compared to the 4 years that he had been here, I just feel like that was a better 4 years, in my opinion.
But what about them was better or worse? I know that you seem to have this generalized feeling about, what happened, but I want some specifics because there are actually specific policy proposals that are on the table here.
I agree. I think that the policies where he had gotten out of certain situations with allies and stuff like that, not allies, but enemies. He made peace between Russia and North Korea.
Wait, what? Russia and North Korea have been allies since the Cold War.
No, I'm saying he made peace with them. Like there was no animosity. He shook hands with both presidents.
No, that's not true at all. There's always been animosity with Russia and North Korea and the U.S. That's been an ongoing issue.
Of course, there's going to be. Because they want the Soviet Union. I understand that.
Kim Jong-un openly made fun of him publicly after their meeting.
And he calls him Little Rocket Man.
Yeah, I know. It's not bode well when the leader of North Korea and the leader of the USA are exchanging insults publicly.
I get you. I mean, that's to me, that's a little bit of competition. I mean, me and Jeff were just going at it. He was throwing insults. I don't take offense to it.
Yeah, I know. Actually, you've been taking it pretty well. But with the whole thing with Russia, I mean, Trump's not pro-Russia. He's pro getting greased by Putin. Putin and the Trump family have been in bed forever for decades. I mean, obviously, he's going to do whatever Putin wants him to do, which is why he doesn't have the support for Ukraine. Trump has no interest in supporting Ukraine in this what appears to be an existential threat.
So, okay, let's talk about that, right? Ukraine. What is your thoughts on that?
My thought is Ukraine is a really good ally of ours. We have an actual peace accord with them, and we are actually a military ally with them, even though they're not part of NATO. So it's in our best interest to actually follow through on the agreement that we have with them and to protect them from another country invading their country, because we have an agreement with them to do that, and we get lots of stuff in exchange for that. So when we have countries that are bordering Russia that have agreements with us militarily, it's not like it's a one-sided agreement. We get all kinds of stuff from them. We get intelligence. We actually get training on the ground about what's happening over there. We also get information on like new weapons being developed. Like, so for example, like it's not like we're just here to jump into action if one of our allies gets attacked. They're actively helping us out as well.
Okay, what intelligence could be so prominent that we need to defend the bordering country of Russia when we are miles and miles away and they are not in NATO?
I'm glad you asked. Typically, that type of intelligence is when somebody is on the precipice of committing an action. So, for example, the best way to prevent a war is to prevent a fucking war. So if you already know it's coming, you have the tools of prevention rather than waiting for it to explode in your face and then have to backtrack and try to figure out what to do next.
There was no prevention of war because we are in the war now.
We're not in a war.
We're not in the war.
The USA is not in a war. The Ukraine the Ukraine is in a battle of self-defense. The USA is not at war.
This is still a war.
It's not a war.
It's definitely a war. I gotta disagree with you here.
It's definitely not.
I know people personally that have gone down there and had to fight. It's definitely a war.
From America, but they're not conscripted. Our government is not conscripting troops and sending them the war in Ukraine and Russia.
They are sending troops. It's not by thousands, but they definitely are sending troops. I know people personally that have gone down there and they have attacked and helped with Ukrainian soldiers.
Yes, there's lots of Americans that have volunteered to go there and actually do battle, but the U.S. government is not doing that. The U.S. government is training people. They're sending people to get trained in that region, but we're not sending American troops to go fight this war.
I think you're not I think you're not understanding. There are American troops that are going down there and fighting. It may not be by the masses, like I said, but there are, whether it's for training, whether it's for sniping, whether it's for help with defense, they are definitely sending troops over there.
Not to fight. The USA,
absolutely to fight.
The USA is not sending armed forces to go fight on behalf of Ukraine.
If you say that, I respectfully disagree with that.
Can I ask you a question real quick? Just while Justin's looking up what areas you're looking for. If we were to send U.S. troops to actually fight against Russia, would you consider that an act of war?
I'd say we are already in war.
No. Would you consider that an act of war?
It's war, yes.
Okay, cool. Who can declare war?
Both parties declare war.
Nope. There's only one group of people in the United States that can declare war. Who is it?
What do you mean there's only one group that could declare war?
Yeah, so the president of the United States can't declare war on another country. Did you know that?
He don't have to declare war. He don't have to declare war for it to be war.
Oh, yeah. If we are actively fighting in a combat zone against freaking a major world power such as Russia, we 100% would be at war, right? And Russia has already come out on multiple occasions and said that if any freaking NATO ally was to attack them militarily, that would be an act of war in which there would be an active war going on. But yet Russia has not declared war against the United States, and the United States has also not declared war against Russia. So how are you telling, like Justin, that the conscripted military is somehow actively fighting in combat zones in the against Russia without congressional approval?
Bro, there is definitely people.
There
going
is
out
not.
there.
This is a lie. There are not conscripted U.S. military troops fighting against Russia in Ukraine.
Actually,
that is a dead fact.
Joe Biden released a press release on this. Quoting the press release, I'll find the original copy from President Biden. Says that he still stands in 2024 that the U.S. will not send troops to fight in Ukraine. and this is in agreement with the French government and the other governments that are part of our alliance.
Listen, y'all can say what y'all want to say.
Diedrich, is there anything that you can show me right now that will be evidence of United States sending troops to Ukraine to fight?
I can't show you stuff right now, no.
Is there anything you can show me in the next 24 hours?
Possibly.
I have, look, I'm going to do you one better. I have enough screens in front of me to start an IMAX theater. I'm going to generously grant you use of one of them. If you tell me what to look for, I will search for it.
I'm so glad you're good with computers, Jeff. So glad. But again, this is stuff that...
Weird.
No,
really
I'm
is
being
not supposed
generous.
to.
I'm being benevolent right now. You tell me where to go, I will find it. I'm clever.
This stuff is encrypted stuff. It is
Which
not
John are
out there
you?
on the
Which
public.
hold on, which John?
You know about it.
Diedrich,
Because I have military people. I know military people.
Yeah, you know. Which John are you?
Which John?
Yeah, there's 3 Johns that people like you tend to gravitate toward. Are you Rambo, McLean, or Wick?
I prefer Wick.
Yeah. Let me tell you what's great about all of the 3 Johns and your the neoconservative need to attract themselves to them. They're fictional. You don't know anybody. Like, look, if there was top secret information, ain't nobody iMessaging it to you. That's not happening.
Of course not.
You're saying, oh, this stuff is encrypted, as if you have some like password protected laptop in your house that has the secret troop movements in Ukraine.
It's not me. But listen, it's the same thing for Russians. Russians have secret encrypted apps that
They're
have
not giving you
Russians
those either.
That have Russian people in America ready to go whenever they want.
Well, I'm going to tell you this, Diedrich, and I'm just going to tell you this. If what you're
Literally the
saying
same
is
thing.
real, okay, if what you're saying is real, which in no possible way it is, okay, but if it is real, you just decided that all of your friends that told you that are going to spend the rest of their lives in prison. No. That's what it is, because you are telling people in front of 800, almost 900 people in this live. You are literally telling people that your friends with top secret clearances are sharing that information with you. And so therefore, every single one of them is going to spend the rest of their lives in jail. And if you don't think that freaking they have access to this, like they're going to see this and all of your friends will be in jail for the rest of their lives.
I mean, we can even go on Twitter to see video of people. Like, it's
Twitter.
really- it's out there.
I'll say Twitter.
Polly, the way I
out
hate
there.
these people, Diedrich, what's the Budapest Memorandum?
I don't know what the Budapest Memorandum is.
You have top secret information about what's going on in Ukraine, and you don't know anything about the agreement signed between Ukraine, the United States, and Russia, which is the reason we're sending the money right now.
No, I don't. I'll be honest with you.
Your friend said, hey, here's a moron that doesn't know anything about geopolitics. Let's give him all the secrets. Is that what happened?
I don't know. I mean, my friend maybe
lying
did,
to
or
you.
maybe they didn't. I'm
Yeah,
not
maybe they
saying
were
that
lying to
did or
you.
not.
Maybe they were like, he's really gullible. If I tell him anything, he's going to believe it.
I mean, I would hope they're lying, because I don't want to see any United States.
Okay,
people
so
in
so
war.
now we've put that to the side, and you're saying that this wasn't happening under Trump. Is that what you're saying?
This was happening under Biden. This war happened under Biden. So I mean,
What is the
that's
Don?
kinda
What
odd.
is the Donbass region?
I'm not sure what the Donbass.
So you don't know Ukraine geography either. You don't know any of the regions of Ukraine, but you have top secret information about troop movements. The Donbass region is an area where Putin was attacking during Trump's presidency.
Okay.
And Trump did nothing. Why was Trump impeached the first time he was impeached?
Well,
The first of
was
two.
not our ally. Was he not?
What is the Budapest Memorandum again?
Were they our ally?
What is the Budapest Memorandum again?
Were they in NATO?
What is the Budapest Memorandum?
I'm asking you a question also.
How are you answering my question with a question?
I asked you the question first, no?
Yes, they were our ally.
They were not in NATO.
Ukraine is an
Are we
ally
only
outside of
allied
NATO.
with? Oh, hold on.
So,
Hold
can
on,
I ask
hold
a
on.
question? Can you tell me what NATO stands for?
Who?
NATO is the pretty much the United States
No,
allies. It's
NATO
Norway.
is an acronym. What does it stand for?
It don't matter. I don't remember what it stands for. I know what it is though.
Okay. A question for you. Are we in alliance with any countries that are not in NATO?
Absolutely. We have good
Okay,
peace
so
with-
then
with friends
yes.
with-
So then yes, Ukraine was our ally at the time. Now, the question remains, like you don't know what the Budapest Memorandum is, right? You still don't know?
Listen, you can name all the bills and all the stuff you want to name.
All the bills and all the stuff.
It's cool. It's cool. But
Okay.
for you to say if this is not our ally and we're helping them protect
It is our
themselves,
no. You asked me, and I told you it is our ally. It's our ally
they're our
because
ally,
of it's our
and they're
ally.
at
Stop
war.
talking. Stop talking.
they're our ally.
Stop
and
talking.
Now I have to stop talking.
Yes, because you're interrupting me, you irritating fuck. What I'm telling you is they are our ally because of the Budapest Memorandum.
Can y'all give me grace and stop muting?
No. You know why I don't give you grace? You know why I don't give you grace? Because you think you're special.
I don't care what you
think?
say.
No. You're asking me for grace, and I'm telling you why I give you none. You think you're special. See, Justin has
Let the
spent
host do
a
his
crap.
thing.
Listen, what did you just say?
Then let the host do his thing.
Again, look. Justin has spent a long time researching the topics that he speaks about. He reached out to me a couple weeks ago, and since then he's been round the clock getting information. I know this because I was impressed with how much knowledge he had when he did this live. That's number one.
I am too, to be completely honest with you.
Yeah, I was.
I'm not saying he don't
Kudos
have
to you.
knowledge.
I'm not done. Polly does this flawlessly. He hosts a show
All
and
day,
he
every
also
day.
researches it and dog walks people like you. I'm the worst of us because I just call it as I see it, and I have no soul. I like when I see something like a person like you, I want to rip you limb from limb intellectually. Intellectual violence is like my motto. And so you come in and you know nothing about anything, right? Not a single thing. You couldn't, if I gave you a blank map and I had a check for $1 million, you couldn't point out Ukraine to me. Okay? I know that. But you're telling me you have this top secret friend that tells you for sure that you know something. And then when I ask you basic questions about the region, you have no idea. And you want me to give you grace.
I want you to stop muting me. That's
I'm not
really
muting you. I'm not a mod.
We gotta go back
Justin
and
Can't
forth.
mute you. I'm the one muting
Justin
you.
knows better than to make me a mod.
let us
That would
talk,
be a
though,
mistake.
please.
But here, let's talk. Let's talk. Why was Trump impeached the first time? I'm going to ask you the question again.
He was impeached the first time. I can't remember why he was impeached.
Because
That
he
was
made a
something-
perfect phone call to Ukraine. That's why he was impeached.
Yeah.
He made a phone call to Ukraine.
Who's
Yeah.
funding all of Donald Trump's golf courses that are underwater?
Who's funding them?
Yeah. Were you privy to any of the information like years ago when he was running for office and his own children said that they're getting a private secret funding from Russia for his failing golf courses because it's just a money laundering scheme?
They say the same thing about Joe Biden and his son.
Well, Joe Biden's not running for president.
So
I get you.
what you're saying is it's just okay as long as Joe Biden's doing it. Great. So
So
the
you
reason that
can't-
Trump,
you
the
can't be
reason,
out-
no.
you're saying you can't be-
No.
Do you think
Joe
Jeff?
Biden's
Do
not
you-
running for office. I already told you I don't care about the man. If he passes away in his sleep tonight, Mazel tov to him. What I'm saying to you is the reason that Trump was impeached the first time was because he withheld funds that Congress had allotted for Ukraine for a nefarious purpose. Now, I don't even care about the nefarious purpose. Look, within a few years of us being a country, one vice president, unalived, a treasury secretary. So the nefarious stuff is just in our DNA. But the fact is that he withheld funds. Why were we sending funds to Ukraine during Trump's presidency?
I'm guessing because they were a part of our network. We were working
No,
with them.
because they were already under attack by Russia.
Which is understandable because Russia is right next to Ukraine. I mean,
We're right next to Mexico.
I don't understand what he's saying.
We're right next to Mexico. Why haven't they attacked?
They don't want the smoke.
So you're saying as long as they're next to each other, it's okay to just attack people?
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just
Okay,
saying
so they were under attack while Trump was in office.
This is what the United States has been about. This is what the world has been about. It's about conquering land.
No, that's not what it's about.
It's been about that. This is not the first war. This is not the last war.
That's not what it's about. Are you just saying that war is okay as long as you're conquering land?
I'm not saying it's okay. I'm just saying this is a part of what has been happening.
I don't know what I have no idea what you're saying. Are you saying war is a thing and war is a thing?
War has been a thing before Russia and Ukraine.
What should be done about it?
It should be stopping.
How?
Okay.
It should be.
How does it stop?
All the leaders have to get together and settle it.
How?
That's how it should be happening.
And you think that's never been tried in like the history of America before, or history of the world before?
You think the whole U.S. government just forgot how diplomacy works?
Okay. So now, at the point to where now, if Putin now drops a nuke on Ukraine,
he wouldn't. He cannot do that.
You saying he cannot do that?
No.
And if the flying spaghetti monster comes down from the giant possible in the sky, then we're all screwed.
Yeah, we're at a point of mutually assured destruction. No one's dropping a nuke on anybody else.
Absolutely, but they can do it with little nukes, pretty much.
No, with little. Oh my God,
that's what they're doing. They're blowing things up right now.
You're saying they're dropping little nukes.
People are dying by the thousands.
Yes, I'm asking you a different question. Are they dropping little nukes?
You know what I mean. They're dropping missiles. They're dropping bombs.
That's what happens when people are at war trying to steal somebody else's land. You are aware that Russia is the aggressor here, right?
I am 100% aware.
Okay.
100%.
You don't find it at all problematic that Trump and a bunch of his allies are in bed with Russia?
I don't think that they're in bed with Russia. I just think that at some point in time that they don't want this war to be a thing, or they don't want to be involved with this war.
Who are you talking about? We're talking about the Trump associates that have been actually arrested for dealings with the Russian government. Are you aware that like 11 of his associates have been charged with crimes by the U.S. government?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. Let me pull up a list. Let's see.
No.
I think the most famous of them was Paul Manafort. He received 47 months in prison. Papadopoulos. Let's see. What was his sentence? Yeah, Papadopoulos was charged and found guilty for lying to investigators about his contacts and contacts with individuals that are in Russia or tied to Russia. Roger Stone, Alan Weisselberg. I forgot about Weisselberg, actually.
Everyone does. Don't worry. Easily forgettable character.
So, like, we've got these guys. Michael Flynn, of course, as well. What was he sentenced to? It looks like he's filing an appeal, or he did already file an appeal, but I don't know what's actually happened. So
I believe he was pardoned.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, Trump is going to pardon him. So why is it that we've
I got a
got
question too.
a bunch of these Trump associates that are in bed with the Russian government, and it also turns out that the Russian like mega billionaires are funneling money through Trump's golf courses and other business ventures, like the dead horse business ventures that are only alive by Russian money laundering. Why is all this happening?
I mean, you could say the same thing for China.
No, we're talking
China's laundering a lot
we're
of
talking
things
about
through Joe
Russia.
Biden.
You brought up Russia. We're trying to talk
I
about
wanted
Russia
to
right
really
now.
know your opinion on it.
I
That's
don't,
really why.
I don't think you want to talk about China because Jared Kushner, when Trump was in the office, was literally flying to China and selling golden visas to people. Are you aware of this money scheme that Jared Kushner was up to?
I mean, what's the difference from them just hopping over the border like they did for the past couple of years?
Jared Kushner was guaranteeing citizenship to people who bought property from him in the USA because his daddy-in-law was president. And he was selling these properties and these tracts of land at huge markups because he knew what he was actually selling was citizenships to foreigners who couldn't normally get the citizenships.
They did that all throughout this year, all throughout last year.
No, that's what they did when Trump was in office.
I mean, they did that with millions of people coming across the border within the last couple of years also.
Dude, the freaking pivot is hard here. Why don't you respond to what he's saying, bro?
Stay on task. Why is it that the children of Donald Trump are selling golden visas and citizenship to people in exchange for land?
Listen, that story could be true or false. I don't know the background of that story.
It's quite literally true.
But I know for sure the border was open and millions of people
You don't know anything about the border.
I know for sure.
You know for
You
sure.
didn't know anything about the last two topics you talked about. I don't know why you're trying to with the border.
You know for
No,
sure.
My opinion on the last two topics is pretty much that we shouldn't be in
Your
war.
opinion on the last two topics is that you know nothing. Let's talk about the border.
Which title are we under for the border right now, Diedrich? Just a level set.
I love Polly so much.
What did you say?
Which title are we under? As far as current U.S. immigration law, which title are we under?
I'm not sure what title.
Okay, I didn't think so. Go ahead, Jeff.
All right. So you said the border's open. Which law was passed to make the border open?
It wasn't a law that was passed.
Okay. How many apprehensions have there been at the border?
A lot.
So how do you apprehend people at an open border?
There's a net. There's a big net.
By contrast, the border from Portugal to Spain is open by virtue of the European Union agreement from the 70s, the freedom of movement of people.
But Jeff, what they did is they dug a bunch of holes and then they put leaves over top of it, like in the Congo movies, and then they just fall into the.
Do they have the little spikes and stuff too, just like in the movie? Okay, just. And then I heard they coated them with like poison or something too.
Wherever there's hilly terrain, they painted a tunnel. So we know that the border's not open. Are you saying people are crossing illegally?
I'm just saying, like, there are people that got in here without anybody knowing.
How many? How many?
We don't know the exact number,
Well,
obviously.
It could be 3 people.
It could be 3. It could be 3
Okay,
million.
so
It
if it's
could be
3, if
3,000.
it's
It could be
3, hold on.
30.
If it's 3, I don't care.
I mean, that's easy to say, but instead, until somebody gets blown up like they did in Boston.
Hold on, Diedrich. I just want to ask you a question.
What's up?
Are you against immigrants coming here undocumented, or are you against criminals trying to get in?
It's just the criminals I'm worried about.
Are you aware that most of them come in with actual visas? The undocumented immigrants. The undocumented immigrants that just crossed the border illegally have a very low rate of committing crimes.
Also, really quickly, I just want to make this very clear. They're not crossing the border illegally.
I'm not saying that they are illegal immigrants. I'm saying that they're pretty much jumping into the United States without any say. So it's just come on in.
What do you
We'll
mean
process
say
you.
so?
Like it's like, come on in, we'll process you, and you're free to go.
What does that mean?
Anybody can come in.
Yeah, that's fine. What's wrong with that? What are you saying is happening that's wrong?
I don't think it should be allowed. Like anybody should come in. I think it should be at least a cap. Honestly, I think there should be a cap.
Can I say one real quick thing? Because I'm going to explode if I freaking don't. The Boston bombers weren't undocumented immigrants.
They weren't, by the way.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just really have to say that. One came in on a tourist visa and one had a green card. Neither of them were undocumented immigrants. So, like, let's make that really clear.
You want to know a fun game, Polly? Watch this. Hey, Diedrich. I'm going to give you a time limit of the last 50 years. No, you know what? I'm being really generous today. 100 years. In the last 100 years, I would like you to tell me what T attack was carried out here in the United States by an undocumented immigrant. Go.
By an undocumented immigrant, there was one that raped a woman recently, a few months ago.
It's not a T attack.
What do you mean by T attack? I'm confused.
Terror or something.
Well, there is one specific T attack that everyone knows about that happened in the Boston Harbor by undocumented immigrants, and we kept all those.
Yeah. Valid. Those ones were kind of cool, actually.
Super facts.
I didn't mind those too much.
Super facts. The dudes that brought the smallpox blankets, we kept all of those cats.
Those motherfuckers, we can keep them all day.
But yeah, undocumented immigrants in the last 100 years committing T attacks.
I respect it. I respect it, y'all. I respect it.
So none. All right. So you wanted to talk about grape. But you're okay voting for a grapist for president? That's cool. If I was to tell you who's the most likely people here to commit grape, is it undocumented migrants? And we're talking per capita, so we're adjusting for population. Is it undocumented migrants? Is it people on visas? Is it American citizens? Or is it Christian nationalist YT dudes?
You'll never guess which it is.
It's a mixture of everyone.
Say it again?
I'd say it's a little mixture of everyone.
No, it's not a mixture of everyone. We have numbers for this. We can look up the data.
Yeah. In fact, George Bush, when he was in office, set up a task force specifically to collect this data.
100%.
Okay, what's the data say?
The Christian white dudes, they're the ones doing the graping. So should we get rid of the Christian white dudes?
Especially when it comes to children.
And maybe we shouldn't elect one to office.
Hey, you told Justin you wanted to get rid of the criminals.
Let's start with the election. Let's get rid of one criminal that has fake hair and a toupee, an orange makeup.
Lock him up. Oh, that's not what we're doing? Okay, my bad.
So y'all are for y'all are the type of guys to be like, yeah, Trump should have died.
No.
What? Whoa. No, I just think he should be deported.
Okay, I was just saying that was it. Okay, I was like, cool. At least y'all.
Hold on. Let me do the same thing you just did. Are you the type of guy who? Hold on, Diedrich. I want to do the exact.
I know
same
some
thing.
people that are saying, yeah, he should have been in the.
That's good. Hold on.
No, we're not those people.
Let me show you what you just did. Hey, Diedrich, are you the type of simp that would jump in front of a bullet for Trump?
No, of course not.
Okay, so then see that doesn't feel good when you make that weirdo assumption, right? So anyway,
it doesn't feel. I don't
why
care.
are you voting? Why are you pro grape? Why are you voting for a grapist? Let's get to brass tacks. Why do you hate women?
I don't hate women, bro.
But why are you voting for a grapist?
Come on, bro. Joe Biden he got sexual assaults too.
That's good. That's good. Let's lock him up too. But why are you? I'm not voting for Joe Biden.
Yeah,
You are
I'm so
voting for a
confused why Joe Biden keeps coming up when he's not running for president.
Yeah,
that's all they got. I voted for Joe Biden, so I can tell you for sure. I voted for him.
But we're talking about, is that Joe Biden right there?
No, of course. Joe Biden got kicked out.
Yeah, how many essay allegations does Kamala Harris have?
I don't know her.
Zero.
I don't think any.
Zero.
I just
Okay,
know
so
that
again, my
she's been around
question
Hollywood.
is unanswered. Why are you voting for a grapist?
It's not more that I'm voting for a grapist. It's more that I'm voting for him because I think that he is the better option.
Is he a
but
grapist?
so you're saying that like things like the economy are more important than grape?
Is
I'm
is
not
he
saying
is
that
he
they're more
hold on
important than
Diedrich
Drake.
Diedrich
I'm not saying that.
let's stop dancing with each other. Is he a grapist?
I personally don't know his personal information, sir.
He was adjudicated by a jury of 7 as a grapist.
He openly
Is that the
admitted
34
to
counts?
assaulting women.
He openly admitted to it, and it's like everywhere. It wasn't no secretive information.
So he's a grapist, right? And you're voting for him. I don't care about anything else. I just want to know, why are you voting for a grapist?
And again, like, I don't know any person that is perfect. I'm sure that there's a lot of
Are you perfect, Diedrich?
people.
Are you perfect, Diedrich?
No, I'm not perfect.
Okay, you've done bad things in your life, I take it.
Yeah, of course.
Have you ever graped anybody?
Of course not. Of course not.
All right, I want you to think of the worst thing you've ever done in your life. I'll think of the worst thing I've done too. My moral compass is fungible.
Nothing close to compare, bro. It's
Nothing close to compare. Okay, so let's not talk about not everybody is perfect, because we're not talking about like that time you lied about doing a book report. I'm talking about grape. So I'm going to ask again, why are you voting for a grapist? I know it's difficult. Like right now, your amygdala is firing on all cylinders. I just want to know why.
No, I love the way you guys do this. I really do. I love it. Y'all
First
look
of all,
clever.
Dietrich's actually holding up pretty well.
First of all,
Y'all
Jeff,
clever.
there's no
You're
way
very
this is
clever.
all cylinders of his amygdala. Like, there's no way. But anyways,
y'all
I
very
got to get off
clever,
tonight,
man.
guys.
Y'all are
It was
very
great having. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Polly, love to have you, man.
It was
Jeff,
so
Justin,
nice
thank
to
you guys so
meet
much.
you, Polly.
Hey, Haji, thank you so much for having me up here and not muting me.
Guys, if you're not following Polly
No,
yet,
you're a
then
king.
you're not doing TikTok right. Make sure everyone in here is following Polly.
See, I'm a prophetess. I just called him a king, and what does he get? A crown. Boom.
Perfect. Thank you guys so much. Y'all have a wonderful night, and I will definitely be back, man. This
Good to
was
see you,
like
brother.
really, really fun. Also, kind of unfair with you and Jeff and me. Like this is this is kind of wrong, I think, at this point, but I love it.
No, it's a holy
Y'all have a good
trinity.
night,
I
all
love
right?
it.
See you, buddy.
You too, Polly. See you. I definitely want more Polly in my life.
Can I ask you a question?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, do your thing. Do your thing.
What is the negative ramification that you fear would happen if Kamala gets elected? Because you can't actually like Trump.
It's not that I think that there's going to be a negative impact. I just think that she's pretty much doing a lot of promising, and I don't know if they'll follow through with them.
Okay, so it's better to vote for someone who doesn't promise anything and is a criminal and a sex offender than to vote for the person who is saying, I'd like to actually do some good stuff?
I'm not saying that she's not doing good stuff. I'm saying that she's actually in the White House right now. She could be doing this thing right now if she really wanted.
She's not the president, my man.
I know she doesn't have to be the president to say, "Hey, Biden, this is what I want to do."
What power does she have right now? Her only power is to cast a vote. That's it.
I want you to list out for
He
me.
definitely has a lot of power.
I just want you to list out for me Mike Pence's accomplishment when he was VP.
Right. What did Mike Pence get accomplished when he was in office?
The same things that went through Trump.
Oh, so he bankrupted our farm industry. You're putting that on Pence?
So I'm hearing.
He bankrupted our farm industry?
Yes.
Like pharmaceutical industry?
I hate my life right now. Farms. F-A-R-M.
Oh, farm. My bad. I thought you meant like pharma. My bad.
And there goes the unicorn. Majestic Pegasus has had enough of your malakish talk. It's time to move on.
Diedrich,
hey,
thanks for coming up, but they sent you the axe. We got to move on, but
that's cool, man. Y'all have a good night.
Hey, have a good one. Thanks for putting up with us.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Pharmaceuticals almost broke me.
That was.
I swear to you.
I'm so sorry. Win Pegasus in chat, everyone.
That was something.
Pegasus for sure.
So while we'll get the next guest in here, while we're waiting on T to get in the box, she's loading.
So all of you are still open. Some have said
Well,
there she goes.
I hear something.
All 5 of you are open to vote.
T, there's something in the background of your of your room or something that we can hear. Is there any way you can turn that off? While she's waiting, let's not remember this, Jeff, or forget it.
I'll admit it.
Whoa.
I did try and fuck her. She was married.
It's huge news, Sarah.
No, Nancy. No, this was marriages, and I moved on her very heavily. In fact, I took her out furniture shopping. She wanted to get some furniture. I said, "I'll show you where they have some nice furniture." I took her out furniture. I moved on her like a bitch, but I couldn't get there, and she was married. Then all of a sudden, I see her. She's now got the big phony tits and everything. She's totally changed her look. I gotta use some Tic Tacs just in case I start kissing her.
Just in case.
You know, I'm automatically attracted to beautiful. I just start kissing them. It's like a magnet. You just kiss.
The way I would have went for the jugular on that POS.
And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything.
Whatever you want.
Grab them by the grab them by the pussy.
I mean, that's who I want for president right there. T, welcome in.
You know what's crazy, Justin?
Did you meant to be up here? Go ahead, Jeff.
Is that when he was prepped by a lawyer during the E. Jean Carroll deposition, prepped by a lawyer and asked the same thing, he repeated it, and almost worse, because he said that was the case for the last million years.
Yeah, that really justifies that behavior. Barbarians in the past used to behave that way. It's okay if I do.
The million years, though, is the thing that gets me, because it's like, you know.
But it's okay because Trump's going to save America by instituting Christian nationalism. Because that's what we need.
I love how you two are getting attacked. These two gentlemen, fine gentlemen no less, more gentlemen than half of the men in chat that are so pro-Trump, they're not Democrats.
Yeah, it's
So
weird.
let that sink in.
That's all they got. All they have is like weird sayings that they heard somebody else say. They're going to say, I'm sure, something about beta males or soy boys or, you know, all kinds of nonsense like that because they heard somebody else say it.
They have nothing original.
Yeah. That, you know.
Just like Christianity.
Pretty much. How you doing, Random TikTok guy?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
I'm a friendly, but I just wanted to comment. I will bet all my savings right now. And did you, as soon as he clicked out, he was saying, I nailed that panel.
My friend, I'm really sorry, but I can't quite make out the words that you're saying. But we really appreciate you being here and supporting. And, you know, stick around. It might get exciting. We're trying to get another guest in.
All right, thank you.
All right, cheers, man.
Be well, live long and prosper.
Yeah, I wish I can't do the thing. Like, I can't, my fingers won't.
Really?
I can't do it.
I could do it on both fingers. Hold on. You ready?
Yeah,
I
know.
could do it on both fingers.
It's just the way the way the thing, like I can't, these two fingers won't stay together. I can't do it.
I could do it too. Somebody in chat said that Dems go to Diddy parties. I did a count over the weekend because I was curious. There are more pictures of Trump and Diddy together than there are in all the scrapbooks in my parents' house of me with my parents.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, of course.
And my parents are Dominican.
Them and
They
Epstein.
have whole photo albums. There are more pictures of Diddy and Trump together than I have with my mom and my dad. And I'm a firstborn I'm spoiled for the first 3 years of my life. Nothing but white silk touched this skin.
Yeah, it's weird that there's like lots of pictures with like Trump and Epstein and Diddy. Is almost like Trump hangs out with people who engage in the same behavior that he engages with. Welcome in, Winebox.
I don't know how I got up here. I'm so sorry.
No worries. We'll drop you down. Thanks for being here, man.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for the support.
If I saw a picture of Kamala with Epstein, I would not be inclined to vote for her. If it was reported that she was running around with that guy, that would be very alarming for me. Now, unfortunately, if that were the case, it'd still be between her and Trump. So, I mean, obviously Trump is still the worst of the two, but if it was between her and like a decent human being, that would be something to consider.
You guys missed out on Bernie.
Yeah, I love me some Bernie Sanders, but he's way too liberal for a lot of people. But I mean that's my boy.
That's true.
I'm burning for Bernie. Welcome in, TikTok man.
Thank you. I would like to go up against any MAGA you could find. You know, just kind of been itching to do this for a while, and have a wide knowledge. I'm a party guy, more Democrat Party than anything. So I can't really understand logically how they go through this. But what I have a unique ability with my background in customer services, understanding what the actual issue is, why they're voting for Trump, and then reversing that, making them see, kind of like what you did with the other guy, but more in a nicer way to where they go, you know, I hadn't thought of that. And they actually come back. Because isn't that what you're really trying to do?
A little bit, you know, some of it is to convince the caller, and that happens sometimes. A lot of it, honestly, is just for the, you know, there are 900 people here right now, and some of those 900 people are, you know, they're just now thinking about it. Like, shit, the election's in 2 weeks. Who am I going to vote for? I don't know.
Right.
Those people, there's a lot more of them than you might realize.
No, I know. And, you know, the undecideds, you know, I guess is how they're being polled and stuff. But yeah, I have a unique ability, you know, a wide range of topics, you know, really into understanding, you know, how the party has been, you know, progressing. So like a lot of the arguments that come back, you know, are easily reversible. And then, you know, to bring them into, you know, a more logical base, you know, because where they're getting their information from, you know, that's a huge factor in how, you know, they process, you know, some of this. But again, I point to, you don't get to the underlying issue, you know, because they'll pivot. That last guy, you know, he pivot when he couldn't. Oh, it is, you know, that goes against because you're more or less, if you think about it, you're questioning their judgment, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean that's for sure, and that's why these debates are so hard, because when people has their judgment called out, they get a little offended. And
take it personally, right?
But right now, you know, we've still got almost 900 people in here, and we have no Trump supporters in the queue. So it's just not a lot of them, I think, are in a position to really defend Trump. And I think, to be honest, there's probably a lot of people voting for Trump that don't even want other people to know they're voting for Trump, because they're like, they know how bad it looks on the outside.
So they won't admit it. But I mean, people, you know, have come like this guy in Christian, he just, oh, I'm so Trump. You know, I can talk to him about the issues that he has, you know, and why he has progressed to that point, you know, to erase, you know, most of the logic from, you know, from where you're going. You know, it points back. Like I always say Fox News. I'll type Fox News a lot of times in the chats, because I'm like, you know, that's where it started with OJ and you know, telling people, oh, there's a different fact, you know, like Kellyanne Conway, you know, said, you know. And so when you can do that, and then you couple that with social media, it gets really, really hard. But again, like I said, if you go back to their, you know, judgment, you can bring them over to understanding that, you know, you're not getting the information you should get, you know. And a lot of times, what we may do, and I'll back off, what we may do is we may belittle them for the lack of information they may have.
Mm-hmm.
What do you guys think in the panel? You know, you guys, am I wrong, or?
You're not wrong, but I mean, if your goal is to convert somebody to your viewpoint on politics, it's not going to happen in the middle of debate. It might happen at work. It might happen to some guy you meet on the subway. It's not going to happen on a debate stage. People are so entrenched in trying to prove their point wrong, or prove your point wrong and prove that they're correct, that there's almost no convincing them.
So they'll go against their own logic?
All the time. We see people they'll do literal somersaults trying to defend their position, even in the most illogical ways. So, I mean, sometimes they get clowned on, sometimes they don't. But either way,
I see a lot of lives will go down that issue with them. I was in a live where they were really discussing medical, and they got away from. And I was always like, why do they always get away from the topic of the politics? You know, this is about to be, you know, who you're voting for. You know, so you know this is about your vote. Why do we care about your life? You know, and I'm doing it because of this. You know, why do I? So.
I'm on cue. I invited you up here, and yet you're not in my panel having a discussion with us. So you have one or two options, and this is coming from what your viewpoint of an antichrist. Come up or shut up.
Oh,
There
you're
is
talking
no
to the
in
comments?
between.
Yeah.
I am.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to.
Yes, no, he doesn't have black voters. He doesn't have Latino voters. Most people are voting. You know, he's against birthright citizenship too, right? That's J.D. Vance's staple.
So I don't think you're wrong per se. I just I usually adopt the thing that you can't reason somebody out of something they didn't reason their way into. And so, like, here's a thing that I've noticed about a lot of Trump supporters, and it's like the best kept secret in politics. They don't actually care about the issues that they're telling you about. This is why they don't know anything about those issues, right? Because
it's just
like
a cult of personality.
Yeah, I gave
Or a cover. That's why I said when I initially came up. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Just come up.
No,
That's why I
you're
initially
absolutely
said when they
you're
came up is
absolutely
that
right.
you don't go down that rabbit hole with them. You know, you're not getting the real reason as to why they're voting for Trump. You know, and so if you could get that out, and I do have the ability to get that out, it's just questions. That's why I like what you guys were doing. You asking questions.
Here's the actual secret. 99% of the time, there's some sort of bigotry attached. And you can always suss it out by, like, for example, if somebody really cares about the border, but has not done like a 15-second Google search to find out anything about the actual border,
right?
Then they're just worried about brown people coming into the country, right?
Yeah.
If a person says Kamala doesn't have any policies, when we all know, like, hey, 2 seconds, go to her website. She has a whole list of them, like tons of information.
But I see that as an
Hold
opportunity.
on, gentlemen. We do have someone in panel.
Yeah, guys,
How
we got
Gomez?
some opposition here. It looks like it'll probably be our last one for tonight because it's 11:30. But
thank you for letting me up, host. Appreciate it.
Yeah, for sure. Top, how you doing?
Good. I'm not opposition, by the way.
Oh.
I'm for Harris.
We cannot get opposition tonight.
Yeah, I said Latinos in the Latinos for Harris in the comments, and I immediately got a request to come up, but I'm a friendly.
Oh,
So
I
go
could
ahead
have
and drop
sworn
down.
it said Trump. My bad.
No, not this Latino.
Okay.
And a veteran? No, thank you. I haven't voted for Trump ever.
Smart man. Okay, thank you so much. My apologies.
All right, so
I'm also a veteran.
Well,
thank you both.
Let's do this then. I think we're basically
Have a good
just out of guests or out of opposition, and it's getting close to quitting time anyway. So let's call it for tonight. I think we had a lot of fun. I'm going to be between now and the election. I'm going to be doing more political lives as well because it's very important. And I'm hoping to, and Jeff and I talked about this earlier. I really want to do a topic on specifically mixing politics and Christianity. Why in the world is there such a huge coalition among Christians voting for Trump when it's actually voting against their best interests? So we're going to cover that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very knowledgeable in that subject. My parents are actually preachers, and I've read I've read the Bible extensively.
Most of us are actually in my life are ex-Christians. Jeff, I don't know if Jeff ever was an ex-Christian or if he ever was a Christian, but I was a Christian for 20 years. I went to Bible college and seminary, and typically I do lives on religion. It just happens that I'm doing politics now that the election is coming up.
That's a good theological, way to kind of bring people back, going on that, on the themes of that.
Yeah. Well, guys,
I was raised Catholic, but I deconstructed over a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
I wouldn't expect anything less from you, Jeff.
I'm Baptist. Yeah.
Well, listen, guys,
I
thank
was
you
never
so much
Christian.
for being
Thank
here.
you.
Yeah, Hanji, it was never a Christian, thank goodness. Thank Doug. I'm not an atheist, though. I do believe in Doug. Doug is the Rock of Ages. He is the He is the stone that the builders rejected, but I won't reject him. Anyways, guys.
And I'm not an atheist either. I believe in the Greek and Egyptian deities.
Right.
I believe in the sun. I mean, it's really given us a lot if you think about it.
Yeah, including
That's
cancer.
ironic.
That's bad, but
That's ironic because I'm currently fundraising for research to remove all the hydrogen from the sun.
All right, Justin, I'm sorry. Continue.
Sorry, listen, guys, thanks for being here. We're going to call it a night, but we really appreciate all the likes and the shares and the gifts and the support. We really appreciate everything you do for our channel because we couldn't do it without all the awesome support. And I love reading the comments. Being that I've had panelists with me, I've actually been able to read some of the comments while we're doing the live, and they're off the chain. So always throw the comments in. Don't be shy. They're hilarious. I love watching them. But we'll
get them up.
Yeah, we'll be live again on Friday night. I don't know what topic we'll be doing on Friday night, but between now and the election, it's going to be a toss-up on whether or not we're doing politics or religion. And then after the election, we can go and argue with our family members over Thanksgiving about who got elected.
Yeah, there's like 5 main topics that you can kind of put together.
Right. All right, guys. Well, love you, and we'll see you in 2 more days.